We heard that there are some reckless people who dared to provoke our boss. They came from hundreds of thousands of miles away to help our boss kill the enemy. TSK. TSK. Tisk. Mo Sha shouted loudly. He stood beside Wang Xian and puffed out his chest. He raised his head proudly. That's right. Mo Gue Lin, who was on the left, nodded his head heavily and replied loudly. He looked at the people from the Life and Death Pill Workshop and Holy Item Forging Workshop. His eyes were filled with strong killing intent. You bunch of reckless people actually dare to be enemies with our boss and even kill the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. Your crimes are unforgivable. As he spoke, a terrifying killing intent directly charged towards the two great factions. After Mo Sha finished speaking, his eyes were filled with admiration as he nodded his head towards Mo Sha. This little brother of his could be considered to have a good eye. The medicine master and the weapon master were completely dumbfounded when they heard Mo Sha and Mo Lin's words. Even all the disciples of the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop were staring blankly at the demon god and Mo Lin, who were standing beside the young man. Weren't these two longevity experts here to help them exterminate the Fire Lark clan? Why were they facing them now? At this moment, everyone from the Sacred Fire clan, who was dozens of kilometers away, was looking at this scene in disbelief. Two longevity experts who came from the sky came to help the two major forces exterminate the Fire Lark clan. Yet, they were standing beside the mysterious young man and were facing the two major forces with killing intent. Senior Feng Yun, get ready. Wang Xian looked at Mo Sha and Mo Gue Lin, who were standing beside him on his left and right as he spoke to Feng Yun. All right. Feng Yun recovered from her shock and a mystical glow appeared in her eyes. Her eyes sparkled as she nodded her head heavily. All Fire Cloud Sparrow disciples, get ready. With young Master Wang around, we will kill our way over today. Feng Yun held the staff in her hand tightly in excitement as she shouted loudly. Yes, kill. 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 Haha. With young Master Wang around, we will kill our way over and destroy them. As soon as Feng Yun's voice fell, all the Fire Cloud Sparrow clansmen roared with excitement on their faces. Everything that had happened today was simply too dreamy. All the hope and power had been brought by the young Master Wang that their ancestor had mentioned. Kill. Destroy the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop. The defensive fireworks around the Fiery Cloud Mountain range dissipated. Everyone from the Fiery Cloud Sparrow clan charged forward with excitement. Mo Sha, you guys help Feng Yun to fight against the Medicine Master and the Item Master. Wang Xian's eyes flickered with a cold killing intent as he spoke to Mo Sha and the rest. Kiki, Boss Missouri, leave it to us. What Medicine Master and Item Master? They are just two pieces of trash. Mo Sha immediately shouted loudly. His eyes were ice cold as they locked onto the Medicine Master and Tool Master. They were filled with killing intent. You dare to provoke our boss? Die! Mo Gue Lin's body moved and directly attacked the Tool Master and Tool Master. Kill! Feng Yun's eyes shot out terrifying flames when she saw the two of them attacking. She raised the phoenix staff in her hand and directly stepped on the clouds. Demon God! You don't keep your word. Damn it! Damn it! When Medicine Master and Weapon Master saw that Mo Sha had helped the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan attack them, they looked extremely embarrassed. They even had the thought of retreating. There were 3 longevity experts on the other side, including the former captain of the Fire Cloud Personal Guards and the new demon god whose demonic aura spread far and wide. Each of these 2 people was stronger than them. Now, together with the demonic scale trio, they were working together. Kill! Wang Xian couldn't care less about what the Medicine Master was thinking. He moved his body and took the lead to attack the 200,000-strong army of the 2 major forces. Buzz! 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 Above his head, the 5 elements millstone floated and a yin-yang taiji diagram appeared under his feet. Kill, kill, kill! The expressions of the 200,000 experts of the 2 major factions changed drastically when they saw the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan charging over. Kill! A group of half-step Wanshou experts immediately ordered loudly. Kill! All the disciples gritted their teeth and roared loudly. However, compared to just now, they had completely lost that invincible aura. All of them knew that this time their two major forces were going to fall. 5 elements millstone, suppress. Wang Xian roared loudly. The 5 elements millstone with a radius of 20 kilometers appeared directly in the sky. The gray energy charged directly at the 200,000 people from the two major forces. Defend! More than 20 half-step longevity experts saw the terrifying 5 elements millstone and immediately shouted in unison. Young Master Wang, we are here to help you. The elders of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan immediately flew over. The battle was triggered. Boom! A terrifying collision was heard and blocked the attacks of Wang Xian and everyone from the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. The combined strength of the two major forces was much stronger than the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. Take the half-step Wanshou masters as an example. There were more than 20 of them from the two major forces. On the other hand, the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan and Wang Xian only had about 15 of them. There was also a gap in the other top-notch combat strength. Kiki, Boss Missouri, let me help Boss solve some problems. At this moment, a gigantic dark palm directly attacked the 20-odd half-step Wanshou masters in the sky tens of thousands of meters high. Oh no! Oh no! The medicine master and the weapon master looked extremely embarrassed when they saw Mo Sha suddenly attacking their subordinates. The clan elders of the two large forces also revealed expressions of shock. Dodge, quickly dodge! The 20 over people hurriedly shouted and fled in all directions. The palm of darkness, which covered an area of 50 kilometers, directly descended at a terrifying speed. All the disciples of the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop fled in all directions with terrified expressions. Ah! 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 However, soon after, miserable cries sounded out. More than half of the 23 half-step Wanshou experts were killed by the terrifying dark palm. 50,000 to 60,000 people were directly killed by Mo Sha's palm. The might of a Wanshou expert's palm was so terrifying. Jie jie jie. Mo Sha's maniacal laughter came from the sky. Demon God, you are forcing us. The medicine master and weapon master, who were entangled by Mo Guilin and Feng Yun, roared with bloodshot eyes. Their auras shook violently. Flames and an ocean engulfed Feng Yun, Mo Sha, and Mo Guilin. At this moment, they could only try their best to pin down the three of them. Otherwise, as long as one of the three of them attacked with a few moves, all of their subordinates would die. Well done! Wang Xian looked satisfied when he saw that Mo Sha had helped them to eliminate half of the half-step Wanshou realm experts. It was a pleasant surprise to meet Mo Sha. He did not expect Mo Sha to become the demon god of the demon god tribe of the Nine-God Empire. If he had known about this earlier, he would have gone to the demon god tribe and called Mo Sha over to massacre everyone. Dragon Kingdom in the palm. Wang Xian looked at the 12 half-step Wanshou experts in front of him, and a cold expression appeared on his face. He waved his arm and a terrifying dragon claw appeared in the sky. It directly attacked the half-step Wanshou experts in front of him. Fire Feather Phoenix Sun. Fire Feather Phoenix Sun. The voices of the Fire Cloud Sparrow elders could be heard from the side. King versus king, general versus general, army versus army. 14 half-step Wanshou Fire Cloud Sparrow masters immediately released their Dharma images and attacked the half-step Wanshou masters from the two major forces together with Wang Xian's attack. We only have 12 half-step Wanshou masters. I'll do it, I'll block 2 of them. The 12 half-step Wanshou masters roared with an embarrassed expression. A few of them immediately went up to the Queen of Fire Cloud and a few powerful half-step Wanshou masters. One of the half-step Wanshou masters attacked Wang Xian directly. 1. Wang Xian revealed a mocking expression on his face. Roar! He raised his head and roared wildly. The terrifying pressure caused the mounts of the experts to tremble slightly. A divine dragon that was 300 meters long appeared on the battlefield. At the same time, Wang Xian raised the dragon claw that was 5 to 6 kilometers in radius and attacked the half-step longevity man. What Dharma idol is this? When he saw Wang Xian transform into a terrifying creature, the expression of the elder from the Life and Death Elixir Workshop changed drastically. 5 elements millstone bind. He waved his dragon claws. Following that, the 5 elements millstone in the sky released streams of gray energy onto the body of the elder from the Life and Death Elixir Workshop. Not good. The expression of the elder changed drastically. The water energy on his body was violent. A water ball with a radius of 5 kilometers wrapped around him completely. Bang, bang, bang. However, Wuxia's 2 dragon claws combined to form a radius of about 10 kilometers. He grabbed at it forcefully. Boom. A terrifying force collided and the gigantic water ball collapsed immediately. The clan elder at the center of the life and death elixir workshop widened his eyes. His eyes were filled with astonishment. A half-step to longevity wants to fight with me? A hint of disdain flashed across Wuxia's eyes. The terrifying dragon claws landed directly on his body. A figure that was like a fly instantly fell to the ground. The terrifying force caused the ground to sink into a depth of more than 10 meters. With Wuxia's current strength, he would be able to finish off a half-step Wanshou within a few moves. Unless the 4 of them worked together, they would be able to pin him down. However, it was impossible to kill him. Every time he leveled up, he would have the yin-yang taiji diagram. Among those of the same level, his defense would be invincible. At the same time, his attacks were also invincible. What? Seeing how Wuxia instantly killed an elder who was half a step away from longevity, the expressions of the experts at the peak of the life and death elixir workshop and the holy item forging workshop changed drastically. They had already lost half of their half-step longevity experts in one move from Wuxia. Now, another one was killed in an instant. This was simply a disaster for them. Let's clean up the level 8 and level 9 insightful void martial artists first. Wuxia looked down at the battlefield below. There were more level 8 and level 9 insightful void martial artists in the 2 major factions than the Fire Lark clan. 5 elements millstone, suppress. Wuxia looked at the dozens of level 9 insightful void martial artists gathered together and waved his dragon claws. The 5 elements millstone in the sky was emitting a heavy aura. The 5 divine dragons on it roared and charged down directly. Not good. Clan Elder, save us. Seeing the 5 elements millstone emitting a destructive aura, the expressions of the dozens of experts at level 9 of the see-through realm changed drastically. They quickly pleaded for help. Stop! The clan elders of the 2 major factions shouted hurriedly. However, their words sounded like they were joking. How could Wuxia stop? Let's join hands to resist. 30 to 40 experts at level 9 of the Void Interpretation stage roared loudly. They activated their Dharma images and attacked the 5 elements millstone directly. Bang, bang, bang. However, the 5 elements millstone was like a millstone of death. It directly crushed the 30 to 40 experts at level 9 of the Void Interpretation stage. The powerful destructive attacks caused them to die immediately. It was not a fight of the same level at all. Awe! In the middle of the battlefield, continuous screams could be heard. Ao Yao led the strange demon clan and made their move. There were 500 strange demons at the level of level 6 of the Void Interpretation stage. The Fire Lark clan undoubtedly had a huge advantage. This was especially so for the strange demons who were assassinated on the battlefield. In less than a minute, they had assassinated more than 1,000 experts of the Void Interpretation stage. In this battlefield, they were extremely terrifying. Stop him! Just as Wuxia was about to make a move, 2 figures flew toward him. 2 half-step longevity realm experts? The corners of Wuxia's mouth curled up slightly as a smile appeared on his face. He swayed his huge body and waved his dragon claws as he attacked directly. Dragon head under the heavens! At the same time, the second Dharma idol was cast. The enormous dragon head appeared in the sky. It was like a mythical creature, imposing and overbearing. Below, the mounts and demonic beasts of the 2 forces below the 5th rank of the profound void martial stage lay on the ground, trembling. The suppression of their bloodlines made them unable to use 50% of their strength. How is this possible? How strong is this young man? A shocked voice came from the mouths of the 2 half-step Wanshou cultivators. Their eyes were wide open and filled with fear. Run! Disciples of the Life and Death Pill Workshop, run back to the Life and Death Herb Garden. Run! Disciples of the Holy Item Forging Workshop, run back to the Weapon Peak. At this moment, the sound of nuclear bombs being continuously bombarded came from tens of thousands of meters above the ground. The voices of the Pill Master and the Weapon Master suddenly came. Their voices were filled with panic. With 2 against 3, they felt a great pressure in less than 2 minutes. Reaching the longevity realm and comprehending domains. The longevity realm was a battle of domains. The Medicine Master and the Weapon Master's domains were about the same size, about 80 kilometers in area. The Devil Scales domain was close to theirs, but Patriarch Fengyun's domain was over 100 kilometers, much more than theirs. As for Mo Sha's domain, it was even more terrifying, reaching a radius of about 150 kilometers. It was almost twice as large as theirs. After a short confrontation, the 2 men's faces turned somewhat pale. They were certain that in 5 minutes at most, the 2 of them would die in the siege of the 3 men. This made them have no choice but to give the order to flee for their lives. What? Flee, we aren't their match. Flee immediately. The orders of the Weapon Master and the Medicine Master completely caused all the disciples of the 2 large factions to lose their fighting spirit. They all turned around, wanting to flee back on the path they had taken. At this moment, only those who could escape would be able to survive. Their fighting spirit had completely disappeared. The 2 of you still want to flee, stay here for me. Fengyun's dignified voice sounded from the sky as she raised the phoenix staff in her hand. An enormous fire phoenix appeared in the sky and attacked the Weapon Master. Kill! We can't let them escape. Chase after them. The disciples of the 2 major forces fled frantically into the distance. Behind them, the Queen of Fire Cloud and the clan elders shouted out their orders excitedly. Chirp, chirp. In the sky, the fire cloud sparrow flew and the fiery rain fell towards the ground. You 2 major forces still want to escape? Wang Xian looked at the 2 half-step Wanshou masters who were trying to escape as well as everyone from the 2 factions. A cold expression appeared on his face. 10,000-mile dragon body. Divine dragon tail swing. The last 2 Dharma images that were used to strengthen the body were unleashed. In an instant, Wang Xian's body size had reached a terrifying size of 15 kilometers. A radius of 15 kilometers was equivalent to 15,000 meters. The tallest mountain on Earth was less than 9,000 meters. If Wang Xian were to return to Earth, he could easily crash into Mount Komalangma with just his physical body. That was how terrifying it was. Buzz! His gigantic body swept across the sky, causing everyone in the surroundings to reveal shocked expressions. 15,000 meters. What kind of monster was this? What Dharma idol? However, what made everyone from the 2 forces even more terrified was that this terrifying creature that was 15,000 meters suddenly appeared 10 kilometers in front of them. The gigantic dragon head stared at them with its cold and majestic eyes. It made all the experts and disciples from the 2 forces feel a chill in their hearts. What? Teleportation? How? How is this possible? Isn't he an expert that's half a step away from longevity? Teleportation? This creature can actually teleport. This is too terrifying. Don't be afraid, everyone. He only has the strength of a half-step Wanshou. Kill. Everyone, use all your strength to kill. With Wang Xian's teleportation, a terrifying body of 15,000 meters appeared in front of the disciples of the 2 major forces. This shocked everyone. Following that, a group of half-step Wanshou and the elders of the 2 major forces gritted their teeth and shouted at everyone. The remaining 100,000 people had a desperate look in their eyes. Attack! Kill our way out! Everyone let out a loud roar. Nearly 100,000 divine arts and Dharma idols flew towards Wang Xian. That terrifying energy completely drowned him. Not good. Kill, kill, support young Master Wang. All the experts from the Fire Lark tribe behind roared loudly. One after another, attacks were launched at the 2 major forces that were escaping. Let's try our strongest defense. It's the Dharma idol that we haven't used yet, the Yin-Yang 5 elements Alms Bowl. Wang Xian didn't panic at all when he saw all the attacks coming at him. His body shook and the Yin-Yang Tai Chi pattern appeared in front of him. It was different from the Yin-Yang pattern. The black and white spots were replaced by the dark and light divine dragons. Around the picture, the 5 elemental divine dragons were entrenched. The strongest defense, the Yin-Yang 5 elements Alms Bowl, appeared around Wang Xian and completely blocked him. Boom! 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 Dense attacks landed on Wang Xian's body, and the sea of energy directly covered him. Sensing the fluctuations of the yin-yang 5 elements alms bowl, Wang Xian revealed a smile. Young Master Wang. From behind, the worried figure of the fire lark tribe could be heard. Roar! Wang Xian raised his head. With a deafening dragon roar, the surrounding energy was directly dispersed. His undamaged body appeared in front of everyone. What? How is this possible? Is he an expert of the longevity level? Seeing that Wang Xian did not have any injuries on his body, the disciples of the two major forces revealed an extremely embarrassed expression. Boom! At this moment, Wang Xian swung his gigantic tail and swept towards the nearly 100,000 people in front of him. Dodge, dodge! A panicked voice was heard. The disciples of the two major forces quickly scattered in all directions. Kill, young Master Wang has stopped them. Let's kill! However, at this moment all the experts of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan had already chased after them. The attacks landed on them one after another. In an instant, the 100,000 people had dispersed completely. Among them, 1/3 of them died under the attacks of the Fire Lark clan's experts. On the ground, the corpses fell down like dumplings. Wang Xian revealed a cold smile as he hunted down the half-step longevity experts one after another. PFFT, I can't accept this. I'm the master of the Holy Item Forging Workshop. I'm the master of the Artifact Forging Workshop. I can't accept this. Demon God, you are a despicable person who goes back on his words. I curse you to die a horrible death. At this moment, a miserable sound covered all the sounds. Everyone was slightly shocked as they looked towards the sky hurriedly. TSK, you are a dead person. You curse me to die a horrible death. I'm really scared. Mo Sha's mocking laughter rang out. Pooh, pooh, pooh. The sound of spitting out fresh blood rang out once again. However, this time it was the pale-faced medicine master. He instantly took out a crystal that seemed to contain an entire world from his mouth. The crystal emitted a faint aura. He directly placed it into his mouth. Space teleport, he roared loudly. His face was incomparably red as he tore apart the suppression of the domains and disappeared. The medicine master actually escaped. Mo Sha's dissatisfied voice sounded. At the same time, a corpse fell from the sky. The corpse is. A trembling voice came from the disciples of the two forces, especially the disciples of the Holy Item Forging Workshop. They looked at the familiar figure who was slowly falling from tens of thousands of meters in the sky without any signs of life. They were all shocked. He had fallen. There was actually a 10,000-year-old expert who had fallen. This was the strongest expert on the continent, an existence known as a demigod. A terrifying expert with a 10,000-year lifespan. And now he had actually fallen. Bang! The corpse fell heavily onto the ground, smashing into everyone's hearts. Everyone in the Holy Item Forging Workshop trembled violently. It's over. It's over. Their Holy Item Forging Workshop was completely finished this time. The weapon master was killed and what awaited them was destruction. All the experts and disciples of the Holy Item Forging Workshop were in despair. Boom! All the disciples of the Life and Death Pill Workshop had blood-red eyes. They burned all their strength and even their lives as they scattered and fled in all directions. They had collapsed. The two forces that were second only to the empires had completely collapsed. The weapon master is dead. Run, run, run. Everyone in the Holy Item Forging Workshop fled in all directions in a daze. However, there were only a few who could escape. Haha, we've won. We've won. The old ancestor is mighty, young Master Wang is mighty. Quick, quick, don't let them go. Don't let them all escape. The death of the weapon master was extremely exciting for everyone in the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. Once a longevity expert died, it meant that they had won this war completely. This made all the members of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, who had been suppressed for more than a year, full of smiles and joy. The fall of the weapon master, the fall of a demigod expert, and the desperate escape of the medicine master caused the two forces to be completely defeated. Everyone desperately fled into the distance while the disciples of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan chased after them. It wasn't until Patriarch Feng Yun made his move in the sky that several half-step longevity experts were easily left behind. Out of the 200,000-strong army, only 10,000 to 20,000 people managed to escape their pursuit. The rest of the people all fell in front of the Fire Cloud Mountain range. Ha! We defeated the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop. Our Fire Cloud Sparrow clan is the strongest. It's all thanks to young Master Wang that the two experts of the Demon God tribe are on our side. Excited voices came from the mouths of all the Fire Cloud Sparrows people. They had thought that today would be a battle of near death, but they didn't expect it to be a one-sided massacre. Out of the two forces 200,000 legions, 90% of the people had died here. There were even longevity-level experts and weapon masters left here. Hiss! The weapon master of the Life and Death Pill Workshop was actually killed. A longevity expert has died. It's been a long time since a longevity expert has died on the continent. Who is that young man? Why is the demon god of the Demon God tribe so respectful to him, to the extent that he is like a slave? And that young man's strength. He clearly hasn't reached the realm of Wanshou, but he has the ability to teleport that only a Wanshou expert can do. Once the Item Forging Workshop's Item Master dies, the number 1 forging workshop on the continent will be destroyed very quickly. Report this to the clan leader immediately. This war has truly exceeded everyone's expectations. The Artifact Master has actually fallen. The surrounding scouts hidden in the void watched this war with faces filled with shock. From the time the two longevity experts of the Demon God tribe joined the Fire Cloud Sparrow tribe to the time the Artifact Master was killed, the entire battle only lasted for 5 minutes. Within 5 minutes, the two great factions suffered a crushing defeat. The powerful Wanshou expert and the youth that could grow to over 10 kilometers in size attracted the attention of all the forces. Let's go, let's hurry up and leave. Let's leave this place and return to the Sacred Fire Clan. Everyone from the Sacred Fire Clan who had stayed far away from the battlefield had shocked expressions on their faces when they saw the battle quickly end. When they had left, a disciple had directly said that their Fire Cloud Sparrow clan was about to be exterminated. The current situation was completely out of everyone's expectations. They did not dare to stay here any longer. 1 longevity-level corpse, 20 half-step longevity-level corpses, more than 100 9th-level void interpretation corpses, 8th-level, 7th-level corpses. There are more than 9,000 corpses above the void interpretation level. Wang Xian swept his gaze across the entire battlefield and revealed an excited expression. The resources of these corpses could bring about a huge increase in the strength of the Dragon Palace. Furthermore, the resources in the interspatial rings of each corpse would reach a terrifying level. Furthermore, just by relying on the resources in these people's interspatial rings, Wang Xian's strength would be able to achieve a breakthrough. After all, these were the core disciples and powerhouses of the two major forces. Ha! At this moment, Wang Xian's dragon eyes looked to the right. His gaze was directed at the members of the Sacred Fire clan who were about to leave. A wave of dragon's might directly enveloped over 2,000 of them. Whoosh! As they were about to leave, the members of the Sacred Fire clan who were flying into the sky instantly felt their breathing stop. Their faces revealed a look of fear. The 4 elders turned around with great difficulty. They looked at the mysterious young man who had already transformed into a human and was staring at them coldly. Their expressions were uncertain. Around them, some of the Fire Lark clan's experts also sensed Wang Xian's gaze and immediately looked over. Congratulations to all the Fire Lark clan members for defeating 2 major factions. Congratulations! Seeing that many people were looking over, the 4 elders of the Sacred Fire clan had a change in expression. They squeezed out a smile, cupped their hands, and said with a smile, "Congratulations? When we left, you said that our Fire Lark clan would be exterminated very soon." A Fire Cloud Sparrow elder said with a cold expression. "That's right, you ungrateful wretches. Without your help, we would have been able to obtain victory. We fought against our opponents. Aren't you a little surprised?" Some Fire Cloud Sparrow disciples stared at them with cold expressions and their bodies drenched in blood as they mocked. "How could this be? We can't wait to be happy for you. Everyone, we'll return first." The faces of the 4 elders turned black. The disciples behind them also had sullen faces. As they spoke, they prepared to leave immediately. You ingrate, don't leave. Kill him. However, at this moment, Wang Xian's cold voice rang out, causing the bodies of everyone from the Sacred Fire clan to stiffen slightly. Whoosh! 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 As soon as Wang Xian finished speaking, the two elders from the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan and the group of elders instantly surrounded the Sacred Fire clan. Now that young Master Wang had saved the entire Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, his words were more useful than the Fire Cloud Queen. You, what are you doing? We are the Sacred Fire clan, we are the citizens of the Phoenix dynasty. When the 2,000+ members of the Sacred Fire clan saw the Fire Cloud Sparrow expert glaring at them with murderous intent, their expressions changed drastically. They hurriedly shouted out in a stern manner. Do it! Patriarch Feng Yun, who was standing in the distance, swept his gaze over and directly gave an order to the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan's expert. Yes! The two clan elders and the group of elders revealed sinister expressions. They immediately raised the weapons in their hands. Terrifying energy condensed, and the faces of everyone from the Lin's Sacred Fire clan revealed terrified expressions. No, no, you can't kill us. Our Sacred Fire clan, our Phoenix dynasty, will not let you off. You can't make a move. Everyone from the Holy Fire clan looked terrified as they shouted out loud. Oh! However, Wang Xian and Patriarch Feng Yun had already given the order. How could they stop? The attacks landed on the Holy Fire clan one after another. There was no room for them to resist. Senior Feng Yun, get ready. We will attack. Wang Xian took a glance at the members of the Sacred Fire clan who had been exterminated. There was not a hint of emotion on his face. The Sacred Fire clan was a member of the Phoenix dynasty. Soon, they would have a huge battle with the Phoenix dynasty. The Sacred Fire clan was the enemy. All right, the two major forces have attacked us. Now that they have been defeated, we can counterattack. Destroy them completely. Make the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop disappear from the stage of the continent. Feng Yun nodded her head heavily. Her eyes revealed a cold expression. Leave some people from the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan to guard this place. The rest of the insightful Emptiness Realm experts will follow us on our expedition. Feng Yun's order sounded. All the disciples of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan nodded their heads excitedly. Queen of the Fire Cloud, please leave the medicinal pills and spiritual herbs here for me. Let's go! Wang Xian said to the Queen of the Fire Cloud as he looked at Mo Sha and Devil's Scale. This time, his level could be raised by at least one level. Let's go. Let's pass the news to our family immediately. Quick! Pass the news to the Emperor. The Fire Cloud Sparrow clan actually wiped out more than 2,000 members of the Sacred Fire clan. This time, the Sacred Fire clan wants to stay out of the matter and not help the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. It's not unexpected for the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan to wipe them out. Let's go back immediately. In the sky around the Fire Cloud Mountain range, the scouts who were hiding in the surroundings immediately spoke up when they saw Wang Xian and the Fire Lark clan's experts flying towards the direction of the two major factions. The Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop had suffered a huge defeat. The owner of the item had even fallen. The Holy Item Forging Workshop was definitely doomed. For a faction that had already been destroyed, the families and sects they belonged to would be able to gain some benefits from it. For example, the shops of the Holy Item Forging Workshop. At this time, they could completely annex them without any scruples. Young Master Wang, where should we go first? Feng Yun and the insightful Emptiness Realm expert from the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan followed behind him and asked him. I will bring Mo Sha to the Heaven Herb Valley. If you guys are interested, go to the Weapon Peak of the Holy Item Forging Workshop. We will gather at the Life and Death Herb Garden. Wang Xian said to Feng Yun. All right, let's go to the Weapon Peak first. Feng Yun nodded. Mo Guilin. Follow everyone from the Fire Lark tribe. Mo Sha instructed Mo Guilin. It's the demon god. Mo Guilin nodded. Let's go. Wang Xian looked at Mo Sha and said directly. All right, Boss Missouri, I'll bring you to teleport. Mo Sha nodded with a smile. With a shift of his aura, He led Wang Xian to teleport to a place 150 kilometers away. For experts in the realm of longevity, they could teleport as far as the area covered by their domain. If they were to use teleportation to travel, they would need to shift their domain perception. They could teleport for an instant in a dozen seconds. Of course, if they were in a fixed domain, they could teleport without restrictions. However, in a battle between longevity experts, there would be domain suppression. In this domain, it was very difficult for the weak to teleport. With Mo Sha leading the way, their speed was extremely terrifying. They could cover a distance of more than 100,000 kilometers in less than half an hour. Boss Missouri, ahead is the Heavenly Medicine Valley. Tsk, I heard that there are many spiritual herbs here. Now that their formation is activated, it will take some time if we want to break it. When he came to the side of the Heaven Herb Valley, Mo Sha's eyes were glowing as he stared at the valley formed by the 10 peaks. The surroundings of the valley were already surrounded by the formation. It would take him at least a few hours to break a longevity-level formation. Break the formation, Wang Xian said to Mo Sha directly. The formation in the Heaven Herb Valley was an offensive formation. As long as he got close, he would be attacked. He could not enter directly. Kiki, all right. Boss Missouri, leave it to me. Mo Sha let out a strange cry. His body moved and he arrived directly above the Heaven Herb Valley. Buzz. A wave of demonic aura that blotted out the sky covered the entire Heaven Herb Valley. What happened? Not good. Someone is attacking our valley from the outside. Inside the Heavenly Medicine Valley, a half-step Wansho realm expert and 5 level 9 profound void tier felt the vibration of the array formation outside and their faces were filled with shock. They raised their heads to look at the sky, and when they saw Mo Sha, whose demonic chi surged to the sky, their faces were filled with fear. Longevity expert, there's actually a longevity expert attacking our Heaven Herb Valley. Quick, immediately contact the Medicine Master. The array formation is enough to last until our Medicine Master arrives. Within the Heaven Herb Valley, the people inside said with an embarrassed expression. Jie. Don't even think about Medicine Master coming over. Right now, he can't even protect himself. All of you inside, immediately open the array formation. I can spare your lives. If you don't open it, wait for me to enter. I will make all of you wish you were dead. At this moment, Mo Sha's voice sounded from above. His words caused the expressions of everyone in the Heavenly Medicine Valley to change drastically. He's lying to us. We can't open the array formation. That's right. He must be lying to us. Everyone in the Heavenly Medicine Valley didn't believe it. This was one of the 2 most important medicinal gardens of their life and death pill workshop. They were able to guard this place because they were loyal to the life and death elixir workshop. It was impossible for them to open the formation just because of Mo Sha's words. They immediately sent the situation here to the herb owner. However, what frightened them was that there was no news after more than an hour. Mo Sha didn't continue to say anything. With his strength, he could open the formation in 5 to 6 hours. Wang Xian stood at the side and watched quietly. His eyes were filled with passion as he looked at the entire Heaven Herb Valley. His current dragon energy and the resources in the Heaven Herb Valley were sufficient for him to advance to the 6th level of the see-through realm. In addition, he could at least accumulate 60 to 70% of the dragon energy for the 7th level of the see-through realm. If he were to take down the Life and Death Herb Garden, Wang Xian guessed that he should be able to advance to the 8th level of the see-through realm. He who was at the 8th level of the see-through realm would possess the strength of the 3rd level of the longevity realm. He would definitely be a pile of fat meat. Time passed slowly. Everyone in the Heaven Herb Valley had cold sweat and fear on their foreheads. They were anxiously waiting for the Medicine Master to rescue them. Unfortunately, the Medicine Master was unable to protect himself now. Boom! More than 5 hours had passed. The longevity realm formation was shattered with a loud bang. Hee. So many spirit herbs. Hee. An excited voice came from Mo Sha's mouth. He stared at the experts of the Life and Death Pill Workshop and waved his arm. Boom! The terrifying black flame killed everyone. Longevity level spirit tree. Hee. Mo Sha excitedly scanned the entire medicinal garden. His eyes shone with greed. Boss Missouri, the formation is open. However, his greed did not cause Mo Sha to lose his mind. The current him was just a younger brother. Wang Xian moved his body and kept the corpse inside his interspatial ring. Following that, Wang Xian flew into the attribute herb gardens one by one. Stay outside and guard, Wang Xian said to Mo Sha and started to harvest the spiritual herbs quickly. Mo Sha could only stand in the air covetously. If these spiritual herbs were given to him, he would also be able to break through to the second level of longevity. I'll first increase my strength. Only when I reach the longevity realm can I be considered to be on the path of the strongest in the transcendental continent. Wang Xian waved his arm and swallowed the spiritual herbs into his stomach. With Mo Sha guarding him, he didn't have any scruples. The dragon energy was increasing at a terrifying speed. Ding! Congratulations to host for achieving a breakthrough in your level. As you have comprehended the strongest aspect of light and darkness, the yin and yang poles have been further strengthened, strengthening your dragon claws. Ding! Congratulations to host for strengthening your dragon claws with the yin and yang poles. The dragon kingdom in your palm has been strengthened. Name, Wang Xian. Race, yin-yang dragon of 5 elements, man and dragon in one. Level, Dongshu 6. Dragon transformation 3. Dragoglass, 32, 123.11, 276.4 billion / 100, 000 billion. Avatar, rules the water tribe below its level. Devourer of life to extract dragonglass. Control of the 5 elements. Cultivation method. Divine dragon transformation. Supernatural ability. Soul capture, spirit possession, yin-yang 5 elements dragon eyes. Aspect, 5 elements millstone, dragon kingdom in the palm, dragon head under the heavens, dragon body of 10,000 miles, yin-yang poles, yin-yang 5 elements alms bowl, divine dragon tail swing. Possessing dragon palace. Level 3. Members of Dragon Palace, 20093. Roar roar. A low roar came from the valley of heavenly herbs. Wang Xian stood on the ground and raised his head. A terrifying aura shot up to the sky. Around him, the 5 elemental divine dragon and the yin-yang divine dragon appeared. The 5 elemental divine dragon entered his body, and the yin-yang divine dragon slowly landed on his arm. The powerful light and darkness forces made Wang Xian's arm look like the right hand of a god. Listening to the system's voice and looking at his attributes in his mind, Wang Xian revealed an excited expression. He had finally stepped into the realm of longevity-level combat strength. He was very, very close to the strongest person in the transcendental continent. He raised his arms and felt as though he could reach out and grasp the stars. He is broken through his current strength. At this moment, Mo Sha, who had been watching the sky with envy, felt the aura coming from Wang Xian. He took a deep breath and revealed a shocked expression. He's not weaker than me. He's not weaker than me at all. In fact, he has a power in his body that I'm extremely afraid of. Mo Sha revealed a solemn expression and his expression slowly collapsed. I, Mo Sha, have been wise all my life. It seems like I'm going to fall at the hands of this person in the future. That mysterious heart and the attributes he displayed. I only have this heart for a few days, and I am confident that I have the chance to step into the legendary godly state in the supernatural continent. Now that he has that heart, doesn't that mean? Mo Sha's eyes flashed. He saw how Wang Xian had achieved a breakthrough so easily and was emitting such a terrifying aura. What he needed to think about was not how to break free from his control, but how to please this master in front of him. He had a premonition that the master of the supernatural continent might change hands in the future. Buzz. At this moment, Wang Xian's figure appeared beside him in an instant, causing Mo Sha's pupils to constrict slightly. He didn't sense Wang Xian's arrival just now. Hee. Congratulations to Boss Missouri for your breakthrough in strength. In the future, you will ignite the divine fire and build your divine kingdom. It is only a matter of time before you become the god of the supernatural continent. Unify the transcendence continent and live forever. Mo Sha quickly bowed and shouted at Wang Xian. Wang Xian looked at Mo Sha, who was beside him, and smiled faintly. Let's go. Let's head to the life and death herb garden. Yes, boss? Mo Shah immediately nodded his head heavily. His gaze swept across the area and realized that all the spiritual herbs in the entire Heaven Herb Valley had been taken away. Let's go. At this moment he felt a binding force. He didn't resist. In an instant, they appeared at a distance of 200 kilometers. 200 kilometers of teleportation was the furthest distance that Wang Xian could travel. His teleportation was different from the domain of a true longevity expert. He used his perception and powerful strength to arrive instantly. Mo Shah felt such a distance and was filled with shock. To be able to teleport 200 kilometers in an instant just after breaking through was terrifying. He could already feel that his strength was probably inferior to Wang Xian. As he continued to teleport, all the scenes were rapidly regressing. Wang Xian was like the legendary Immortal on Earth. Boss, the location in front is the Life and Death Herb Garden. I guess with the speed of the herb owner, he should have entered the herb garden not long ago. The Life and Death Herb Garden was located in a grassland. A 1,000-meter-long river ran through the entire grassland. The Life and Death Herb Garden was located beside the river in the middle of the grassland. There was an incomparably huge water and wood essence here. If one cultivated the water and wood attributes here, their speed would increase by more than 10 times. Especially the location near the Life and Death Herb Garden. It was a paradise that could be ranked at the front of the entire continent. The defensive formation in the Life and Death Herb Garden has been activated. Looks like the owner of the herb is here. Wang Xian squinted his eyes slightly and looked at the area in front, which was covered by the azure water curtain. The area was about 50 kilometers in area. Vaguely, there were manors that looked like European castles in the area. The castles were about 1,000 meters tall and looked magnificent. It was just like the castles in legends. In front of the castle was a city called the Main City of Life and Death. There were over 10 million people in the Main City of Life and Death. These people were all direct disciples of the Life and Death Medicinal Pill Workshop. At this moment, everyone in the city looked at the location of the Life and Death Medicinal Garden in astonishment. That was their holy land. What shocked them was that all the formations in the Holy Land were activated. The longevity level defensive formations and the longevity level offensive formations were activated one by one. The longevity level formations would only be activated during times of crisis. At this moment, the news of the complete defeat of their two major forces had yet to reach them. Now that the formations were suddenly activated, everyone in the Life and Death Elixir Workshop was extremely surprised. Let's go! Wang Xian stood in the air and moved his feet slowly. Boss, with the combination of 2 layers of level 2 longevity array and a level 1 longevity array, it will be difficult for us to enter. Without 3 or 4 longevity experts, it will be impossible to break their array. We can only enter when Devil Phoenix Cloud and the rest arrive. Mo Shah stared at the array in front of him and said with a slight frown, "No need." Wang Xian smiled and continued to walk into the Life and Death Herb Garden. Who dares to fly above our Life and Death Elixir Workshop? Come down quickly. At this moment, a cold shout came from the Life and Death main city below. 5 experts at level 5 of the see-through void tier flew directly towards the sky and glanced at Wang Xian and Mo Shah with arrogance and coldness. "Kiki, we are here to take the dog head of your medicine master. How dare you bunch of small fries make a ruckus?" Mo Shah looked at the 5 reckless people and waved his arm. Pong, pong, pong. The 5 corpses directly fell into the city. Mo Shah did not conceal his voice at all, directly resounding throughout the Life and Death main city. "What? Who is so arrogant? Not good. Our 5 deacons have been killed." At this time, in the city below, when everyone heard Mo Shah's arrogant words, their faces revealed cold expressions. One after another, figures flew directly towards them. 2 profound Void Tier 9 experts, a group of experts at the 8th rank and below. These were the disciples of the Life and Death Pill Workshop that had stayed behind to guard the city. Kiki, the artifact master of the Saint Item Forging Workshop, has died. Next, it's up to you, Medicine Master. Open the formation and come out to die. Mo Shah swept a glance at the group of people flying over, completely ignoring them as he roared towards the Life and Death Pill Garden. Come out and face your death. Come out and face your death. Wang Xian and Mo Sha hovered in the sky proudly and stared at the life and death herb garden in front of them. The echoes reverberated in the entire sky. The experts in the life and death main city were stunned when they heard Mo Sha's words. Their faces were filled with astonishment. Who are you people? How dare you insult our herb master? You deserve to die 10,000 times. The expressions of the experts from the life and death pill workshop changed drastically as they roared with killing intent. Our medicine master went to exterminate the Fire Lark clan. The two of you dare to cause trouble at our life and death pill workshop, go. Devil God, you treacherous fellow. The one who should die is you. It's you. The old man in the lead roared at Mo Sha sternly. However, an incomparably furious voice suddenly sounded. This voice caused the expressions of the experts from the life and death pill workshop to change drastically. It's the medicine master's voice. Heavens, the medicine master has returned. What happened? Gulp, demon god? Could it be? Could it be? The expressions of the 10 over profound void martial experts from the life and death pill workshop changed drastically. Their bodies could not help but retreat by more than 10 meters. In the city below, everyone's faces were filled with astonishment, and a trace of fear slowly appeared on their faces. TSK, the weapon master is already dead. Next, it's your turn. Mo Sha laughed sinisterly, his gaze fixed on the figure at the top of the castle in the life and death pill garden. The pill master, who was dressed in white and blue clothes with 2 life and death embroidered on his chest, had a ruddy complexion, and his blood-red eyes were staring at Mo Sha. The unhealthy red color was obviously because he had consumed a powerful medicinal pill. It's impossible to kill me. Even if all 3 of you come here, you won't be able to break through the defense of the life and death herb garden. Haha, there are enormous spirit herbs and medicinal pills in the life and death herb garden. With enough spirit stones, even if you attack outside for 100 years, you won't be able to break through it. Just you wait. In the future, I will turn into a ghost and entangle around you, killing all of your disciples, all of them. The medicine master's expression was incomparably malevolent as he roared at Mo Sha. His entire person was like a devil. It was over. Everything was over. The 2 great factions had led almost all of their core disciples to exterminate the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. Now, 90% of them had died there, and the weapon master had fallen directly. With the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan's strength and the demonic god tribe, their life and death pill workshop had completely fallen. Even now, he could barely keep his little life. Everything was caused by this demonic god in front of him. If they hadn't betrayed their trust and suddenly joined the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, how could they have been so miserable? The faction that had stood for nearly 100,000 years had actually been destroyed in his hands. It caused his heart to be incomparably sorrowful and indignant. TSK, Medicine Master, do you think you still have this chance? Immediately open the formation, or else I'll slaughter all the disciples in your life and death main city. Mo Sha heard the medicine master's words and spoke in a dense voice. A terrifying killing intent directly filled the entire space. Darkness surged out from his body and slowly covered an area of 150 kilometers, enveloping the entire life and death main city. Heavens, this? What a terrifying killing intent. I feel my entire body become incomparably cold. The tool master actually died, and our life and death pill workshop. It seems that only the medicine master escaped. What exactly happened? Don't kill us, don't kill us. Darkness covered the area and sounds of terror rang out from the city below. The dozen or so people in the sky trembled even more and their bodies directly fell downwards. Within Mo Sha's domain, a single thought from him could cause everyone to die. This was the terrifying aspect of the longevity experts. They were worlds apart from the profound void realm. Haha, kill. Demonic god, I swear that I will return everything that happened today to all of you 100-fold or 1,000-fold. The medicine master's expression was malevolent as he crazily roared. His words caused Mo Sha to slightly raise his brows. Within the city, everyone who heard their medicine master's words revealed a terrified expression. No, medicine master, don't give up on us. Their faith had collapsed. The invincible medicine master in their hearts had actually given up on them. This caused all of them to feel as if they had lost their souls. They looked towards the sacred land with fear on their faces. Unfortunately, the barrier of the array had caused them to be unable to see the noble medicine master of the past. At this moment, they could only see his incomparably savage face. Good. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? Today, I'll let you personally watch as I kill everyone in your life and death pill workshop. Kiki. Mo Sha let out a strange cry. His face was filled with a violent killing intent. Just kill the medicine master. Wang Xian waved his hand to stop Mo Sha from killing. As he spoke indifferently, his body moved. The yin-yang taiji diagram appeared around him and enveloped Mo Sha within it. His body moved and he flew straight to the front. Mo Sha was slightly stunned. He didn't ask any more questions and followed behind obediently. Eh? It's all because of you, you little bastard. If it wasn't for you, that treacherous devil god wouldn't have attacked us. You damn little bastard. I will kill you with my own hands in the future. No, I won't kill you. I will make your life a living hell and torture you for 1,000 years. Hehe, you still want to charge in? Let me tell you, you're delusional. When the medicine master saw Wang Xian and Mo Sha charging in this direction, he continued to roar with his blood-red eyes. Everything was because of this little bastard. However, just as he was about to finish his sentence, Wang Xian led Mo Sha and penetrated through the formation. The formation that could seriously injure a level 1 Wansho master landed on Wang Xian's body and was blocked by the yin-yang dual polarity diagram around him. The formation that could block the entrance of a level 1 Wansho master was actually penetrated by him gently. There was no obstruction at all. As the herb owner was speaking, his mouth was still open. When he saw Wang Xian and Mo Sha entering the formation, he was completely stunned. He slowly closed his mouth and pursed his lips. A trace of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Kiki, Kiki. Mo Sha was slightly stunned when he saw Wang Xian bringing him in so easily. Then he started to laugh out loud. You, how could you? Demon God, let me tell you. You are the only one here. If I were to fight you to the death, you will also die here today. The medicine master, who was standing at the top of the castle, could not help but take 2 steps back. He looked at Mo Sha with a face full of shock and fear. He had already witnessed Mo Sha's strength. He was no match for him in a one-on-one fight. Mo Sha, protect the spiritual herbs and the castle in the life and death herb garden. I want to test my strength. Wang Xian, who was standing at the side, swept his gaze across the life and death herb garden. A hint of passion flashed across his eyes. His gaze landed on the herb owner. He raised his eyebrows and said directly, "It's the boss." Mo Sha immediately nodded and looked at the stunned medicine master at the side mockingly. You. Just you little bastard. While the medicine master was in a daze, he saw that Wang Xian was actually going to fight with him. His ferocious face broke into a smile and his blood-red eyes stared at him disdainfully. When they were in front of the Fire Cloud Mountain range, the medicine master had also witnessed Wang Xian's strength. He was an expert who was at the peak of half-step longevity. Although he was very strong, it was impossible for him to challenge Wang Xian. Hehe. Wang Xian smiled faintly. Without any hesitation, he appeared beside the medicine master in a flash. What? The medicine master's expression changed slightly when he saw Wang Xian, who had teleported to his right. He raised his palm and attacked Wang Xian's chest. Boom. Wang Xian smiled. He waved his right hand as well and welcomed the attack directly. His entire arm was emitting a grayish energy. The moment he activated it, it was as if there was a taiji diagram wrapping around his arm. Wang Xian, whose strength had increased to the 6th level of the see-through void tier, had his dragon claws strengthened by the yin and yang poles. The strengthening of the yin and yang poles could allow Wang Xian's defense to reach a terrifying level. It was not an exaggeration to say that if Wang Xian were to die, his dragon claws would not wither. They would be like the body of a god, immortal and indestructible. Even if an expert of the 1st level of longevity was to stand there and attack continuously, he would not be injured. This was the terror after the strengthening. Bang! The huge force collided and the fists and palms collided. The face of the medicine master still had a hint of malevolence. The water flow in his palm stirred. Looking over, it was as if there was an ocean churning in his hand. However, very quickly, the medicine master's expression stiffened. The ocean in his hand was like an incomparably large mountain peak that directly fell into the center, causing seawater to splash in all directions. Crack, crack. A crisp and intense sound was transmitted over. His body directly flew backwards at a terrifying speed. Boom. In an instant, the corpse landed on the defensive barrier of the formation and let out a muffled sound. How is this possible? Aren't you at the half-step longevity realm? The medicine master's arm drooped to the side of his body. He stared at Wuxia in shock and roared in a low voice. I've just advanced to the longevity realm. I'll use you as a sparring partner. Wuxia smiled. His body flashed again and he appeared directly in front of the medicine master. Get lost. A Wancho master who has just advanced wants to fight with me. The medicine master's expression changed drastically. His body emitted a bright blue light and a staff appeared on his chest. He took out a pill with his trembling right hand and put it into his mouth. The injuries on his arm were recovering at a terrifying speed. What a waste. Wuxia looked over and waved his arm. It turned into a 10-meter-long dragon claw and attacked the herb owner. Azure Domain. Suppress it. The herb owner roared and the entire life and death herb garden was instantly covered by the blue water energy. The power of the domain. Is this the domain? Sensing the domain with his own body, Wuxia's body shook. He went up to the 5 elements grinding mill and stepped on the yin-yang tai chi. Suppress. He shouted loudly. The azure blue light disappeared at a terrifying speed. The 5 elements millstone was the sky while the yin-yang tai chi was the earth. Completely neutralized the domain. What domain is this? The medicine master's blood-red eyes scanned the sky and the earth. His expression was extremely ugly. Dead people. There's no need to know too much. Wuxia flew directly towards the medicine master. The domain was neutralized and filled, preventing them from teleporting. The moment he flew, his body transformed into the body of a divine dragon. The body of a divine dragon that was 500 meters in size was considered a huge existence in the Transcendence continent. Roar, roar. Wuxia laughed maniacally. He felt that his entire body was filled with powerful strength. The invincible dragon claws attacked the medicine master directly. You want to kill my medicine master? Impossible, impossible. I have lived for more than 8,000 years. How can I be defeated by a little bastard? The master looked at Wuxia, who was flying over. He held the staff in his hands tightly. Gulp. 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 Countless sea creatures appeared out of thin air from within the staff and attacked Wuxia directly. Thousands of creatures flew out in an instant. It was as if they were summoned by the god of the sea and attacked him violently. Enjoy my strongest attack, Azure Tear. The herb owner, who was holding his staff tightly, grinned as he stared at Wuxia. At this moment, he was holy and powerful. Hehe, let me tell you. The one who killed you is the yin-yang 5 elements divine dragon. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. You can go to hell now. Wuxia stared at the densely packed water energy sea beasts in front of him and smiled coldly. Ocean. I am the king. He extended his dragon claws and moved his body. He clawed at the sea beasts that were blocking his way. The sea beasts that were formed from the water element were unobstructed. What a terrifying body. The herb master's expression changed drastically when he saw Wuxia, who was pressing forward. Dragon claws of the yin-yang and 5 elements. Die. Wuxia extended his dragon claws and the entire dragon claw expanded by dozens of meters. The sea beasts dissipated one by one. The gigantic dragon claw covered the herb master. No. How can a person who has just stepped into the realm of longevity be my match? The herb master's eyes were filled with disbelief when he saw the invincible Wuxia. He raised the staff in his hands and hurled it forward heavily. However, the herb master, who was less than 2 meters tall, was like an ant in Wuxia's dragon claw. The dragon claw covered him directly. His attack landed on the dragon claw without any fluctuation. He exerted strength and clenched it. Aw! A miserable scream came from the dragon claw. A smile appeared on Wuxia's face. His body moved and immediately transformed into a human figure. On the ground, a corpse that had lost its vitality was lying there quietly. Boss is awesome. Boss is mighty. Boss is invincible. Mo Shah, who was standing at the side, looked at the herb master who was killed in shock. He quickly shouted out loud. As he shouted, his eyes were filled with shock. He had fought with the herb master and weapon master before. He was confident that he could kill the herb master. However, he could not kill the herb master so quickly and completely suppress him. All right, open the formation. Go to the city outside and bring all the treasures and elixirs over. Wang Xian was a little speechless as he looked at Mo Shah, who was cheering for him. Yes, boss? Mo Shah immediately smiled and nodded. He went to the sky above the castle and opened the formation. Kiki, everyone in the main city of life and death, listen up. Your medicine master is dead. Hand over all the elixirs and treasures in your city. Otherwise, don't blame me for starting a massacre. Listening to Mo Shah's voice from outside, Wang Xian smiled and teleported to the sky above the castle. 5 longevity first-grade spiritual herbs. 3 longevity first-grade spiritual trees. 2 longevity second-grade spiritual trees. There are more than 100,000 void interpretation level cultivators. Although there are many who are not mature yet, they are enough for me to improve crazily. A force that has stood on the continent for 70,000 to 80,000 years is really terrifying. Wang Xian stood at the top of the castle and overlooked the fairyland-like area of the life and death pill workshop. Looking at the spiritual herbs and trees, his face was filled with smiles. He moved his body and plucked all the ripe spiritual herbs and spiritual fruits. The life and death pill workshop was a faction that was second only to the 5 great empires. It had stood for 70,000 to 80,000 years and experienced the vicissitudes of history. It was no exaggeration to say that they could nurture more than 10,000 experts at level 9 of the profound void realm with all their resources. Of course, they had enough resources, but not many geniuses could break through to level 9 of the profound void realm. In order to break through in human cultivation, one not only needed pills but also a strong comprehension ability. Some people couldn't break through no matter how many pills they had. If all these elixirs were given to the disciples of the Dragon Palace to consume, it would be able to directly increase the strength of the Dragon Palace to a terrifying level. However, I should temporarily increase my strength by 1 level. Wang Xian thought to himself. Boss, all the elixirs and treasures in the main city of life and death are here. At this moment, Mo Shah flew over. This bunch of poor bastards don't have many treasures at all. As he spoke, he glanced around and his eyes were filled with desire. Give it to me. Wang Xian stretched out his hand and took the interspatial ring from Mo Shah's hand. At this moment, Mo Shah's stuttering voice was heard. What's the matter? Wang Xian looked at him and asked directly. Boss, can you give me some medicinal pills and spiritual herbs as well? My strength is about to break through. Mo Shah rubbed his hands and asked Wang Xian tentatively. About to have a breakthrough? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and a thoughtful look appeared on his face. What's the current situation in the 9-god empire? Wang Xian looked at Mo Shah and asked. As the demon god of the 9-god empire, one of the 9 gods, he had great authority in the 9-god empire. If Mo Shah could use the power of the 9-god empire in the future, many things would be much simpler. Boss, the 9-god empire is made up of 9 tribes. They are the 9 tribes of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, and light. We belong to the demon god tribe, and our strength can be ranked in the top 3 in the 9-god empire. The 9-god empire has a total of 14 longevity experts, which is the weakest existence among the 5 great empires. Now, the position of the master of the 9 gods is controlled by the Thunder God tribe. Thunder God is the master of the 9 gods in the 9-god empire, so he has the right to mobilize all the power of the 9 gods. The strength of the Thunder God should be at level 4 of longevity. The position of the leader of the 9 gods should be occupied by those who have the strength. Mo Shah said to Wang Xian, Level 4 of longevity? Then the gap between the two of you is quite big. Wang Xian frowned slightly. He still wanted to let Mo Shah control the 9-god empire. then it would be very easy for him to deal with the Phoenix dynasty in the future. Now, it seemed to be a little difficult. Boss, I am about to break through to the second level of longevity. Moreover, as long as I have the resources, I will be able to improve quickly. I have the confidence to reach the fourth level of longevity within 100 years and completely control the Nine Gods Empire. Within 1,000 years, I, Mo Shah, have the confidence to reach the peak of longevity. Mo Shah said with a burning gaze. 100 years is too long. Wang Xian shook his head slowly. Boss, there is another way. Mo Shah hesitated for a moment before continuing. What is it? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and looked at him. This is to give me the spiritual herbs in the life and death pill workshop. After I consume it, coupled with all the resources of the demon god tribe, my strength will reach the fourth level of longevity in 7 to 8 months. At that time, I have the confidence to defeat the current master of the Nine Gods and become the master of the Nine Gods Empire. Mo Shah said with confidence. Are you going to consume these spiritual herbs? Wang Xian was deep in thought. Even if Wang Xian consumed all the pills here, he would at most have the strength of level 3 of longevity. This strength was very strong. However, if Mo Shah were to advance to level 4 of longevity and take control of the Nine Gods Empire, the benefits would be incomparable. If Mo Shah really became the master of the Nine Gods Empire, it would be equivalent to him taking control of the Nine Gods Empire indirectly. When Mo Shah saw Wang Xian suddenly falling into deep thought, a look of anticipation shot out from his eyes as he stared at him intently. Sure, but I hope that after you consume these spiritual herbs, you will be able to take control of the Nine Gods Empire. Wang Xian looked at him and nodded his head. Don't worry, boss. Becoming the master of the Nine Gods was once my lifelong wish. If I can reach the fourth level of longevity, I will definitely be able to take that position. Mo Shah's eyes were filled with desire as he spoke with a fiery gaze. These are mature spiritual herbs. Here. Wang Xian passed all the spiritual herbs to Mo Shah. Boss, you will be my real boss in the future. Even if they are dragons, I will still dare to do it with your command. Mo Shah looked at the interspatial ring that Wang Xian handed over. His eyes were burning with passion as his body trembled. Wang Xian smiled and didn't mind. The next step of the plan was for the Dragon Palace to enter the Sea of Extraordinariness. The Dragon and Phoenix Empire was to establish an empire and the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. After the establishment of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire, there was an 80% chance that they would fight with the Phoenix Empire. At this time, if Mo Shah could control the Nine God Empire, even if the Phoenix Empire was larger than the Dragon and Phoenix Empire, he wouldn't be able to do anything about it. The Nine God Empire was very important to the Dragon Phoenix Empire in the future. Besides that, I have to find a base of the Dragon Palace in the Sea of Extraordinariness. Wang Xian thought to himself. The entire Sea of Extraordinariness took up a quarter of the area. The rest of the demonic beast races in the Sea of Extraordinariness were ruled by the dragon race. Basically, the entire sea was the territory of the dragon race. It would be difficult for the Dragon Palace to occupy a place here. He needed to find a hidden place to slowly erode the power of the dragon race in the Sea of Extraordinary. It seems like after the matters of the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop are settled, I will have to go to the Sea of Extraordinary to find a hidden area. After I find it, I will return to the vast area. Wang Xian thought to himself. Mo Shah, gather some information about the extraordinary sea for me. Wang Xian gave an order to Mo Shah. With a move of his body, he entered a room in the castle. Yes, boss. I promise to send the information to you as soon as possible. Mo Shah replied loudly with an excited face. In less than 5 hours, Mo Shah sent all the information about the extraordinary sea. Wang Xian took the information and started to read it. Boss, the members of the Fire Lark clan are here. Time passed slowly for more than 20 hours. At this moment, Feng Yun and the rest rushed over from the Holy Relic Forging Workshop. The Holy Relic Forging Workshop should have a lot of resources. It should be enough for me to level up by 1 level. He stood up and flew out immediately. Young Master Wang, all the treasures and resources in the entire weapon peak have been taken by us. Just as Wang Xian flew out, Patriarch Feng Yun and a few elders from the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan walked over and said excitedly, "Senior Feng Yun." Wang Xian smiled at them. "I've taken all the resources in the life and death pill workshop. I have some things that I need. Also, do you have many elixirs and spiritual herbs in the holy item forging workshop? Give them all to me. Young Master Wang, you don't have to call me senior anymore. I heard from the demon god that you've made a breakthrough and reached the realm of longevity. Young Master Wang, please call me Feng Yun." Feng Yun said with a smile on her face as she handed over one interspatial ring after another. "I know that elixirs and spiritual herbs are of great use to you, young Master Wang. All the elixirs and spiritual herbs are here. In addition, there are some longevity-grade ores and metals here. As a faction that has been standing on the continent for nearly 100,000 years, their treasures are really shocking." As she spoke, her eyes were filled with excitement. In terms of heritage, the Life and Death Elixir Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop were much more powerful than the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. The Fire Cloud Sparrow clan had only risen to power for less than 2,000 years. Compared to these two major factions, the gap between their heritage was huge. Even Feng Yun was envious of the treasures in the Holy Item Forging Workshop. However, she didn't leave anything behind and handed everything over to Wang Xian. Longevity-grade metal? Wang Xian took the interspatial ring and glanced at it. His eyes were filled with excitement. The elevation of the Dragon Palace required longevity-grade materials and spirit stones. There was no lack of spirit stones, but longevity-grade materials were very rare. These metal materials would be of great use to the upgrade of the Dragon Palace in the future. Keep the completed weapons for yourselves. Give me the materials. Wang Xian handed some of the items to Feng Yun. The Fire Lark tribe had suffered heavy losses in this war. At the very least, they needed to leave some resources for them. There were many weapons in the interspatial ring. It was enough to make up for the huge losses. Young Master Wang, since you don't need them, I'll give these weapons to the Empress. After the matter is settled, I'm going to make a trip to the Empress's place. Feng Yun said happily. Okay. Wang Xian nodded. The Life and Death Herb Garden of the Life and Death Elixir Workshop is a pretty good paradise. Send someone to occupy this place and make preparations for the future. I know. I've already sent someone to occupy the Weapon Peak. There's a formation here in the Life and Death Herb Garden, so it's easier to occupy it. Feng Yun nodded. Young Master Wang, are you going back after your business is over? I'm not going back. I still have some matters to attend to. Wang Xian shook his head. After chatting with him for a while, Wang Xian returned to his room in the castle. Meanwhile, Feng Yun led the Fire Larks to take over the Life and Death Herb Garden and the Life and Death main city of the Life and Death Elixir Workshop. Although the Holy Item Forging Workshop is used to forge weapons, there are quite a number of elixirs and spiritual herbs. There are even a few longevity-grade spiritual herbs. These elixirs and spiritual herbs, along with the elixirs and spiritual herbs in the interspatial rings of the more than 9,000 insightful void stage powerhouses that I killed, are enough for my level to rise by another level. After returning to the castle, Wang Xian checked all the resources and made a mental calculation. Ever since he came to the central continent, his combat strength of level 9 of the see-through realm had been elevated to level 2 of the longevity realm. It was a huge boost. Get Mo Sha to bring those elixirs over. Continue to read the information on the extraordinary sea. He laid comfortably on the bed and flipped through the information. As time passed by slowly, the news of the Chief Potion Master of the Life and Death Elixir Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop leading all the core disciples to attack the Fire Lark tribe was quickly spread to the ears of the various factions. When those factions learned that the Weapon Master and Medicine Master had invited the Demon God tribe and that the two longevity experts of the Demon God tribe had defected, all of them revealed shocked expressions. Especially when they saw the scene transmitted over by the scouts, all of the large factions' faces were filled with shock. Even the gods of the other tribes of the Nine-God Empire were also filled with shock. The mighty demon god of the Demon God tribe had actually knelt down to a youth who had yet to reach the longevity realm. The demon god could be considered one of the top experts in the continent. What made them even more shocked was that the weapon master of the Holy Item Forging Workshop was actually killed on the spot. The leader of a faction that had existed for 70,000 to 80,000 years was directly killed. Following that, news quickly spread to the ears of all the factions in the central continent. The weapon peak was occupied by the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. The demon god went to the Life and Death Herb Garden and was suspected to have killed the medicine master. The Life and Death Herb Garden was occupied by the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. The news one by one shook the entire central continent. Even the emperors of the 5 great empires knew about this news. After all, this was the destruction of 2 top-tier factions and the death of a longevity expert. And a mysterious youth known as Young Master Wang and the assassin organization under Young Master Wang entered the sights of all the major factions. Patriarch, you have to make a decision for our disciples. The disciples who went to support the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan were all killed by the crazy Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. At this moment, in the sea of fire of the Phoenix dynasty, more than 10 elders stood respectfully in front of an old woman and said loudly. The old woman wore a fiery red robe, wore a crown on her head, and held a fiery red staff in her hand. She quietly looked at the information in front of her. I didn't expect such an ending. The fate of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan is really good. After a few minutes of silence, the old woman slowly spoke. Send someone to investigate the background of that mysterious young Master Wang. She pondered for a moment before continuing. It's the Patriarch. The dozen or so people in front immediately responded respectfully. Prepare the palanquin. I'm going to the Phoenix Palace. After another few minutes of silence, the old woman spoke. Patriarch, are you going to enter the palace for an audience? An old man asked in puzzlement. The disciples of our sacred fire clan can't die in vain. His Majesty the Emperor has invited them to return to the Phoenix dynasty. Since they don't agree, then they are no longer people of our Phoenix dynasty. Killing the soldiers of our Phoenix dynasty's sacred fire core requires a price. The old woman slowly stood up as she spoke. Outside, a luxurious carriage pulled by a soaring phosphorescent beast flew over quickly. 3 half-step longevity soaring phosphorescent beasts pulled the carriage. When the old woman boarded the carriage, they quickly flew toward the Phoenix Palace of the Phoenix dynasty. The owner of the Phoenix Palace was the current 2nd emperor of the Phoenix dynasty. The first great empress uncle had once used his own bloodline to help the great empress strengthen her bloodline, causing her bloodline to be infinitely close to the Fire Phoenix bloodline. After the empress fell from grace, he ascended to the throne and became the emperor of the Phoenix dynasty. After ascending to the throne, his strength skyrocketed. He had already reached rank 4 longevity more than 1,000 years ago. During these 1,000 years, Emperor Phoenix had roped in everyone and firmly held the entire Phoenix dynasty in his hands. The Phoenix dynasty's empress had already become history in the entire empire. Ding! Congratulations to host for achieving a breakthrough in your level. As you have comprehended the strongest aspect of light and darkness, yin and yang, the 2 extremes of yin and yang have been further strengthened. The dragon head has been strengthened. Ding! Congratulations to host for strengthening the dragon head with yin and yang extremes. The dragon head has been strengthened under the heavens. Name Wang Xian. Race: Yin Yang 5 elements Divine Dragon, Mandragon Unity. Level: Void Interpretation Level 7. Divine Dragon Transformation Level 3. Dragon Crystal 1,321,233.112764 billion. Supernatural Ability: Ruling the Water Race. Ruling the water race below one's own level. Devouring creatures. Devouring creatures to extract dragon crystals. Control of the 5 elements. Cultivation Method, Divine Dragon Transformation. Supernatural Ability: Soul Absorbing, Spirit Attaching, Yin Yang 5 elements Dragon Eyes. Aspect: 5 elements Millstone, Dragon Kingdom in the palm, Dragon Head under the sky, Dragon Body of 10,000 miles, Yin Yang Poles, Yin Yang 5 elements Alms Bowl, Divine Dragon Tail Swing. Dragon Palace, Level 3. Dragon Palace members, 20133. Phew! I've leveled up another level. At this moment, Wang Xian, who was in the Life and Death Herb Garden, smiled as he felt the powerful strength coming from his body. After Mo Shah brought all the elixirs and spiritual herbs from the Fire Lark clan and the resources in the Holy Item Forging Workshop, he had leveled up to the 7th level of the See-Through Realm. The 7th level of the See-Through Realm possessed the combat strength of the 2nd level of the Longevity Realm. His strength had once again received a huge boost. Next, I will search for a secret place in the Sea of Transcendence. Coming to the Central Continent region by myself can be considered a complete success. A smile appeared on Wang Xian's face. With a move of his body, he arrived at the highest point of the castle in the Life and Death Herb Garden. He scanned his surroundings. Mo Shah was squatting at the bottom and absorbing all kinds of spiritual herbs and elixirs in a frenzy. His strength had already risen to the 2nd level of longevity and was still increasing at a terrifying speed. In 7 to 8 months at most, his strength would reach the terrifying 4th level of longevity. Let's go to the Sea of Transcendence and take a look. Wang Xian looked towards the north of the river in the Life and Death Herb Garden. At the end of the river was the Extraordinary Sea, the largest ocean in the Extraordinary Continent. It was also the territory of the Master of the Extraordinary Continent. Wang Xian moved his body and teleported a distance of 400 kilometers. The surrounding area of the Life and Death Herb Garden was a grassland with a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers. There was nothing for him to investigate. After more than 10 consecutive teleportations, an incomparably huge ocean appeared in Wang Xian's line of sight. At a glance, the entire ocean gave off a majestic and vast feeling. The waves were a few hundred meters high. Other than the seabirds in the sky, there were no other ships in the entire ocean. The ocean was the territory of the dragon race. Even if it was the 5 great empires, they could not sail in the ocean without the consent of the dragon race. Yin-Yang and 5 elements dragon eyes. Wang Xian's pupils contracted slightly. His Yin-Yang and 5 elements dragon eyes swept forward. A radius of 400 kilometers appeared clearly in his mind. Wang Xian transformed into a divine dragon and entered the vast extraordinary sea. His body swayed as the dragon swam in the sea. The beautiful seabed appeared in his sight. Wang Xian's body swam rapidly. There are some sea beasts over there. Wang Xian looked ahead and saw a group of sea beasts wandering at the bottom of the sea. He charged forward directly. The powerful dragon's might caused the sea beasts to float in the sea in fear and worship Wang Xian. As the divine dragon of the Master of the Sea, the King of the Sea, any demonic beast that was lower than Wang Xian in realm did not dare to make a move upon sensing his strength. In fact, Wang Xian was now able to rule all marine creatures below the 7th level of the See-Through Realm. Even if there was a divine dragon, it would still be under Wang Xian's control under his draconic aura. He continued flying forward. All kinds of creatures were densely packed in the entire extraordinary sea. There were gigantic sea beasts and all kinds of seaweed. As he was near the sea, the level of the sea beasts was not very high. Wang Xian was in a good mood as he swam freely in the extraordinary sea with so many sea beasts. He continued flying forward. In less than half an hour, Wang Xian had flown tens of thousands of kilometers under the sea. When he reached the depths, void interpretation level demonic beasts and ferocious beasts would occasionally appear. With a glance, he could see a few of them. The strength of the creatures in the extraordinary sea was somewhat beyond his expectations. If I were to move the Dragon Palace into the extraordinary sea, the resources and ferocious beasts here would be sufficient for the Dragon Palace to achieve a terrifying increase in strength. Wang Xian thought to himself. After swimming for more than 50,000 kilometers, he did not encounter any powerful demonic beast species. The Dragon Palace could definitely move to the region near the sea. From the position near the sea, he slowly moved towards the inland sea. What's ahead? Just as Wang Xian continued to swim for more than 1,000 kilometers, numerous underwater peaks appeared in his line of sight. There were hundreds of mountains with a depth of 10,000 meters. There was a huge hole in each of the peaks. Clearly, it was a nest. Around the mountains, there were demonic beasts that were as big as 2 meters and looked around like seahorses. The entire mountain range seemed to be the domain of a demonic beast. He hesitated for a moment before moving his body and flying directly towards the mountain range. Which demonic beast dares to trespass the territory of the Alistair Dragon King? When Wang Xian flew over, The patrolling seahorse demonic beasts flew over one after another. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent as they stared at Wang Xian. Dragon King Alistair? Wang Xian was slightly stunned when he heard the words of the beasts. Soon after, his eyes lit up. His body shook and his dragon might enveloped more than 10 seahorse beasts. A strong pressure made them submit instantly. Is Dragon King Alistair a member of the Dragon Clan? Wang Xian asked curiously. Yes, he is the king. Dragon King Alistair is a member of the Great Dragon Clan. It is said that he was expelled from the Dragon Clan for committing a crime. The 15 demonic beasts knelt in the ocean and spoke respectfully to Wang Xian. They were all demonic beasts at the 3rd level of the Void Interpretation Realm and could be easily ruled by Wang Xian. How strong is Dragon King Alistair? Wang Xian was filled with interest as he looked at the largest mountain peak in the middle of the mountains. His eyes were sparkling. Half-step longevity. Dragon King Alistair has the strength of a half-step longevity realm. His powerful physical body is extremely terrifying. The 15 demonic beasts answered respectfully. Half-step longevity? Bring me there. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. The owner of the supernatural continent, the most powerful creature on the supernatural continent. Wang Xian had never seen it before. This time, he was able to see the difference between the dragon race on the supernatural continent and the divine dragon race. Yes, my king. The 15 sea-scaled horse demon beasts immediately led Wang Xian into the cave. Wang Xian glanced at the cave entrance in the mountain peak. There were sea-scaled horse demon beasts living inside. Sea-scaled horse demon beasts were of the 9th level of the Void Interpretation stage. However, in the face of the powerful dragon race, they could only serve as subordinates, even if the other party was a dragon king who had been expelled by the dragon race. Dragon King Alistair is inside. A group of sea-scaled horse demon beasts brought Wang Xian to the center of the cave. They pointed at the entrance of the cave and said, "Roar! Who is disturbing my Dragon King's slumber?" The bottom of the extraordinary sea was located in the middle of a mountain peak at the bottom of the sea. It was the largest mountain peak. When Wang Xian and the rest flew over, a majestic and cold voice came from the cave in the mountain peak. What happened? Who dares to disturb Sir Dragon King Alistair? At this moment, from the surrounding mountain peaks, a 5 to 6 meter-sized sea-scale horse demonic beast flew out from the cave. When they saw Wang Xian's figure, their eyes were filled with murderous intent as they stared at him. Who is disturbing me? At the entrance of the cave on the central mountain peak, a slender neck and head stretched out. It looked like a lizard's head with black scales on its neck. The entire head and neck were about 5 meters in size. Its cold eyes were like poisonous snakes, devoid of any emotion. It stared at Wang Xian disdainfully and sized up his body. All of a sudden, a hint of greed appeared in the eyes of the Dragon King of Altair. He stared at Wang Xian's body and had a desire to devour him. "I'm hungry, I can eat you." He was slightly shocked and 2 huge wings slowly extended out. The 2 wings were about 10 meters in size and had a slightly bloated body. He stared at Wang Xian. From this creature, the Dragon King could feel a desire from his bloodline. He longed to devour the creature in front of him. Moreover, he had a premonition that if he devoured the creature in front of him, he would be able to evolve. This made his cold and emotionless eyes reveal a hint of fervor. "Dragon King, we will help you kill him." Just as the Dragon King finished speaking, a dozen sea-scale horses at the 7th to 9th level of the Void Interpretation Realm immediately shouted loudly. Their mouths opened slightly, and terrifying water elemental attacks were brewing. Is this the dragon race of the supernatural continent? While the Dragon King was sizing up Wang Xian was also sizing him up. Wind Elemental Asian Dragon, Half-Step Longevity. Extractable Divine Crystal, 0.1. Wang Xian was astonished when the attributes of the Dragon King appeared in his mind. Divine Crystal? This is an energy that is higher than the Dragon Crystal. When one's realm reaches the realm of longevity, the Dragon Crystal will be converted into Divine Crystal. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. The level of the bloodline of this wind elemental Asian dragon was not low. Even if it was placed in the universe, it was considered to be a medium-level bloodline. They had the opportunity to ignite the divine fire, condense the divine spark, and establish the divine kingdom. As expected of the master of the supernatural continent, the strongest race, he thought to himself, reckless creatures. Since they dare to disturb the Dragon King's slumber, they shall become the Dragon King's food. In the surroundings, a group of sea-scale horse demonic beasts attacked Wang Xian directly with water swords. Dragon King Alistair raised his head high and came out of the cave. His dragon tail, which was more than 10 meters long, was swaying. He stared at Wang Xian from above and opened his ghastly mouth. The mucus was flowing inside, and he was prepared to devour the creature in front of him that made his blood throb. You're courting death. When Wang Xian saw more than a dozen sea-scale horses attacking him, he waved his dragon claw gently and the water sword collapsed. Their bodies flew directly into his mouth. No, Dragon King, save us! Sensing an invincible force, more than a dozen sea-scaled horses roared in fear. What? The cold-blooded pupils of Dragon King Alistair contracted slightly. His eyes were filled with shock. Gulp. Wang Xian opened his dragon mouth and swallowed the sea-scaled horse demonic beasts directly. It was unknown where this group of demonic beasts got their confidence from. His body had already reached 500 meters and they actually dared to attack him. He looked at the Dragon King in front of him mockingly. With a wave of his dragon claws, a terrifying suction force was sucked toward him. Longevity, you are a longevity-level creature. Stop, I, Dragon King of the Dragon Clan, am the Dragon King of the Dragon Clan. If you dare to kill me, the entire Dragon Clan will not let you off. You will have no place to stand on the extraordinary continent. Dragon King Alstoy's expression changed slightly as he felt the powerful suction force. However, there was no fear in his eyes. He continued to shout coldly, as expected of the master of the entire continent. Such arrogance. Wang Xian looked at Dragon King Alstoy's arrogant manner, and a hint of coldness appeared on his face. Soul Catcher. He waved his cold eyes and used Soul Catcher directly. Buzz. A terrifying energy invaded the mind of the Dragon King of Alstoy. The Dragon King of Alstoy's face stiffened and his eyes revealed a look of horror. He stared at Wang Xian in disbelief. He was a well-known dragon from the extraordinary mainland. Someone actually dared to kill him. Dragon race. When Wang Xian retrieved all of Alstoy's memories, he spat out 2 words softly. He sat quietly at the bottom of the sea, digesting the memories of Dragon King Alstoy. Alstoy, the disciple of the dragon race's water race and the Dragon King of the dragon race, was expelled for killing a disciple of the dragon race. In the dragon race, there were 3 races: the water dragon race, the wind dragon race, and the fire dragon race. When the 3 races reached the half-step longevity realm, they could be called the Dragon King. From the 1st stage to the 5th stage of longevity, they could be called the Dragon Emperor. Above the 5th stage of longevity, they could be called the Dragon Emperor. In the Dragon Clan, according to Alstoy's memories, there was a dragon god, but this dragon god did not seem to have truly reached the mirror of God. In the entire Dragon Clan, there were more than 10,000 Dragon Kings. Above the Dragon King, there were no less than 5,000 longevity-level dragons. In the entire extraordinary continent, all the demon beast races had to obey the orders of the dragon race. Even a few of the longevity-level demon beast races. As for the fierce beasts under the powerful pressure of the dragon race, they could be controlled directly. In other words, in the entire extraordinary sea, hundreds of thousands of demon beast fierce beasts at the profound void level were all subordinates of the dragon race. Phew. Time passed slowly. As the Dragon King who had lived for more than 6,000 years, he had a lot of memories. 2 days later, Wang Xian took a deep breath. There was a hint of shock and silence in his eyes. There are more than 5,000 members of the Dragon Clan who are above the longevity realm. There are more than 10,000 of them who are half a step away from the longevity realm. This strength is really terrifying. No wonder the Dragon Clan is known as the master of the continent. They are an invincible existence. No wonder Alistair was not afraid when he faced himself. Wang Xian was very surprised. There were about 100,000 members of the dragon race. They were born with the strength of a level 9 extraordinary. After they were in their 50s, they possessed the strength of a level 4 profound void martial artist. Just thinking about it was terrifying. According to what he knew, there were less than 100 longevity experts in the entire 5 empires combined. How terrifying! How terrifying! The extraordinary continent, the invincible dragon race. Wang Xian was shocked as he digested the information in his mind. A solemn expression appeared on his face. Invincible. It was the best description for the dragon clan. However, this is what makes it interesting. Wang Xian's eyes were burning with a strong fighting spirit. His pair of dragon eyes stared sternly at the unconscious Alistair Dragon King in front of him. He opened his dragon mouth and swallowed Alistair into his stomach. Ding! Devour the half-step eternal dragon. Raise the divine crystal 0.1. A surge of majestic energy rapidly entered his body, and the divine crystal transformed into the dragon crystal. When Wang Xian saw that the dragon crystal had increased by 1%, he revealed a shocked expression. It increased by 1% directly. Doesn't that mean that I only need 100 dragon kings to increase my strength? I can even increase my strength by devouring a few dragon emperors of the first level of longevity? Wang Xian revealed a shocked expression. He pursed his lips and his dragon eyes flickered. The dragons of the supernatural continent possessed the bloodline of the divine dragon and belonged to the level of dragon species. However, the level of their dragon species was not very high. However, it was not very high. There was also a huge amount of energy in their bodies. Wang Xian was only at level 7 of the see-through realm. It was not strange for him to be able to level up after devouring 100 half-step long-lived dragons. Before I reach level 4 in the Dragon Palace, I must not enter the Sea of Extraordinariness. In addition, I can hunt dragons in the Sea of Extraordinariness. As long as I kill 100 Dragon Kings, I can level up. If I kill 1,000 of them, I can level up again. Wang Xian found a way to level up quickly. This was similar to when Wang Xian first obtained the system. He was weak and could level up by devouring some small fish. Now that he had entered the Sea of Transcendence, he had the same feeling. He could level up by devouring some dragons. So what if they are the invincible races of the continent? As long as I don't encounter the powerful Dragon Emperor and the Dragon King, the dragons won't know that they are the ones who did it. As the saying goes, fortune comes from danger. Wang Xian gritted his teeth and decided to hunt down the dragons. According to the memories of Dragon King Alistair, there is a Dragon King of the dragons tens of thousands of kilometers ahead. Wang Xian thought to himself. He swayed his 500-meter-long body and flew straight ahead. The dragon eyes of the yin-yang and 5 elements swept across. In an instant, he was already 400 kilometers away. Following that, he flashed continuously. The distance of tens of thousands of kilometers was not very far. After entering the territory of another Dragon King, Wang Xian stared straight ahead. Hurry up, you bunch of slaves. Hurry up and prepare the food for Dragon King Akele. In front of them was an island. On the island, a group of demonic beasts were roaring at the humans. Every human's eyes were filled with fear. Among them, there were some brutal demonic beasts who were chewing on human corpses and staring at them. This Dragon King sure knows how to enjoy himself. To think that there are more than 100,000 humans serving him. Wang Xian looked down. Beside the island was a volcano. A figure of more than 20 meters was entrenched on it. Majestic, powerful, and inviolable. Buzz. Wang Xian teleported and appeared beside the fire dragon. Under his astonished gaze, Wang Xian waved his arm and performed soul capture. Following that, he didn't digest his memory and devoured it directly. At the same time, the powerful dragon's aura covered an area of 400 kilometers. The terrifying aura instantly caused the demonic beasts and humans on the island to kneel down in fear. It's the Dragon King who is angry. Damn humans. Hurry up and prepare the food. A type of crocodile-like demonic beast opened its huge mouth and roared with cold eyes. However, at this moment, a force instantly covered them. All the demonic beasts stiffened and were directly dragged into the ocean, flying towards Wang Xian. Roar! Wang Xian growled in a low voice and devoured all the demonic beasts. Following that, he moved and teleported to a place 400 kilometers away. As for the humans on the island, they were able to escape without demonic beasts. Entrenched at the bottom of the sea for tens of thousands of meters, he quietly absorbed the memories of this Dragon King. A day later, he stood up slowly and continued to fly towards the depths. The dragon race was a type of creature with high intelligence. Their intelligence was not weaker than that of humans, and they were considered to be living in groups. Through the memories of this dragon king, he obtained the location of a few more dragon kings. Furthermore, the dragons had a hobby. They liked to collect high-grade materials and spiritual herbs. Every dragon lair had a lot of treasures. To Wang Xian, this was an additional huge harvest. Through this method, Wang Xian quietly devoured one dragon king after another, as well as the dragons who were below the age of 10,000 years. However, he was very careful during the process of devouring. He first absorbed the memories before devouring them. This was to prevent any unexpected situations from occurring. With the current strength of the dragons, it was a piece of cake for them to destroy his dragon palace. Through this method, Wang Xian traveled for several million kilometers in the extraordinary sea in 5 months. In 5 months, he had killed a total of 80 dragon kings. There were more than 200 dragons below the dragon king. He was only 1/10 of the distance to level up. I have basically killed all the weaker dragons in the outer area. In my memory, there are a few places where the dragons live in groups. There are more than 20 dragons there. Wang Xian sat at the bottom of the sea with a contemplative look on his face. The places where he was currently hunting the dragons were far away from the Dragon Sea. The Dragon Sea was the lair of the dragons. Once he was discovered after his failed hunt, he might be surrounded by thousands of strong dragons within minutes. He did not dare to go to the Dragon Sea, let alone the Dragon Valley within the Dragon Sea. However, other than the Dragon Sea, there were 2 places within a radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from him. These 2 places belonged to the paradise. It might be comparable to the life and death herb garden. However, there were dragons at the level of a dragon emperor in both places. As for the level of longevity, there was no such information in the memories he obtained. I should go and take a look. With my speed, even if I can't beat him, I can still escape in time. Wang Xian thought to himself as he flew towards the left. There was a crystal sea with crystal algae growing on the bottom of the sea. Crystal algae could reach the realm of longevity when it matured. It was an extremely precious spiritual herb. According to the memories in his mind, there were more than 20 dragons and a half-step to longevity demonic beast race there. There were thousands of such demonic beasts in the crystal sea. Soon, an area that was emitting white light appeared. The white light came from the bottom of the sea, where the crystal algae grew. Each crystal algae was more than 10 meters in size, and the one in the center was emitting milky white light. If it was on the main road, it would definitely be a place that the empire would fight for. But this was the territory of the dragon race, and no empire would dare to set foot in it. The white light shone on the bottom of the sea. The sea water rippled under the white light like crystals. The name of the crystal sea came from this. In the center of the crystal sea, there were crystal-like houses standing on the bottom of the sea. Each crystal house was huge. Looking from afar, it looked like a world in mythology. The house was not made of crystal. Instead, it was a house made of ice. Under the illumination of the crystal algae, it looked like a crystal house. Inside these crystal houses, there were numerous water elemental dragons. In the middle of the crystal house that was 1,000 meters in size, there were 2 dragons living inside. 1 male and 1 female. Around them were the descendants of these 2 dragons. Wang Xian's gaze swept across the crystal sea that was about 50 kilometers in circumference. His eyes revealed a look of vigilance. Around the crystal sea, there were many cup vertebrate fish dragons guarding the surroundings. In fact, it was not considered a warning. In the Sea of Transcendence, no one dared to provoke the dragons. There are 5 cup vertebrate fish dragons that are half a step away from longevity and 13 dragons that are at the level of Dragon King. I don't know the strength of the 2 naked dragons in the crystal house. That's right, they were 2 naked dragons. They had transformed into human form and looked ordinary. They had 2 dragon horns that were about 10 centimeters long and a dragon tail that was more than 1 meter long. 1 male and 1 female were hugging each other. When a demonic beast reached the realm of Wanshou, they would have the ability to transform. As for what they were doing, the pure Wang Xian had no idea. Wang Xian moved his body and attacked the surrounding cup vertebrate ichthyosaurs. With the strength of level 2 of longevity, it was easy for him to kill a bunch of demon beasts below longevity. Within a few seconds, Wang Xian devoured all the demon beasts. His body moved and his gaze landed on the crystal houses. After devouring these dragons, I will be able to break through. These crystal algae will belong to me. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. He swept his gaze across the crystal house in the middle and entered the crystal house at the outermost corner. Who dares to step into my territory? Just as Wang Xian teleported into the area of the crystal algae, the muscular male dragon emperor in the middle of the room instantly sensed that someone had barged in. The moment Wang Xian entered the room, he knew that he had been discovered. That was because there was a domain covering this area. The domain of the longevity experts was very magical. When the domain was activated, even a mosquito could sense it. Who are the dragons? A cold voice continued to ring out. The two dragon emperors hovered above the crystal house and stared at Wang Xian. Eh? When they saw Wang Xian's figure, they were slightly stunned. His 500-meter-tall body, mystical dragon scales, and majestic physique surprised them. However, what surprised them was the excitement that came from his bloodline. Eat him, eat him. The two dragon emperors looked at each other and turned into a 30-meter-long water dragon. How dare you trespass into my territory? I order you to kneel down. The male water dragon emperor's cold voice entered Wang Xian's ears. At this moment, a smile appeared on Wang Xian's face. The arrogant dragon race was just as he had expected. After he arrived, the other party didn't take him seriously at all. Roar! Roar! At this moment, dragon race members flew over from the surrounding crystal houses. Two people at the first level of longevity dare to be so arrogant. Wang Xian moved his body. Without any hesitation, he attacked them directly. You dare to attack us? You bastard, how dare you attack us? When the two dragon emperors saw that Wang Xian was attacking them directly, fury shot out from their eyes. The surrounding seawater began to churn. You arrogant thing, go to hell. Wang Xian's eyes revealed a cold expression. His terrifying dragon claws attacked the two of them directly. Due to the suppression of their strength, the two dragon emperors did not have the time to react at all. They were directly pierced into their bodies by the dragon claws. Wang Xian opened his huge mouth and devoured them directly. How dare you devour our parents? How dare you kill US dragons, even if it means going through heaven and earth? The more than 20 dragons in the surroundings looked terrified when they saw this scene. One of the dragon kings roared loudly. To the dragons, no one on this continent dared to make a move against them. No one dared to provoke them. This had been the case for hundreds of thousands of years. The arrogance and superiority that had seeped deep into their bones made it impossible for them to imagine that there would actually be a creature that dared to kill them. One had to know that in the history of the Dragon Clan, once someone dared to provoke them, the entire race of the other party would be destroyed. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, there was a dragon emperor who took a fancy to the woman of the emperor of the empire and defiled her. In the end, the angry emperor killed her. 3 days later, tens of billions of people in the entire empire died. This was the dignity and tyranny of the dragon race. From then on, no one dared to provoke them. Wang Xian knew about this history through Soulcatcher. Therefore, he didn't have any mental obstacles in hunting the dragon race. His essence was to be both a divine dragon and a human. Roar! Wang Xian let out a low roar and swallowed the two dragon emperors directly. He looked at the terrified members of the dragon race and moved his body to swallow them all. Ding! Congratulations to host for achieving a breakthrough in your level. As you have comprehended the strongest aspect of light and darkness, yin and yang, the two extremes of yin and yang have been further strengthened. Your dragon body has been strengthened. Ding! Congratulations to host for strengthening the dragon god with the two extremes of yin and yang. Your dragon body has been strengthened. Name Wang Xian. Race: Yin-Yang 5 elements divine dragon, Mandragon unity. Level: Level 8 of the Void Interpretation Stage, third form of the Divine Dragon Transformation. Dragon Crystal: 13,231,333.112,764 billion /10000000000 billion. Divine Ability: ruling the water race below its own level. Devouring creatures to extract dragon crystals. Control of the 5 elements. Cultivation method, divine dragon transformation. Divine ability, soul absorbing, spirit attaching, yin-yang 5 elements dragon eyes. Aspect, 5 elements millstone, dragon kingdom in the palm, dragon head under the sky, dragon body of 10,000 miles, yin-yang poles, yin-yang 5 elements alms bowl, divine dragon tail swing. Dragon Palace, Level 3. Dragon Palace members, 20133. When he devoured all the dragons, the system's voice sounded and his body expanded rapidly. His body, which was originally 500 meters long, expanded to 800 meters long. The yin and yang poles on the dragon body flickered faintly. Roar. The powerful force made him let out a low roar. Phew, I broke through again in less than half a year. This speed is too fast. Wang Xian's eyes were filled with excitement. He could easily kill a dragon that was as powerful as the Lord of the Continent. This made Wang Xian excited about his next upgrade. The dragon race has become my energy to upgrade my level. Wang Xian revealed a confident expression. His gaze swept across the crystal algae below and his eyes flashed with heat. He swallowed all the mature crystal algae and kept the rest into his acceptance spiritual bag. At this moment, his acceptance spiritual bag was filled with immature spirit trees and spiritual herbs. He could plant them in the Dragon Palace when he returned. Let's go to the Sea of Flames. Wang Xian looted all the treasures in the entire Crystal Sea. In the crystal houses of the 2 dragon emperors, Wang Xian even found quite a number of longevity-level materials. He moved his body and flew directly in the direction of the Sea of Flames. The Mountain of Flames was at the bottom of the Sea of Flames. There was an incomparably huge mountain of flames. The flaming mountain did not erupt. There were dozens of fire dragons there. If the Crystal Sea here could be compared to the Life and Death Herb Garden, the Flaming Sea could be compared to the Weapon Peak. It was even rarer than the Weapon Peak. Paradise. On the continent, the resources controlled by hundreds of billions of humans are not as much as the resources controlled by hundreds of thousands of dragons. This is the reason why the dragons are so powerful. Wang Xian thought to himself. When he first received the information about the dragons, Wang Xian was still very shocked. Now, the strength of the dragons made him very happy. The stronger they were, the faster his strength would increase. In just half a year, he would be able to increase by 1 level. He would have the strength of a level 3 longevity warrior. In a year, he might be able to increase by another level. In 3 to 5 years, he might be able to have the strength of a level 8 or 9 longevity warrior. Wang Xian thought happily as he flew towards the Sea of Flames. His speed was very fast. With the addition of teleportation, he arrived at the area of the Sea of Flames after more than 10 hours. There was a gigantic volcano standing at the bottom of the sea. From afar, the entire sea was extremely red. The volcano covered an area of 40 to 50 kilometers. Above the volcano, there was an entrance. The surroundings were surrounded by flaming 2-headed turtles, 2 flaming heads, and a 7 to 8 meter long heavy turtle shell on their back. It looked like it was about to explode. The flaming 2-headed turtle is only a demonic beast with a level 8 see-through bloodline. It seems like the strength of the dragons in the volcano should be about the same as the ones in the Crystal Sea. Wang Xian stared at his surroundings with his yin-yang fire dragon eyes. He could not see through the interior of the volcano due to the terrifying flames. Let's go in. He swept his gaze across the flaming 2-headed turtle in his surroundings. He swayed his huge body and flew over to devour them one by one. The flaming 2-headed turtle with a level 8 see-through bloodline was no longer able to resist him. It didn't even let out a scream. After devouring it, Wang Xian immediately flew toward the entrance of the flaming mountain. He floated to the entrance and looked down. A space with a radius of 40 to 50 kilometers appeared in his line of sight. Inside, the boiling flame lava emitted an extremely terrifying temperature. More than a dozen fire dragons were swimming inside. In the depths of the flaming mountain, there were a few huge figures. You can die now. Wang Xian swayed his huge figure and entered the interior of the flaming mountain. In the flame lava, More than 10 Dragon Clan members at the see-through level saw Wang Xian flying over and immediately looked up. What kind of creature is this? A Dragon Clan member looked at Wang Xian's huge body and revealed a surprised expression. I don't know. With such a huge body, it's not bad to be our mount. A dragon beside him said faintly. They were not afraid of Wang Xian at all. Hee hee. When Wang Xian heard their discussion, a look of amusement appeared in his eyes. The dragons from the Transcendence continent had been invincible for too long. Boom. His body accelerated abruptly. His huge dragon mouth started to swallow the dragons one by one. With a body size of 800 meters, his mouth was even bigger than theirs. With one mouth, he devoured more than a dozen dragons. Despicable creatures, how dare you eat our dragon disciples? A furious voice came from below. It was as if the entire volcano was about to erupt. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive lava shot out in all directions. One by one, bodies emitting a terrifying aura flew out from the lava. Eh? What a terrifying aura! Wang Xian was stunned for a moment. His pupils contracted slightly as he stared at the dozen or so dragons that flew out. The 3 dragons in the middle were the largest. They had a huge body of 50 meters and a pair of flaming wings that were 100 meters long. There are 2 at the 3rd level of longevity, 5 at the 2nd level of longevity, and the rest are all at the 1st level of longevity. Wang Xian felt waves of terrifying aura and revealed a surprised expression. I was a little careless. He initially thought that the members of the dragon race here were similar to the ones in the Crystal Sea. He did not expect the difference to be so huge. There were actually 2 people at level 3 of longevity and 5 people at level 2 of longevity. The rest were also at level 1 of longevity. However, I can deal with them. If I devour all of them, I can accumulate at least half of the dragon crystals. Wang Xian's eyes were burning hot, and his entire body was filled with fighting spirit. Bastard, how dare you kill my dragon disciples? I will tear you into pieces. All the members of the dragon race stared at Wang Xian, and their eyes were filled with brutality. Feeling the attraction from his bloodline, the more than 10 members of the dragon race became even more violent. Roar, I want to eat you. In an instant, a dragon of the 3rd level of longevity charged directly at Wang Xian. The exploding flames and his extremely cold eyes gave Wang Xian a slight shock. Boom! 5 elements millstone, yin and yang poles. Wang Xian roared loudly. The 5 elements millstone and yin and yang taiji appeared above and below him, covering the entire volcano. Level 3 longevity. No wonder you dared to devour the members of my dragon race. However, my dragon race is the strongest race. Go to hell, you lowly creature. Explosive flame domain. The ferocious dragon race powerhouse who flew over felt the pressure from the 5 elements millstone and the yin and yang poles. His expression changed slightly. However, a sinister look appeared in his eyes. The dragon race was powerful not only because they had many powerhouses. No creature of the same level was their match. Kill this reckless creature and let them know the consequences of provoking the dragon race. In the lava, another dragon who was at level 3 of longevity let out a loud roar. He flapped his huge wings and attacked Wang Xian directly. Explosive flame domain. Explosive flame domain. A series of violent voices came out from the mouths of the dragons. They flapped their huge wings and attacked Wang Xian directly. What? Feeling the suppression of the domains, Wang Xian was slightly shocked. Explosive fire pillar. The level 3 dragon who was the first to charge over spat out a fire pillar from his mouth. The fire pillar shot towards Wang Xian, who was 10,000 meters above the ground. Roar, extinguish. Wang Xian opened his mouth and gray flames shot out from his mouth to meet the explosive fire pillar. Boom, boom. The gray flames were like ice, extinguishing the explosive fire pillar. What? You can actually block my explosive fire pillar. Seeing that his attack was blocked, the level 3 longevity dragon was shocked. He widened his eyes and roared. Fire dragon wings. His 2 gigantic dragon wings stirred up the sky-high flames and continued to charge toward Wang Xian's gray flames. The fire dragon wings dissipated, and so did Wang Xian's attack. Upon seeing this scene, Wang Xian frowned with a serious expression on his face. He was in trouble. At this moment, Wang Xian knew that he had been careless. Perhaps it was because he had been leveling up rapidly during this period of time that made him feel proud. Ever since he came to the volcanic sea, he had never placed the dragons here in his eyes. Even when he saw the two dragon clan powerhouses who were at level 3 of longevity, he still did not place them in his heart. That was because, based on his strength, he was at level 8 of the see-through void tier and had the combat strength of level 3 of longevity. Moreover, he could at least fight against 4 opponents of the same level within level 3 of longevity. However, this was for other creatures and didn't include the Dragon Clan powerhouses. After a collision, Wang Xian completely realized the strength of the Dragon Clan. It wasn't because they controlled a lot of resources, but because of their own strength. A dragon could at least deal with 2 humans of the same level. Compared to the members of the Dragon Palace, they were only slightly weaker. With his current strength, he could only fight 2 rank 3 Wanshou dragon experts. However, in this flaming mountain, it was the home of the dragon race. It was very difficult for him to kill 2 rank 3 Wanshou dragon experts in this war. Roar! Kill this despicable creature and eat his flesh and blood. At the lower position, another dragon emperor who was at level 3 of longevity let out a wild roar. He flapped his huge wings and charged over. The other 5 dragon emperors who were at level 2 of longevity followed closely behind him and attacked Wang Xian without any fear. The fire dragon wings flapped and huge dragon wings covered Wang Xian completely. Yin and Yang poles. Wang Xian waved his dragon claws. Numerous yin and yang patterns appeared around his body to fend off the attacks of the dragon wings of the fire dragon. Flaming rocks. The level 3 dragon emperor of longevity, who had just started his attack, wagged his tail. A fiery red glow fell into the lava and stirred. The densely packed flaming rocks attacked Wang Xian directly. The volcano, within a radius of tens of kilometers, had turned into a terrifying battlefield. Bang! 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 The attacks landed on the yin-yang taiji diagram, causing the entire diagram to tremble rapidly. Crack! 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 Soon, cracks appeared on the taiji diagram. Wang Xian's eyes revealed a serious expression. Dragon Kingdom in the palm. Dragon head under the heavens. Dragon body of 10,000 miles. Divine dragon swishing its tail. He roared 4 times in a row. His entire dragon body expanded at a terrifying speed. A terrifying creature that was at least 20,000 meters long filled the entire volcano. The gigantic volcano was instead like a small house. Roar, what kind of creature is this? How can it be so terrifying? Heaven and earth species. It's definitely a heaven and earth species. There's a desire in my bloodline. If we devour it, it will be very beneficial to us. A dragon emperor of level 3 longevity stared at Wang Xian in shock as he roared loudly. We dragons are invincible. So what if they are heaven and earth mutants? In front of the mighty dragon race, we can only die. Devour them. Another dragon emperor of level 3 longevity was filled with violent killing intent as he roared loudly. Roar! 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 The surrounding level 2 and level 1 dragon emperors of longevity responded with roars. Roar! 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 More than 10 dragon emperors of the dragon clan roared into the sky at the same time. The entire volcano began to boil. Explosive flame domain explode. Explosive flame domain explode. All the dragon emperors roared loudly. The entire volcano erupted completely. Lava gushed out from the bottom of the sea and filled the entire space. Bang! Wang Xian raised his gigantic dragon claws and attacked the dozen dragon emperors directly. Awe! The terrifying dragon claws swept across and the 3 dragon emperors who were at the first level of longevity let out miserable cries. The terrifying physical strength and the power of the yin and yang 5 elements made the 3 dragon emperors who were at the first level of longevity not have the strength to resist at all. They died immediately after being hit by 1 strike. Kill the experts of my dragon race. After today, my dragon race will definitely chase you to the ends of the earth. The 2 dragon emperors, who were at the 3rd level of longevity, roared furiously when they saw the 3 experts of their race who died instantly. There is no one in the entire Transcendence continent that our dragon race cannot kill. My dragon race will betray you and die. The furious roar came from the dragon emperor's mouth. Wang Xian's expression changed slightly. and his heart was filled with hatred. If that's the case, I just need to kill all of you. A violent killing intent surged in Wang Xian's heart. The battle this time was due to his carelessness and arrogance. The mistake had already been made. If he wanted to escape now, he was afraid that the dragon race would use all their strength to destroy him. One must know that many factions knew that he had transformed into a divine dragon. Once he was targeted by the dragon tribe now, his future development would be in trouble. It would be fine if they didn't see his form. Now they could only kill all of them. I don't believe that I can't kill all of you. Yin-Yang 5 Elements Alms Bowl. Wang Xian growled with a cold face. Almost all of his dermic forms were unleashed. The wrath of the dragon race. Below, the two dragon emperors, who were at the third level of longevity, stared at Wang Xian. They were also filled with violent killing intent. With a loud roar, the entire volcano erupted with a loud bang. Boom! The earth shook. From the outside, one could see that the entire seabed seemed to have experienced a magnitude 10 earthquake. One had to know that this was an ocean that was 30,000 to 40,000 meters deep. Buzz. A pillar of fire that was equivalent to the power of 4 to 5 nuclear bombs charged directly at Wang Xian. Hiss. Wang Xian looked at this incomparably terrifying pillar of fire and inhaled a breath of cold air. Void. The Yin-Yang 5 Elements Alms Bowl on his body was activated to the maximum. His entire body turned illusory. At the same time, his two gigantic dragon claws attacked the two dragon race experts around the level 3 longevity dragon emperor. What? He actually dodged this move. The two level 3 longevity dragon emperors were shocked when they saw the power of the volcanic eruption penetrating through Wang Xian's phantom image. Buzz. Die. Ah. Screams of pain were heard. The two dragons around the level 3 longevity dragon emperor were struck by Wang Xian's terrifying dragon claws. Even the level 2 longevity dragon emperor was killed in one move. 5 level 2 longevity dragon emperors were killed. The other 7 to 8 level 1 longevity dragon emperors were also killed. Wang Xian opened his huge mouth and swallowed them. Die for us? Dragon Race's Fire Scale. Dragon Race's Fire Scale. The other two level 3 longevity dragon emperors saw this scene and their eyes were extremely red. Their wings trembled and their tails swayed. Densely packed fire scales that covered a radius of dozens of kilometers charged at Wang Xian. The terrifying scene was like a meteorite falling from the sky when it landed in a city on Earth. Bang, bang, bang. The terrifying attacks caused the Yin-Yang 5 Elements Alms Bowl to tremble. Some of the places that were hit consecutively were torn apart. 3 to 4 meters of fire scales landed on Wang Xian's body, tearing open huge wounds. Crash. The fire scales landed on Wang Xian's gigantic body that was over 20,000 meters long. Fresh blood dripped down like rain. Each fire scale could tear open a wound that was over 1,000 meters long. The instantaneous attack caused Wang Xian's body to be filled with wounds. Hiss. Feeling the immense pain from his body, Wang Xian's eyes shot out a terrifying look. The Yin-Yang 5 Elements Alms Bowl actually cracked under the attacks of the two dragon emperors of the third level of the longevity dragon tribe. The powerful Dharma idol that was almost invincible among the same level was actually broken. Go to hell! Wang Xian swung his gigantic dragon tail and attacked the two fire dragons directly. Fire Dragon Shield. The two dragon emperors roared in a violent manner. A fire dragon shield that was dozens of kilometers in size was erected to meet Wang Xian's dragon tail. Bang! 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 The terrifying collision caused cracks to appear on the fire dragon shield. 5 Elements Annihilation. The 5-colored radiance on Wang Xian's dragon tail flickered. The immense power and 5 Elements Annihilation were fluctuating. This is bad. What kind of creature is this guy? He is even more terrifying than US dragons when they are of the same level. The two dragon emperors were shocked. They flapped their huge wings and quickly dodged to the side. Bang! However, Wang Xian's terrifying strength landed on the two dragon emperors. The two dragon emperors were like flies as they crashed into the wall of the volcano. Their entire bodies sank into the wall. Wang Xian smiled coldly. He opened his gigantic dragon mouth and charged straight at the two dragon emperors. A grayish destructive force charged at the two dragon emperors. Ah, no matter what kind of creature you are, you will die today. The two dragon emperors' bodies were embedded into the volcano, and a large amount of blood flowed out of their mouths. They raised their heads at the same time, and a wave of rotating flames rushed toward the grayish destructive power. The two rotating fire pillars blocked the power of the five elements. I am the fire dragon, the flame sovereign king. The fire in the world is under my control. The flames enter my dragon body and spread my dragon flames. The two dragon emperors roared loudly. Rolling flames gathered on their bodies. The entire volcano seemed to be attracted by a terrifying force. Endless lava gushed out. In an instant, the bodies of the two dragon emperors grew hundreds of times larger. Boom! Boom! Flapping their wings, the two dragon emperors attacked Wang Xian's body from both sides. Wang Xian's face was solemn. His dragon claws clawed at one of the dragon emperors. The powerful dragon claws of the five elements and yin and yang were almost indestructible. When they landed on the dragon emperor's body, they immediately scraped off pieces of the lava. However, this did not cause much damage to them. Bang! 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 However, each of the attacks from the two dragon emperors landed on Wang Xian's body, tearing a wound that was thousands of meters long. Five elements millstone. When Wang Xian saw this scene, he let out a loud roar and activated his Dharma idol, five elements millstone. Bang! The Dharma idol, the five elements millstone, used a weapon and charged straight at the two dragon emperors. Every time they collided, it was like a volcano erupting. The two dragon emperors, who were engulfed in flames, spurted out blood from their mouths. Damned creatures, damned ants. I swear that I will tear your bones and skin you alive. One of the dragon emperors roared furiously. The flaming mountain beneath him trembled. Boom! 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 A terrifying temperature was transmitted from the bottom of the flaming mountain. It was as if the entire volcano was about to erupt. Ram! Wang Xian placed his dragon claw on the five elements grinding Dharma idol and pressed it down heavily. Bang! 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 The five elements grinding Dharma idol cracked slowly. However, the flames around the two dragon emperors collapsed rapidly. Cracks even appeared on their bodies. One of the dragon emperor's wings even melted under the powerful force of the five elements. Explode! The two dragon emperors roared loudly. The entire volcano shook again and the space within began to collapse. The battle between Wang Xian and the rest was like a world-ending battle. The volcano collapsed. The lava rocks below were like terrifying rockets that shot straight at Wang Xian. There were at least hundreds of thousands of lava rocks. Wang Xian's expression changed drastically when he saw this scene. His body shrunk rapidly and soon he was only a dozen meters in size. He quickly dodged the lava rocks one by one. However, there were too many lava rocks and they almost covered the entire sky. One of the lava rocks landed on Wang Xian's body and was shattered by him. However, the densely packed lava stones caused him to spit out blood. What a powerful dragon! Wang Xian's face was a little pale. His pair of dragon eyes stared fixedly at the two dragon emperors. Gritting his teeth, he pounced toward them. Circulate the five elements. The pinnacle of fire. Wang Xian swooped down. The five-colored radiance on his body began to transform and eventually turned into a flaming divine dragon. It's time to fight with my physical body. Wang Xian's eyes were filled with raging flames as he circulated the flames on his body with all his might. You dare to charge at me? Go to hell. The two dragon emperors in the lava saw Wang Xian dive down and flapped their wings ferociously. The flaming wings carried the power of the volcano. The lava turned into a long spear and pierced toward Wang Xian. Suppress! The flames on Wang Xian's body trembled. An invisible aura suppressed all the fire attributes in the space. What? What the hell is this monster? The two dragon emperors looked embarrassed when they saw the flames around them had completely calmed down. You think that we dragons are afraid of you when it comes to physical strength? We are the strongest existences in the entire continent. One of the dragon emperors gritted his teeth and charged towards Wang Xian. His huge flaming wings emitted a deep red glow. Roar! The other dragon emperor roared and charged forward as well. They were not afraid of a physical strength competition. Bang! A collision sent them flying backward. Wang Xian's expression changed. After all, he was only at the 8th level of the see-through realm. Even though the divine dragon had a terrifying physical body, his realm was too high. Furthermore, the dragons from the supernatural continent could be considered as a weak dragon. I must kill them. A terrifying killing intent shot out from Wang Xian's eyes. The 5-colored light on his dragon claws flickered as light and darkness enveloped him. It was the same for his dragon head. When he unleashed his full strength, his pair of dragon horns looked extremely divine. Bang, bang, bang. The collision and slaughter of physical bodies was a very cruel and bloody confrontation. After a few consecutive collisions, the bodies of the 2 dragon emperors and Wang Xian were filled with injuries. However, at this moment, Wang Xian's body emitted a faint power of light, which was healing his injuries. He smiled sinisterly and continued to attack the 2 dragon emperors. Damn it, if this continues, we will die. When the 2 dragon emperors saw that Wang Xian was gradually recovering from his injuries, their hearts sank. Go to hell, you bunch of arrogant fellows. Wang Xian flew over, waved his dragon claws, and swept his divine dragon. It was the most primitive form of physical confrontation. Bang, bang, bang. Dull attacks rang out in the volcano. From the outside, it sounded as though the volcano was about to erupt. The dragon claws tore apart, the dragon mouth tore apart, and the dragon tail swept across. Wang Xian and the 2 dragon emperors trembled as they collided. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Compared to Wang Xian, the 2 dragon emperors looked even more miserable. One of the dragon emperors had his wings melted during the battle just now, and there were more than 10 cracks on the other wing. All of them were torn apart by Wang Xian. The other dragon emperor's dragon horns were all torn off by Wang Xian. As for Wang Xian, he was obviously much better than the 2 of them. If this goes on, we will be killed by this creature. Roar. We are the strongest creatures on the continent. No creature of the same level is our match. The 2 dragon emperors were still roaring. The appearance of Wang Xian was destroying their long-held belief in invincibility. However, if they knew that Wang Xian was only at level 8 of the see-through void tier, they didn't know if their belief would collapse completely. Detonate the volcano. One of the dragon emperors suddenly looked down and roared in embarrassment. The other dragon emperor looked hesitant. In the end, he gritted his teeth. Bang! Bang! Just as the 2 dragon emperors were in a daze, Wang Xian's dragon claws landed on their bodies and tore open numerous wounds. Bastard, you shall stay here today. The 2 dragon emperors fell into the lava with furious expressions. Their bodies rolled and flew directly into the lava. You are the ones who will stay here. Wang Xian swayed his body and flew straight down. He was still controlling his attributes to suppress the surrounding flames with all his might. Boom! The moment he entered the lava, a terrifying impact was transmitted to him, causing him to lose control of the power of the suppression of the flames. This is bad. They have detonated the volcano. They want to make the volcano erupt. Such a terrifying volcano has erupted completely. It's a completely indiscriminate attack. Wang Xian's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect the 2 dragon emperors to be so crazy. Boom! 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 The flames came crashing over and Wang Xian's body was sent flying. In his vision, the entire planet seemed to have exploded as endless rolling lava came crashing over. What would happen if a volcano with a radius of 50 to 60 kilometers erupted completely? Such a volcano that had been deposited at the bottom of the sea for tens of thousands of meters wasn't something that the ocean volcanoes on Earth could compare to. Streams of flames rushed over, and the walls around the flames collapsed completely. Wang Xian saw the 2 dragon emperors spreading their wings and flying toward the sky. They want to escape. Wang Xian frowned slightly. He gritted his teeth and rushed over directly. If he let them escape, he would definitely attract the attention of the entire dragon race. He couldn't let them escape. Wang Xian moved his body and attacked the 2 dragon emperors directly. The lava that was spewing out landed on his body, causing his skin to turn red. The lava rocks that were spewing out collided with his body, causing his dragon scales to fall off. Do you think we are escaping? At this moment, the 2 dragon emperors were suspended in the air above the impact of the lava. They stared at Wang Xian with cold eyes. Let's go all out. Let's go all out and drown him. They flapped their huge wings. Streams of flames gathered around them. 2 columns of fire shot toward Wang Xian from above. Crafty bastard! Wang Xian's face was gloomy. He looked at the volcano erupting at the bottom of the sea. Gritting his teeth, he charged forward. The columns of fire landed on his body, causing his dragon scales to fall off, revealing the flesh and blood inside. He did not dodge or block it. The dragon energy in his body was being depleted rapidly, healing the injuries in his body. Stupid thing. When the 2 dragon emperors saw that Wang Xian did not dodge at all, they flapped their dragon wings even faster. Soul Catcher. At this moment, Wang Xian's yin-yang and 5 elements dragon eyes emitted a hint of blood. The power of Soul Catcher charged directly at the 2 dragon emperors. The 2 dragon emperors were slightly stunned. Their attack slowed down and Wang Xian teleported to the front of the 2 dragon emperors. He opened his mouth and swallowed the 2 dragon emperors forcefully. You want to swallow me? Go to hell. However, when the other dragon emperor was halfway through swallowing, an attack landed on his body. Instantly, Wang Xian was in an extremely miserable state. He endured the pain and swallowed the dragon emperor into his stomach. I finally exterminated them. This time, I was too arrogant and careless. Wang Xian heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He smiled bitterly as he felt his broken body. In the past half a year, he had been too arrogant and complacent. Today, he had taught him a good lesson. He had almost fallen into the hands of 2 dragon emperors. The dragons in this world were not so easy to deal with. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, a towering flame came from below. This caused Wang Xian's bitter smile to freeze completely. A hint of fear flashed in his eyes. Oh no! The volcanic eruption in the deep sea within a radius of 50 to 60 kilometers caused an impact force that was not inferior to that of a level 3 dragon emperor of longevity. With Wang Xian's broken body, it was difficult for him to withstand this attack. However, before he could think about it and react, the flames struck his body. His body was almost torn apart in an instant. His entire dragon body was ejected from the surface of the water by the powerful force. Wang Xian's consciousness began to blur. He quickly used up his dragon aura to heal the injuries in his body. However, the injuries in his body were simply too severe. He flew far away with the remnants of his consciousness. However, he did not know how long it took before he fell into the sea. Under his self-protection, his dragon body shrunk to 1 meter in size. This body size was similar to the one he had become a divine dragon not long ago. His entire dragon body was more like a rotting corpse. The eruption of the volcano caused a tsunami within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers. Along with the waves of the tsunami, his dragon body also floated on the surface of the sea. Miss, that creature seems to be dead. We have to hurry. Wait for Xiaotu. It's still alive. Look, this creature is so cute, but its neck seems to have received a fatal injury and hasn't recovered. Third sister, come here quickly. How long do we have to wait for you? In front of the Golden Beach, a huge team stopped by the side. At the beach, a gentle woman was holding an unconscious creature and standing there with a servant girl beside her. In front of them, a young man's stern voice could be heard. I'm going back to the carriage. The woman looked at the young man's stern gaze and hurriedly walked into the carriage with the creature in her arms. What are you carrying? Don't bring anything messy with you. The young man looked at the creature in the woman's arms and frowned as he shouted. However, the woman lowered her head and did not respond to him. Instead, she quickly walked into the carriage. What a careless move. If we go to the imperial capital and provoke the young devil, our family clan will also suffer. The young man said from behind and directly returned to the carriage. Xiao Chu, what kind of fierce beast is this? Look at his scales. They are actually 5-colored. So beautiful. He is injured, but his breathing is normal. I'll give him some pills. Miss, these are void interpretation level pills, you're wasting them. It's okay, I quite like this creature. If he wakes up, I'll raise him. Don't you think he's very cute? Our river city doesn't have such a beautiful pet. Miss, don't you think this pet is majestic? Look at his head, a few whiskers, and those colorful antlers. He looks so majestic. No, I think he's super cute. I've decided to cure him and make him my pet. When I get to the imperial city, I'll have someone to accompany me. Miss, I'll always be with you. Young Master Mo Xiaoyu might be a handsome and cool guy. It might be a good thing for you to marry him. The huge group moved quickly. In a carriage, a gentle woman was holding a creature and talking to a servant girl. The creature's head was like a camel, its horns like a deer, its eyes like a rabbit, its ears like a cow, its neck like a snake, its belly like a clam, its scales like a carp, its claws like an eagle, and its palms like a tiger. Its entire form was extremely majestic. However, because it was only 1 meter in size, its slender body made it look a little cute. You said that it has already been 3 days. I gave him several profound Void Tier 2 medicinal pills. Why hasn't he woken up yet? The entire group was moving at high speed. 2 days later, a gentle female's curious voice came from within the carriage. Young miss, I don't know either. The injury on his neck hasn't healed yet. Logically speaking, with so many medicinal pills, he should be able to wake up. Xiao Chu shook her head, indicating that she didn't know. Why do you think he fainted by the beach? Fortunately, we found him. Some fierce beasts saw him and might have eaten him. The gentle woman touched the creature's head with her hand and touched his antlers, saying with affection, Miss, do you think this is an undersea volcanic eruption that washed up on the shore? Xiao Chu guessed. How is that possible? That volcano erupted a year ago. The gentle lady shook her head immediately. Wang Xian was unconscious. He had no idea how long he had been unconscious and where he was. Vaguely, he heard the voices of 2 ladies talking beside his ears. Volcanic eruption? A year ago. His dragon eyes moved and he was slightly shocked. Miss, his eyes moved. He might be waking up. At this moment, a cry of surprise came from the side. Wang Xian opened his eyes and realized that he was lying on a woman's body. A woman beside him was staring at him curiously. He's really awake. He's really awake. The gentle woman revealed a pleasantly surprised expression as she sized him up. The one who was saved was naturally Wang Xian. Feeling his weakness and such a small body, Wang Xian slowly got up. Thank you for saving me. I will repay you in the future. Wang Xian moved his body and leaned on the table beside him as he spoke indifferently. However, what surprised him was that after he opened his mouth and spoke, there was actually no sound coming out. He frowned slightly and felt the injury on his neck. The injury on my neck hasn't recovered yet? Wang Xian's eyes flickered as he felt his strength. Wang Xian had to expend a huge amount of energy to cast Soul Capture on his neck. Soul Capture was just a very special supernatural ability. It was already considered good if he could make an opponent of the same level stunned for a second. At the moment when the 2 dragon emperors were stunned, he devoured them. However, one of the dragon emperors reacted and launched a terrifying attack at him before he was devoured. The attack penetrated through his neck directly, causing him to be unable to make a sound. However, Wang Xian could also send voice transmissions to others through his consciousness. My injuries have not even recovered by 1%. My current strength is only at level 9 of the Void Interpretation stage. Wang Xian didn't send a voice transmission to the 2 women beside him immediately. He frowned slightly as he felt the injuries on his body. He could use his dragon energy to recover his injuries directly. However, he realized that the consumption of dragon energy was too terrifying. It could even lower his level. If he were to recover every day, it would take at least a few months. Forget it. If I don't encounter any danger, I'll just recover slowly. Wang Xian thought to himself. Xiao Chu looked at his eyes. They seemed to be filled with wisdom. Is he a demon beast? With such a small body, even a demon beast should be a baby demon beast, right? Just as Wang Xian was thinking, the gentle voice of a lady suddenly rang in his ears. Wang Xian's face turned black when he heard her words. A baby demon beast? What the hell? Looking at the lady sizing him up, Wang Xian laid on the table coldly, recovering from his injuries. Wow, you look so cold and arrogant. It's so cool. Don't be afraid, little guy. I won't hurt you. What's your name? Let me give you a human name. How about Mu Banlon? How about it? Your body is colorful. This name suits you well. The gentle lady's voice rang out. She stared at Wang Xian with a face full of love. Miss, this name is nice to hear. It's colorful and colorful. Hee hee, but it's cuter to call it Xiao Banlon. Xiao Chu, who was at the side, said with a smile. "Mem, not bad, Xiao Banlan. Hehe, are you a demonic beast? I'll teach you how to speak in the future," the gentle lady said without feeling bored. "My name is Mu Kai Er. Isn't it nice to hear?" Wang Xian opened his eyes indifferently and shot a glance at Mu Kai Er. Little variegated beauty might be a little shy. "Miss, it might be afraid as it has just gone through a disaster," Xiao Chu guessed when she saw Wang Xian lying there quietly. "Yes, it should be. Oh right, little variegated beauty, you haven't eaten for a few days, right? Here's some food." Wuxia took out some food as she spoke. Wang Xian looked at the food and suddenly felt hungry. He didn't know how long he had been unconscious. He hesitated for a moment before grabbing the food and swallowing it. "Ah, miss, look." He ate it. "In a few days, he will be close to you." Xiao Chu's voice rang out, and Wang Xian's face turned black. No matter what, he had the combat strength of a level 3 longevity expert. He was now considered a powerhouse on the continent, yet he was given a name by 2 women and given food. He had to bear with it for the time being. Wang Xian ate the food and continued to recover from the injuries in his body. It was safer here. He was not prepared to leave for the time being. Furthermore, he knew that Mu Kaier had saved him from the seaside and fed him a few insightful void-tier elixirs. He, Wang Xian, naturally had to repay this favor. He would leave after he recovered his combat strength of a longevity expert. Wang Xian thought to himself as he lay there motionlessly. The carriage continued to move forward. Wang Xian, who had just woken up, was able to recover very quickly. However, the wound on his neck was a little fatal. It would take a few days for him to fully recover. "We should be arriving at the imperial capital in 6 days. Little Gorgeous only knows how to sleep all day. She has already slept for 2 days." After traveling for 2 days, the servant Xiao Chu looked at Wang Xian, who was lying on the ground, and said with a wrinkled nose, "Children might be a little lethargic. Let him sleep." Mu Kaier touched Wang Xian's dragon horn and said with a smile, "I wonder what the new master of the 9 gods will announce this time." Mu Kaier said with some concern, "Miss, some people say that the new lord of the 9 gods is extremely cruel, while others say that he doesn't really take care of anything other than a large number of medicinal pills and spiritual herbs. He basically leaves everything to the old devil god and the fire cloud sparrow patriarch." The Fire Cloud Sparrow Patriarch assisted the number 1 empress of the continent in the past. At that time, the empress was kind-hearted and kind-hearted. Since the Fire Cloud Patriarch was able to leave the Phoenix dynasty because of the empress' death, he must be a person who values friendship. He shouldn't be too cruel. Xiao Chu, who was at the side, analyzed. "But that's the case." Mu Kaier nodded. However, Wang Xian, who was lying on the side, was stunned when he heard their conversation. A look of astonishment appeared on his face. The new master of the 9 gods, the Fire Cloud Patriarch. He slowly opened his eyes. There was an inexplicable glow in his eyes as he revealed a faint smile. "It seems that Mo Sha has successfully taken over the position of the Lord of the 9 gods. However, why did the Fire Lark tribe suddenly join the demonic god tribe?" Wang Xian revealed a curious expression. "Furthermore, there was another thing. He might really have been unconscious for a year. I can hitch a ride to find Mo Sha." Wang Xian thought to himself as he closed his eyes and continued to recover from his injuries. Time passed day by day. Another 6 days had passed and Wang Xian's injuries had finally recovered a little. His strength had returned to the realm of longevity. With this strength, he was completely capable of protecting himself. "We're here. The imperial capital is right in front of us. Xiao Banlan, don't sleep anymore. Miss, this is the 3rd time we've come to the imperial capital, right?" Mu Kaier and Xiao Chu's voices were heard. Soon after, Wang Xian felt himself being hugged by someone. Wang Xian's body moved and broke free. He was floating on Mu Kaier's left shoulder. He looked ahead and looked at this huge city that was like a miracle. 10 mountains stood behind the city. The first one on the left was a golden mountain peak that was shining with golden light. The second one was a tree peak that was full of vitality and vines. The third one was a water peak that fell from the sky. The fourth one was a fire peak that was like a volcano. The fifth one was covered in 9-colored light. The words Master of the Nine Gods were written majestically on it. The sixth one was an earthy yellow mountain peak. Behind it were wind peaks, thunder peaks that were surrounded by lightning, dark peaks that were shrouded in darkness, and dazzling light peaks. The 10 peaks were like 2 enormous palms. They were known as the 10-fingered divine peaks on the continent. It was said that the 9 gods of the 9-god empire had built cities. Each of these 10 peaks contained an incomparably terrifying power. When the 10 peaks were combined, they could form a terrifying array. It was said that even the dragon race could not break through this array. This was the 9 gods empire, one of the 5 great empires on the continent. It had a powerful foundation, and the master of the 9 gods could be said, without any exaggeration, to be one of the 5 people with the greatest power in the entire human race. In front of the 10-fingered divine peak, there was a very rough and huge city. Every building was incomparably huge. This city was like a giant city. Each floor was dozens of meters tall. The style was similar to the giant city in ancient Roman mythology. There were many people heading to the imperial capital of the 9-god empire. The carriage followed the team through the huge city gate and headed to the rear. There are so many people from the demon god tribe in the city. Xiao Chu looked around in surprise, looking at the residents of the demon god tribe. According to the rules of the 9-god empire, whichever tribe leader becomes the leader of the 9-god tribe, the imperial capital will belong to that tribe. Of course, there are also many factions that have always lived in the imperial capital. Mu Kaier swept her gaze across the surroundings as she spoke. The carriage traveled forward for another 5 hours before arriving in front of the wood god peak. The rest of you disperse. Kaier, the few of you will follow me to my residence. A middle-aged voice sounded in front of the wood god peak. Mu Kaier's father was a profound void 9th-level expert of the wood god tribe. He held the position of an elder in the tribe. He was qualified to live in the wood god peak. As for his subordinates, they lived in the city. Jianshi, Lingdong, Kaier, make friends with the young elites of the demon god tribe tonight. And Kaya, get along well with the grandson of the elder of the demon god tribe. Mu Kaier's father led Mu Kaier and the others to the courtyard at the foot of the mountain. He instructed his children. It's father. The 3 immediately nodded and watched their father leave. We're a little late this time. Third sister, go to your room and quickly get dressed. Hurry up, we're going over now. The 2 youths looked at Mu Kaier and frowned as they said, It's eldest brother and second brother. Mu Kaier immediately lowered her head and replied, HMPH, you only know how to bully young miss. Eldest young master and second young master are really annoying. Mu Kaier brought Xiao Chu into the room as Xiao Chu pouted and said unhappily, Xiao Chu, lower your voice. Mu Kaier hurriedly said, Young miss, why are you being bullied by them? Their talent is not as good as yours, and their strength is not even on par with yours. They still dare to bully you. Is it because they were born from a concubine? Is it because young miss is a girl and wants to marry? Master is really unfair. Xiao Chu continued to say with dissatisfaction. All right, Xiao Chu, if others hear your words, I won't be able to save you. Mu Kaier frowned when she heard Xiao Chu's words. Oh. Xiao Chu lowered her head and said, Oh, when she heard the mistone. Mu Kaier glanced at her and sighed. She went into the room and quickly dressed up. Are you done yet? Not long after, an impatient voice came from outside. All right, I'm here. Mu Kaier picked up Wang Xian, who was beside her. However, he dodged her and floated on her shoulder. He continued to close his eyes. Humph, it should be a young master. Otherwise, why wouldn't I be allowed to hug him? Mu Kaier teased him and walked out immediately. Why are you still carrying this broken pet that you picked up? There will be elite disciples from various tribes in the 9-god empire later. At the door, 2 handsome young men frowned and shouted when they saw the creature floating beside Mu Kaier. It's all right, big brother and second brother. The little multicolored one is very cute. Let's go. Mu Kaier saw her big brother and second brother frown and quickly said while shrinking her head. Obviously, her 2 big brothers made her very fearful. Hurry up and leave. Father has arranged an engagement with young Master Mo Xiaoyu for you. When you see young Master Mo Xiaoyu, you have to please him. His grandfather is a half-step longevity expert. Father has also reached the 9th level of the profound void tier. He himself is a dragon among men.
The two youths said with some envy, "You are lucky to be able to marry him."
Oh! Mu Kaier lowered her head and replied with a helpless expression. Her face was filled with bitterness.
Although she was born in the Wood God tribe and her father was the patriarch, her talent was not bad. However, because she was a girl and her mother was a concubine, she was not favored by her two brothers. Her father obviously did not care as much about her as he did about her two brothers. This time, for the sake of the family, he did not ask her about her wishes and betrothed her to an elder of the demon god tribe. Following behind her two brothers, Mukaya looked at the little multicolored cat who was floating on top of her with her eyes closed. Her eyes were filled with helplessness. She was too arrogant to have saved this pet. It had been so many days, yet she wasn't allowed to hug or touch it. Wang Xian automatically followed beside Mu Kaier. In the past few days, he had gained an understanding of her worries and other matters. However, he didn't take these small matters to heart. When he saw Imortal in the next few days, he could change Mu Kaier's life with just a word. He focused his mind on recovering from his injuries. His body followed beside Mu Kaier unconsciously. Soon, the group of people arrived in front of the god peak of the 9 gods master, and a noisy voice entered his ears. "Young Master Mo Xiaoyu, how do you do? This is our third sister, Mu Kaier. Quick Kaier, greet young Master Mo Xiaoyu." At the foot of the god peak of the 9 gods master, there was an empty space, and around 5,000 to 6,000 young men were gathered there. Mu Jianshi and Mu Lingdong stood in front of a group of youths dressed in black. They smiled and said to the youth in the middle. The clothes of the 5,000 to 6,000 youths present could clearly distinguish which tribe they came from. Most of the youths gathered around the disciples of the demon god tribe. They chatted and laughed as they tried to curry favor with them. The demon god tribe was currently the strongest, and the position of the 9 gods lord had fallen to the demon god tribe. Naturally, they were trying to curry favor with the elite core disciples of the demon god tribe. Every elite disciple of the demon god tribe was surrounded by more than a dozen disciples from other tribes. Especially in the middle, more than 100 disciples with arrogant expressions surrounded 5 or 6 disciples of the demon god tribe. Clearly, the disciples of the dozen or so demon god tribes were the most outstanding young elites. Mu Kaier and the others were still some distance away from the center. "Hello, young Master Mo Xiaoyu." At this moment, Mukaya looked at the youth whose father was her matchmaker. She squeezed out a smile and greeted him.
Mo Xiaoyu. His name was not bad and his looks were not bad. He carried a sense of arrogance.
In fact, all the youths of the demon god tribe carried a trace of arrogance.
They were also qualified to do so. Wow, Mu Kaier is really beautiful. Not bad, not bad. Mo Xiaoyu looked at Mu Kaier and his eyes lit up. He said directly, "Stay by my side for the next few days."
Mukaya was slightly stunned. She looked at Mo Xiaoyu with a face full of astonishment. "Hurry up and thank young Master Mo Xiaoyu for being interested in you." At the side, Mukaya's two brothers hurriedly touched her arm.
Mu Kaier squeezed out an awkward smile and stood there without moving. The statuses of both parties were completely different. If she married him, she would also be considered a high social status.
"Come, Kaya, I'll bring you to meet a few of my friends."
Mo Xiaoyu looked at Mu Kaier with great satisfaction and waved at her. Mu Kaier nodded and walked over. "In the future, as Mo Xiaoyu's wife, I will definitely not mistreat you. You don't have to be so restrained." Mo Xiaoyu directly stretched out his hand and wrapped it around Mu Kaier's shoulders. He leaned over and said with a smile on his face.
Mukaya's body stiffened and her expression was a little awkward. "Let's go, I'll bring some friends."
"Let them see my Mo Xiaoyu's wife too, haha." Mo Xiaoyu laughed and directly walked to the side.
"I didn't expect your family to actually have a marriage alliance with young Master Mo Xiaoyu and the others." TSK, looking at young Master Mo Xiaoyu's appearance, he should be very fond of your younger sister. Congratulations to all of you.
Haha. It's our sister who has climbed up to young Master Mo Xiaoyu. However, our sister is also very outstanding. Now, she has the strength of a second-level void interpretation.
When the surrounding young disciples of the Wood God tribe saw this scene, they said to Mu Lingdong and the others with some envy. Now that the demon god tribe was powerful, all the tribes were thinking of ways to befriend them.
Mu Lingdong's family was very lucky to be able to get a woman to marry Mo Xiaoyu. Furthermore, Mo Xiaoyu's grandfather was an elder of the demonic god tribe, a top-level figure.
Mu Lingdong and the other two were also laughing happily. Only Mukaya followed beside Mo Xiaoyu with a sorrowful expression.
Xiaoyu, who is the lady beside you? Mo Xiaoyu brought them to a spot in front of them. When a few young men and women from the demon god tribe saw him, they asked curiously, "Haha, my fiancé.
How is she?
Is she pretty?"
Mo Xiaoyu said loudly with a smile.
"Not bad. Is she a beauty from the wood god tribe?" "Awesome, awesome," a few youths from the demon god tribe said with a smile.
Xiaoyu has a fiancé. At this moment, two women walked over and asked with smiles on their faces.
"Yes, Sister Mo Mei. This is my fiancé, Mu Kaier."
Kaier, this is the most outstanding beauty of our demon god tribe. She has a cultivation base at the 5th level of the void interpretation realm. Her strength is not weaker than our men. Let's greet her.
Mo Xiaoyu looked at the woman who spoke and said with a fawning smile,
"Sister Mo Mei, hello."
Mu Kaier squeezed out a smile and called out softly, "Not bad, not bad. There are so many beauties of the wood god tribe." Mo Mei smiled and looked at the creature on her shoulder. She was slightly stunned. A mighty and cute pet. What kind of pet is this? I picked it up not long ago. I don't know either. Mu Kaier squeezed out a smile and said embarrassedly,
"It's really cute." Mo Mei smiled and took a few steps closer to Mu Kaier. She stretched out her hand and wanted to touch it.
"Sister Mo Mei likes it. Then I'll let Kaier give it to you. You can just take it."
Mo Xiaoyu, who was at the side, saw Mo Mei's loving look and immediately said in a flattering manner,
"Really?"
Mo Mei's hand stopped in midair as she looked at Mu Kaier and Mo Xiaoyu.
Really, Miss Mo Mei? This pet was picked up by Kaier by the sea." Before Mu Kaier could reply, Mu Lingdong and Mo Meier immediately came over and said with smiles on their faces, Mu Kaier looked extremely aggrieved when she saw this scene.
"This is the first time I've seen such a majestic and adorable creature."
Mo Mei looked at the group of people who agreed and smiled. She continued to move her palm forward.
Sensing that someone was moving towards her, Wang Xian opened his eyes slowly. A cold and majestic expression appeared in his eyes.
Mo Mei felt Wang Xian's gaze and was slightly shocked. She looked at his eyes in astonishment.
What a majestic little guy. He's really too cute.
Mo Mei was stunned by this invisible aura for 2 seconds. Then, she laughed and continued to extend her arm toward Wang Xian.
However, just when her palm was 1 meter away from Wang Xian, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in front of her. Her expression changed drastically. She quickly retracted her palm and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Her entire palm seemed to have been corroded and turned blood red, causing Mo Mei's face to be filled with fear. Everyone around was stunned as well. They looked at the terrified Mo Mei and her palm in astonishment.
"What's going on?
What exactly happened?"
Mo Xiaoyu looked at Mo Mei in astonishment and asked. Mo Mei came back to her senses and looked at Wang Xian in shock. When she met his cold and disdainful dragon eyes, she actually felt a trace of fear in her heart. It's this pet. His strength.
Mo Mei stared at Wang Xian with a haunted expression.
"What?"
The surrounding young men looked at Mo Mei's palm and then turned to the pet hovering above Mukaia's left shoulder. Their faces were filled with shock.
"What's going on? Third sister, what's going on?
Why didn't you take care of your pet properly?
How dare you hurt Miss Mo Mei?" Mu Lingdong and Mu Jianchu's expressions changed drastically as they shouted at Mu Kaier hurriedly.
They looked extremely embarrassed. Mo Mei's background was extremely terrifying. She was the descendant of the old demon god from the demon god tribe. If they were to be blamed, they would have to pay the price.
Mu Kaier looked at Wang Xian on her left shoulder in astonishment. Her face was also filled with panic.
However, at this moment, Wang Xian shifted his gaze to Mu Lingdong and Mu Jianchu. He waved his dragon claw gently.
In a flash, the grayish energy directly attacked the two of them. In fact, no one in the surroundings saw this attack.
Before Mu Lingdong and Mu Jianshi could react, the terrifying energy landed on their bodies, causing him to spit out blood and fly backward. The powerful energy caused him to be heavily injured. What? This is that pet. Why didn't I see him attack? This pet is so terrifying. What level is he at? Why didn't I see his attack? Shocked voices came from the surrounding disciples of the Nine-God Empire. Everyone took a step back in unison and stared at the pet floating on Mukaya's body in shock. Mome's pupils constricted slightly as well. She didn't see how this mysterious and terrifying creature attacked just now. Mukaya, who was at the side, widened her eyes as she stared at the pet that she picked up by the sea in disbelief. Wuxia took a glance at Mukaya and hovered quietly in the air. In his eyes, the group of people around him, all the elite core disciples of the Nine Gods Empire, were like ants. What happened? The commotion and the serious injuries of the two of them attracted the curious gazes of the young men in the middle. They raised their heads slightly as they walked over. A young man in the middle asked loudly, Sister Mome, what happened to your palm? Is there someone who dares to attack you? The young man from the central demon god tribe swept his gaze across the surroundings. He was slightly shocked when he saw the injury on Mome's palm. He immediately asked, It's nothing. It's that mysterious pet. Mome shook her head. She looked at Wuxia, who had closed his eyes with a solemn expression. Miss Mome, I'm sorry. I didn't know. I didn't know that little Gorgeous would hurt you. Brother. Only then did Mukaya react. She spoke with a panicked expression and ran towards Mu Jianshi and Mu Lingdong. Mo Xiaoyu, who was at the side, was dumbfounded. He looked at her with a stunned expression. What happened? The youth in the middle frowned and asked. Young Master Mo Ling is that mysterious pet. When Miss Mome wanted to touch him, her palm was injured. And we didn't see any movement. The two youths from the Wood God tribe were sent flying. A youth from the Wind God tribe immediately replied. A mysterious pet? How dare a pet hurt someone here? Mo Lingzi frowned and looked at Wuxia with a cold expression. That pet seems to be very strong. It's definitely not weaker than a 7th level see-through void stage. That's right. I didn't even see how the two young men from the Wood God tribe were sent flying backward just now. They are too strong. I feel that they might be even stronger. The surroundings were filled with discussions. Mo Lingzi was also looking at Wuxia in astonishment. However, he didn't have any information about this creature in his mind. Mukaya, what's going on? At this moment, a young man from the Wood God tribe who was wearing the same outfit as Mukaya frowned slightly and asked her directly. He was standing beside Mo Lingzi. Clearly, he was one of the top talents in the Wood God tribe. When Wuxia heard the aggressive voices, he opened his eyes. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes. I'm sorry. Mukaya said with a sobbing tone. She immediately helped her two brothers up. Mu Lingdong and Mu Jianshi stood up with pale faces. They looked at Wuxia, who was on her shoulder, and took 2 steps back in fear. I'm sorry. When Mukaya saw everyone's eyes on her, she bowed in fear and quickly walked out. Huh? Mukaya, stop right there. The young man from the Wood God tribe who was standing next to the demon spirit son saw Mukaya leaving immediately. He frowned and shouted immediately. However, Mukaya, who was already in a daze, did not hear him. Instead, she ran out without knowing what to do. This made the young man who spoke look extremely embarrassed. Don't be afraid. Wuxia looked at the flustered Mukaya. After hesitating for a moment, he transmitted his voice to her. Who is speaking to me? Who is speaking to me? The voice that suddenly entered her mind shocked Mukaya once again. She quickly asked, It's me. Let's go back to your place. Wuxia looked at her and said faintly. In his opinion, Mukaya was just an ordinary girl. She was even a little timid and cowardly. However, after she saved him from the seaside and gave him a few insightful void tier elixirs, she was destined to experience a huge change in her life. If Mukaya didn't pick him up from the sea, if she didn't give him the elixir at the insightful void tier, it might take some time for Wuxia to wake up. It was unknown if he would encounter any danger during this period of time. Speaking of which, Mukaya could be considered his benefactor. Naturally, he had to repay this favor. You can talk.
Mu Kaier stared at Wang Xian with a face full of astonishment. Her eyes widened and she couldn't help but take a step back.
Go back to your residence. Wang Xian looked at her panicked look and smiled before saying again.
Mu Kaier was somewhat inexperienced and naive. He had a good impression of this woman who had saved him.
Good.
Mu Kaier's expression changed as she nodded her head. She immediately walked towards the location of the wood god peak and entered the room. She closed the door and stared at Wang Xian nervously. You saved my life. I will repay you. Wang Xian transmitted his voice to Mu Kaier. As he spoke, he felt the interspatial ring that had been swallowed into his stomach. He looked inside and realized that there was nothing else other than some metal materials. Sit cross-legged and cultivate. Wang Xian hesitated for a moment before speaking directly to Mu Kaier.
Cultivate?
What are you doing? Mu Kaier looked at Wang Xian in astonishment and asked directly.
It was not strange for a demonic beast to be able to speak. However, what made her uncertain was what the other party was trying to do.
Sit cross-legged and cultivate. Don't worry, I won't harm you. Wang Xian spoke in a gentle voice. Mu Kaier's expression changed. She nodded and sat cross-legged on the ground.
She knew that the pet she picked up was not simple. Now that he had said that to her, he would not harm her.
Otherwise, she would have been killed in the past few days.
Mu Kaier sat cross-legged on the ground and started cultivating immediately.
Wang Xian opened his mouth slightly. The 5 elements millstone appeared and floated above Mu Kaier's head. Enter the state of cultivation, Wang Xian reminded her. Oh.
Mu Kaier nodded her head in response. The 5 elements millstone was activated. Wang Xian did not hesitate to expend his dragon energy to transform it into an extremely pure azure dragon's energy and directly entered Mu Kaier's body. Furthermore, he used his supernatural ability to enchant the spirit to transmit his understanding of the wood attribute directly into her mind. This was the first time that Wang Xian did not hesitate to expend his dragon energy to increase a person's strength. Waves of azure dragon energy completely enveloped Mu Kaier as the insights regarding the wood attribute were injected into her body. Mu Kaier's strength, which was at level 2 of the see-through, was increasing at a terrifying speed. Level 3 of the see-through. Level 4 of the see-through. Level 5 of the see-through. Level 6 of the see-through. Wang Xian didn't stop until he reached the 7th level of the void interpretation stage. At her age, even the dragon race couldn't compare to her in the entire Super Hair continent. All right. Wang Xian's voice rang in Mu Kaier's mind. Ah! Mu Kaier woke up in shock and instantly felt the powerful strength coming from her body.
Her eyes widened and her face was filled with disbelief. Mu Kaier! At this moment, an extremely stern voice came from outside. Oh no!
Mu Kaier's expression changed slightly and she hurriedly opened the door.
Slap. However, just as she opened the door, a slap landed on her face. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and looked over with a cold gaze. Father, I. Mu Kaier's eyes turned red instantly as tears streamed down her face. The pet you picked up actually injured 2 of your brothers. What's going on? Also, even the descendant of the old demon god, Miss Mo Mei, was injured. Are you courting death? Mu Xinghua called you, but you ignored him. I think you are trying to anger me to death. Tomorrow I will bring you over to apologize. If the matter cannot be resolved, get out of my sight. Get out of the wood god tribe.
An angry shout came from Mu Kaier's father. The powerful aura suppressed her face so much that it was extremely pale. She revealed a terrified expression. Humph. Mu Kaier's father swept his gaze across the room and met Wang Xian's cold gaze.
His breathing paused slightly and then turned cold. We will decide your fate after the worship of the 9 gods tomorrow. Mu Kaier's father's face was gloomy. With a cold voice, he walked out. You guys stay here and don't let her leave, he said to the 2 middle-aged men around him. It's the elders.
The 2 of them quickly replied. Mu Kaier's father walked out with a gloomy face.
When he saw the injuries on his 2 sons and heard what they had said, he instantly became furious.
He didn't pay much attention to his 3rd daughter. Women were supposed to get married. This time, he thought of using marriage to befriend the demon god tribe, but he didn't expect it to backfire.
This made him extremely angry. The power of the Nine God Lord was very great. If he casually killed a few experts who were half a step away from longevity, no tribe would dare to say anything.
This was the rule. Therefore, he was a little frightened.
He came over in anger. Sob.
The sound of crying came from Wuxia's mouth. She was squatting on the ground and crying with a broken heart.
Wang Xian shook his head when he saw this scene. It was not appropriate for him to make a move in such a situation just now. The worship of the 9 gods tomorrow. His eyes were sparkling. Following that, he smiled and looked at Wuxia. All right, Wuxia, don't cry. After tomorrow, no one will dare to bully you.
Wang Xian transmitted his voice directly to Wuxia.
You, little gorgeous. Don't be mischievous in the future.
Wuxia raised her head and looked at Wang Xian with a crying face.
Everything was caused by little gorgeous.
When Wang Xian heard her name, his face turned black instantly. He immediately laid on the table and recovered. His injuries had not recovered yet. Now that he had used up his dragon energy, he was a little tired.
Wuxia cried for a while. She wiped the tears off her face and sensed her own strength. Then, she looked at Wang Xian with a changing expression. Finally, she walked toward the bed with a helpless expression. Lying on the bed, she looked ahead in a daze. Her mind was filled with wild thoughts.
Wuxia, bring your pet and come out. The next morning, a cold voice sounded from outside.
Wuxia, who was lying on the bed, stood up in a hurry. Her expression changed and she immediately walked out.
Let's go. I'll bring you to apologize to someone today.
An expressionless female figure stood by the door and swept a glance at Wuxia, who was walking over.
Wang Xian opened his eyes and moved his body. He floated directly above Wuxia's shoulder.
He looked at Wuxia's father indifferently. When he heard her words, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly.
Apologize?
Apologize for what? He wanted to see who would dare to lay a finger on his savior today. Or perhaps, make her suffer a little.
Don't speak when you get there. Do whatever I tell you to do. Wuxia followed behind her father with her head lowered. Her father's voice came from the front.
It's father, she replied softly with a helpless look in her eyes. Wang Xian hovered on Wuxia's left shoulder and scanned his surroundings indifferently.
Elder Ziyuan, hurry up. The 9 gods worship ceremony is about to begin. Just as Mu Ziyuan brought Wuxia out of the courtyard, an elder in front of them looked at them and urged them.
It's third elder. Mu Ziyuan immediately quickened his pace respectfully and walked over quickly. Diyuan, the incident with your daughter yesterday is neither serious nor serious. Today, you must apologize to the elders of the demonic god tribe. Mu Ziyuan and the others walked over. The third elder glanced at Wuxia and reminded him. It's the third elder. I know. Mu Ziyuan immediately smiled and nodded.
Well, then let's hurry up.
The third elder nodded. The two of them quickened their pace and walked towards the 9 god masters' divine peak in the middle. Along the way, everyone in the other 9 god peaks all walked towards the 9 god masters' divine peak. With the birth of a new 9 god lord, there would be a 9 god worship. At that time, all the powerful experts in the entire 9 god empire would come over to worship. As the leader of the 9 tribes, the other tribes naturally did not dare to be negligent. Especially now that the demon god tribe had the help of the fire lark tribe, their strength was invincible in the 9 god empire. There were many insightful emptiness realm experts everywhere. In the entire 9 god empire, there were 60,000 to 70,000 insightful emptiness realm experts. This was definitely a terrifying number. Wuxia followed them to a huge square. In front of the square, there were 9,000-meter-tall statues. Each statue represented the founder of a tribe, representing the god of that tribe. In front of the 9 statues was a divine throne. The divine throne was 20 meters tall, and sitting on it could overlook everyone. In front of the huge square, many experts of the 9 god empire had gathered. The elders of the 9 tribes had all arrived. In front of the huge square, there were more than 10,000 people. Just like the gathering of the younger generation yesterday, the other tribes had all gathered around the demon god tribe, trying to form a relationship with them. Follow me, Mu Ziyuan said to Mu Kaier with a cold expression. He looked at the demon god tribe with a dark expression. Mu Kaier took a deep breath and followed behind him. She lowered her head and did not say anything. Elder of the demon tribe, young master Mo Xiaoyu. Mu Ziyuan looked at the demon god tribe, where dozens of people gathered. He took a deep breath and squeezed out a smile. When he arrived in front of Mo Xiaoyu and Grandpa Mo Xiaoyu, he said with a smile on his face, "Oh, Elder Mu."
The bearded elder in a black robe looked at Mu Ziyuan and said indifferently,
"Elder of the demon race, my daughter was a bit rash yesterday and made a joke. Please forgive me, Elder of the demon race." Mu Ziyuan bowed and apologized.
I was a little rash and made a joke."
Before the black-bearded elder could speak, a middle-aged man beside him said coldly, "Brother Mo, it's my fault for not teaching you well."
"Elder Mu, Mo Xiaoyu cannot afford to lose face. I brought my pet to hurt someone and even left so rudely."
Before Mu Ziyuan could finish his words, Mo Xiaoyu interrupted him and said indifferently. He glanced at Mu Kaier behind him and shook his head slightly.
He was originally very satisfied with this fiancée, but she had left last night. A group of people were discussing that she was his fiancée, making him look very embarrassed.
Mo Xiaoyu, could not afford to lose this person. As for the possibility that Mu Kaier had a powerful pet, no one took it to heart. They were the top young elites of the Nine-God Empire. There were many demon beast races that had mounts that were at the level of level 8, level 9, or even half a step into the longevity realm in the Nine-God Empire. Who would care about that mysterious pet?
Then, young master Mo Xiaoyu, your engagement with my daughter.
Mu Ziyuan's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly said,
"Let's talk about the engagement in the future," the black-bearded elder said indifferently.
Mu Ziyuan's expression instantly turned ugly. Mu Kaier, who was standing behind him, also trembled. "My daughter's marriage has already been announced. This will make my daughter." Mu Ziyuan looked at the black-bearded elder and said with an embarrassed expression. The higher the level, the more they cared about face. The matter of Mu Kaier's engagement with the demon god tribe's Mo Xiaoyu had already been announced. Now that the demon god tribe did not agree, it was simply a disguised form of breaking off the engagement. This black dot would follow Mu Kaier for the rest of her life. In fact, many families would not marry Mu Kaier because of face. This would have a huge impact in the future.
"Haha, Elder Jean, long time no see."
However, at this moment, the black-bearded elder ignored them and greeted the golden-robed elder in front of him. "Bastard, what's the use of having you?"
When Mu Ziyuan saw that the tribal elder of the demonic god tribe was ignoring him, he turned his head with a face full of anger and shouted at Mu Kaier.
Mu Kaier's body trembled. She lowered her head and didn't dare to speak. Her eyes instantly turned red. "Yesterday your pet hurt Miss Mo Mei. Let's go."
Mu Ziyuan took a deep breath and looked at Mu Kaier.
Then, he looked at Wang Xian, who was floating on his left shoulder coldly. He looked around and saw Mo Mei following around his parents. When he noticed the elders of various groups gathered around him, he frowned slightly. However, he still braced himself and walked over. "Damn it! How can you be my daughter?"
Mu Ziyuan said in a flustered manner. He squeezed out an awkward smile and walked towards the group of people.
"Miss Mo Mei, I'm really sorry about what happened to my daughter last night." Mu Ziyuan walked over and smiled apologetically at Mo Mei. "Oh!" Mo Mei was slightly stunned as she turned her head to look. When she saw Mu Kaier and the mysterious pet floating on her shoulder, she smiled. "It's all right. I've already recovered." Mo Mei shook her head as she looked at the mysterious pet.
"How can you be fine, Miss Mo Mei?"
"Look at the scar on your palm. You just left without any manners. How embarrassing for our Wood God tribe." However, just as Mo Mei said that, a youth dressed in the Wood God tribe's uniform said from the side. That youth was none other than the youth from the Wood God tribe who was with Mo Lingzi and the others yesterday. "Miss Mo Mei, I have some wood spirit essence here. I didn't bring it with me yesterday. Today I specially brought some for you. After applying it, it can remove the scars." The youth smiled as he took out a small blue porcelain bottle and handed it to Mo Mei. Thank you, young Master Mu Qingming. Mo Mei hesitated for a moment before smiling and nodding her head. It's just a small matter. It's just a beast randomly injuring people. Just kill the beast. At this time, the devil spirit son who was standing not far from the side looked over and said faintly,
It was just an animal randomly hurting people. Just kill the animal.
A light voice came from Mo Lingzi's mouth. He stood there and said with a relaxed expression, What? When Mu Kaier heard Mo Lingzi's words, she suddenly raised her head and stared at Mo Lingzi.
No. No, father. Yesterday it was because Miss Mo Mei wanted to touch little Gorgeous, he attacked.
He usually doesn't attack others. Mu Kaier hurriedly looked at her father and explained.
Shut up. Your two brothers are still recovering from their injuries. Could it be your brother's fault?
Mu Ziyuan coldly shouted at Mu Kaier and said with a cold gaze. Mu Kaier, a beast that you picked up. It's best not to keep it by your side without training. Besides, do you know how impolite you were yesterday? Mu Qingming looked at Mu Kaier and said coldly, You. Don't throw away the people of the Wood God tribe.
Mu Kaier's face turned pale. She quickly looked at Wang Xian who was beside her. Her eyes were filled with worry. Last night, although he already knew that Wang Xian was extraordinary, this was the place where the 9 gods worshipped.
All the experts from the 9 God Empire were gathered here. So what if he was powerful?
Could he be comparable to the 9 God Empire?
Miss Mo Mei, this beast hurt you yesterday. Today, I will kill him. Mu Qingming's eyes were shining as he stared at Wang Xian. His eyes were filled with eagerness to give it a try. Forget it. Mo Mei shook her head. How can we just let it go like this?
An uncultured beast. This time he hurt Miss Mo Mei. The next time he might hurt others. Just kill him and end this once and for all.
Mu Qingming shook his head. Miss Mo Mei, let me avenge you.
As he spoke, a magic staff appeared in his hand and he raised his head slightly.
Forget it. This pet is very strong, you. Mu Qingming, don't worry about it. If he dares to resist, I'll kill him. Before Mo Mei could finish her words, Mu Ziyuan, who was at the side, spoke up.
He had asked Mu Kaier to bring the pet along so that she could vent her anger and express her sincerity to them.
Furthermore, this pet had hurt his 2 sons. Naturally, he would not let it go. All right. Mu Qingming smiled and stared at Wang Xian slowly.
At the side, some elders from the demon god tribe and other tribes noticed the situation and looked over indifferently.
They smiled and didn't interfere. In their eyes, this was just a small matter. You guys. Mu Kaier looked at this scene with a panicked expression. Buzz. However, at this moment, Wang Xian heard them calling him a beast. His eyes turned cold. He looked at Mu Qingming who was about to attack him. A hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. He raised his dragon claw and swung it at Mu Qingming.
Be careful. Mo Mei, who was injured by Wang Xian previously, was shocked when she saw Wang Xian raising his dragon claw. She quickly shouted,
Bang! However, the moment she finished her sentence, Mu Qingming, who had a smug smile on his face, froze. His eyes widened slowly and his body fell to the side. What? Mu Ziyuan was shocked when he saw the instant death of Mu Qingming. His face was filled with shock.
His aura changed drastically and the power of the 9th level of the see-through realm was unleashed.
Buzz.
Wang Xian looked at Mu Ziyuan and frowned. He waved his hand gently and the terrifying force sent Mu Ziyuan flying backward. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Xiaoben Lan, stop it now.
Mu Kaier, who was the first to react, shouted in panic. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Don't worry. I will protect you from now on. No one will dare to touch you. Wang Xian's hoarse voice rang out as he spoke in human language. Qingming. Oh no. There are demonic beasts causing trouble.
There are demonic beasts killing people. This is an unforgivable crime. How dare they come to our 9 God Empire to cause trouble?
Mu Qingming was instantly killed and Mu Ziyuan was severely injured. This caused everyone to be slightly shocked. All the experts in the 9 God Empire immediately looked over with killing intent on their faces.
This place was where the tribal elders gathered. The expressions of the dozens of tribal elders changed slightly. The smiles on their faces disappeared and they revealed a dignified expression.
You dare to cause trouble in our 9-god empire. Which faction are you from?
The Empire of 10,000 Monsters?
A tribal elder of the demon god tribe revealed a murderous look on his face.
He dared to kill people while the 9 gods were paying their respects. He was simply audacious.
Even if the demon emperor of the Empire of 10,000 Monsters dares to cause trouble here, he must die.
The eyes of the tribal elders were locked onto Wang Xian. Their faces were filled with killing intent.
Killing someone in their lair. If the other party were to leave, what would the 9-god empire's reputation be like? You actually killed Mu Qingming. Mo Mei cried out involuntarily when she saw Mu Qingming's lifeless body. She also understood some of Mu Qingming's intentions towards her. She also knew that he was trying to be nice to her. However, she never expected that Mu Qingming would be killed directly. Boom! 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 Waves of terrifying aura soared into the sky as waves of killing intent locked onto Wang Xian.
Mukaya's face was extremely pale when she saw this scene. She was the center of attention, the real center of attention. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Wang Xian, who was on her shoulder. Naturally, she was also in the line of sight of all the experts in the 9-god empire. This Mukaya's pet is really audacious. He actually dared to kill someone here.
Her pet's strength is so terrifying. It injured an elder with one blow. It has the strength of at least half a step into longevity.
What's the use of having a strong pet?
This pet is going to kill herself. If she dares to cause trouble during the worship of the 9 gods, the demon god tribe will definitely execute her. When all the elite disciples of the 9 gods empire saw this scene, they opened their mouths slightly and revealed shocked expressions.
This Mukaya's pet actually dares to kill people here. Luckily it didn't agree to this marriage.
Mo Xiaoyu was stunned when he saw this scene and heaved a heavy sigh of relief in his heart.
Mo Xiaoyu's grandfather, father, and company also heaved a sigh of relief slightly.
Wang!
Just as all the experts in the 9-god empire who were worshipping their seniors locked onto the mysterious pet.
To everyone's surprise, the mysterious pet raised its paw again and attacked the demon spirit. How dare you attack me, you bastard! A group of half-step longevity of the strong face rage shouted. A half-step longevity of the elder's figure a move, a moment to the face of the shocked demon spirit son in front of arm-heavy swing.
Another 5 or 6 half-step longevity powerhouses moved their bodies and were ready to attack Wang Xian. Bang!
However, what shocked everyone once again was that the half-step Wanshou who was standing in front of Mo Lingzi was sent flying and was severely injured instantly. What? Hiss! Its strength. The pupils of the 5 or 6 half-step longevity experts who were about to attack Wang Xian shrunk slightly when they saw this scene. They were shocked. They quickly stopped moving and their faces were filled with fear.
The realm of longevity, the realm of longevity.
5 to 6 experts who were half a step away from the realm of longevity cried out in surprise. The surrounding experts who were half a step away from the realm of longevity focused their eyes and weapons appeared in their hands one by one. The realm of longevity. Once one reached the realm of longevity, it would represent another world, representing the top existences in the entire continent. Whoever dares to stop me from killing him will die today. Wang Xian glanced at everyone around him indifferently, and his gaze landed on Mo Lingzi.
No, don't kill me.
Mo Lingzi looked at Wang Xian's indifferent gaze and a drop of cold sweat dripped down his face. He never expected that the beast he was talking about was actually an expert of the longevity level.
This was the longevity level.
If he knew about this, he wouldn't dare to insult him even if he had 10 guts.
However, he had already said it out loud. An extremely regretful look appeared on his face.
Everyone around was staring at Wang Xian in shock. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. This mysterious pet was actually an expert at the longevity level. Mo Xiaoyu and the rest were even more shocked. They looked at him in disbelief.
Lord Gold God, there's an invasion from a longevity expert. Lord Wood God, there's an invasion from a longevity expert.
Lord Water God, there's an invasion from a longevity expert.
At this moment, all the human elders around were staring at Wang Xian vigilantly as they hurriedly shouted. Their voices reverberated throughout the entire 10-fingered divine peak. Ha!
Who dares to cause trouble in our nine-god empire? In an instant, sounds of shock and anger rang out from the void. Golden rays, blue rays, earthy yellow rays.
Rays of light flew over from the god peaks in an instant. In the center of each ray of light stood one or two old men with crowns on their heads.
They were like gods as they appeared in the sky in an instant. Gods, it's him. He's the one who's causing trouble here. He wants to kill me. Kill him. Kill him. Mo Lingzi saw the gods of the tribe flying over. His heart that had been lifted up was lowered as he roared with a ferocious expression. He stared at Wang Xian with fear and malevolence in his eyes. This was their nine-god empire. This was their territory.
Even if you are a longevity expert, don't even think about killing me. You killed a disciple of my nine-god empire while our nine gods were worshipping you and seriously injured an expert of my nine-god empire. Today, no matter what your identity is, you must die.
The old man who was emitting a green glow swept his gaze across the surroundings. His gaze was locked onto Wang Xian as he announced in a deep voice. In the sky, other than the longevity experts from the demon god tribe who had yet to arrive, the other 8 tribes had all arrived. 13 longevity experts stood in the air. Their bodies exuded an imposing aura that could intimidate the world. Even a pet of the longevity realm would have to die here, Mo Xiaoyu said with an uncertain expression. Little gorgeous, it's over, it's over. You've caused trouble. We're all going to die. In the center, Mu Kaier saw the group of tribal leaders and the longevity experts staring at them. Her face was filled with despair.
Even if Little Gorgeous was a longevity-level existence, she was still not a match for the entire nine-god empire's experts. All right, don't worry. Wang Xian looked at the longevity experts who were locked onto him in the sky. There was even a level 4 longevity expert among them. He did not panic at all. He spoke to Mukaya calmly as his dragon body slowly transformed. A human figure appeared in front of everyone. He used the energy of light and darkness to condense a piece of clothing to cover his body. The difference was that there was a long wound on his neck that extended all the way to the top of his chest. This wound was considered a fatal one.
Call Mo Shar over. After Wang Xian transformed into his human form, he spoke to the group of longevity experts from the Nine Gods Empire in the sky.
Ha! The group of longevity experts was slightly stunned when they saw Wang Xian transforming into his human form. You don't have the qualifications to meet the master of the nine gods.
The burly elder who was emitting an earthen yellow aura roared coldly when he heard Wang Xian's words. An earthy yellow earth mountain phantom appeared behind him, ready to attack at any time. Wait! The elder, whose entire body was emitting a golden glow, hurriedly stopped the earth god. The gold god sized up Wang Xian and a figure appeared in his mind. However, due to the unclear information he obtained previously, he did not dare to confirm it. Master of the Nine Gods, there is something that you might need to settle. The gold god hesitated for a moment before he immediately transmitted it to the god peak of the Master of the Nine Gods.
Gold god, he is a longevity powerhouse. We can easily resolve it without the help of the Master of the Nine Gods.
The earth god was slightly stunned when he saw the gold god stopping him. He asked in bewilderment,
Mo Sha, get over here quickly.
At this moment, an impatient voice sounded from below. The voice was a little hoarse and enveloped the entire 10-fingered god peak.
When everyone in the Nine God Empire heard Wang Xian's words, they were shocked and furious.
He actually dared to speak to the master of the nine gods like that. However, when the gold god heard Wang Xian's words, he was basically certain in his heart.
The other tribes might not know, but as the former master of the nine gods, he had more information. This must be
Boss Missouri, boss. Just as the gold god opened his mouth, 3 figures teleported to the sky from the top of the peak of the leader of the nine gods. The leader was Mo Sha, who was wearing a 9-colored outfit and an imperial crown. His gaze landed on Wang Xian, who had reverted to his human form. Boss, where have you been?
I missed you so much, Mo Sha.
Young Master Wang. Under the shocked gazes of everyone in the Nine God Empire, Mo Sha instantly appeared in front of Wang Xian.
Furthermore, his exaggerated words entered everyone's ears.
Everyone in the Nine God Empire was stunned. Boss?
The boss of the Master of the Nine Gods?
This made them think of some things about the Master of the Nine Gods a year ago. Was it this young man who made the current Nine Gods Master kneel down?
Because of this matter, when the demon god wanted to fight for the position of the Nine Gods Master, he was resisted by several tribes.
In the end, if it wasn't for his strength being too strong, those who refused to submit would be beaten into submission. The current position of the Nine Gods Master was still the Golden God. That mysterious pet was actually the boss of their Nine Gods Master, that young Master Wang. The expressions of everyone in the Nine Gods Empire kept changing.
Mukayar, who was standing at the side, widened her eyes and looked at this scene in a daze.
The mysterious pet that she had saved was actually the boss of their Nine Gods Master. This was actually so unbelievable. It was like a dream. Young Master Wang, how are your injuries? At the place where the main god peak of the Nine Gods worshipped, all the experts of the Nine Gods Empire looked at this scene in shock.
Feng Yun, who was flying over immediately after Mo Sha, looked at the horrifying injuries on Wang Xian's neck. She revealed a shocked expression and immediately asked with concern,
"Boss, why is the injury on your neck so serious? Who did it?" Mo Sha, am going to kill him." Mo Sha also noticed the injury on Wang Xian's neck and asked in shock. The injury on Wang Xian's neck was extremely horrifying. Moreover, his strength had reached an extremely high level. As long as it was not a fatal injury, he would be able to recover very quickly. Just like how his hand was cut off and his chest was penetrated.
As long as he was still breathing, he would be able to recover without leaving any scars. Now that Wang Xian had such a terrifying scar on his neck, it was obvious that his injuries had not fully recovered.
"I have already killed my opponent. Give me some elixirs."
Wang Xian said to Mo Sha in a hoarse voice. Yes, I have it, boss."
As Mo Sha spoke, he took out all the elixirs and spiritual herbs from his interspatial ring.
Looking at the longevity level elixirs and spiritual herbs, the surrounding longevity level powerhouses twitched their lips.
These elixirs were only available to the masters of the Nine Gods. How could they give them to an outsider?
However, they didn't dare to say anything.
Wang Xian placed the elixirs into his mouth and turned them into dragon energy to heal his injuries quickly.
Buzz!
In less than 20 seconds, a terrifying aura was emitted from Wang Xian's body. The aura was restrained in the surroundings, but it made everyone in the surroundings tremble in fear. Second level of longevity. His injuries have yet to fully recover. He has actually erupted with the strength of second level of longevity.
The Earth God of the Earth God tribe had a face full of shock as he felt Wang Xian's strength.
His strength was only at the first level of longevity. His injuries were healing rapidly. Wang Xian's aura was also rising at a terrifying speed. The wound on his neck was getting smaller and smaller. Just a little more.
A minute later, Wang Xian exhaled and said faintly, "Young Master Wang, I still have some spirit fruits here."
The gold god took out a few spirit fruits of the longevity level and handed them to Wang Xian. "I have some here too. Young Master Wang, I have some here too. I hope that I can use them."
The gods of the Nine God Empire, the longevity level powerhouses, and the powerful powerhouses of their empire took out one precious pill after another.
Everyone in the Nine God Empire was dumbfounded when they saw this scene.
Especially the younger generation of the Nine God Empire.
This. When Mo Lingzi saw this scene, he felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. A bad premonition filled his heart. This mysterious pet was not only a powerhouse at the longevity level, but also the boss of their master of the Nine Gods. Then the more he thought about it, the more his body trembled. "Thank you."
Wang Xian didn't refuse. The injury on his neck was too unbearable.
He put all the pills into his mouth. Boom. The aura on Wang Xian's body rose again. He didn't stop until he reached the peak of level 3 of longevity. The surrounding experts of the Nine God Empire felt the aura and their eyes revealed a look of astonishment. Level 3 of longevity. There were only 3 people present. Level 4 of longevity, there were only 2. The leader of the Nine Gods was actually a level 3 of longevity. Feng Yun could feel the aura that could suppress her. Her eyes were filled with excitement. The stronger Wang Xian was, the happier she would be. Furthermore, This time, she had personally witnessed Wang Xian's terror. When she arrived here more than a year ago, he was only at level 9 of the Void Interpretation realm. Now, he was already at level 3 of longevity. It was truly terrifying.
In a few years, he would even be able to rule the entire supernatural continent.
By then, it would be a piece of cake for the Empress to take revenge.
Level 3 of the longevity realm. My goodness, it's really terrifying.
As expected of the owner of that heart. You should be a good little brother from now on. Mo Sha was trembling as much as Feng Yun. At the same time, the thought of being the owner of the heart was completely thrown to the back of his mind.
Phew. Wang Xian exhaled and a smile appeared on his face.
I almost died together with my opponent this time, he said faintly as he looked at Mu Kaier, who was at the side. He smiled when he saw her restrained and somewhat at a loss.
It's all thanks to you. If it wasn't for you, I might not even be alive.
That's why I said that you're my savior. As long as I'm still alive in the future, nothing will happen to you, Wang Xian assured Mu Kaier.
Huh?
Boss. Mo Sha was stunned when he heard what Wang Xian said to Mu Kaier. A hint of envy flashed across his eyes. Speaking of which, he could only be considered as Wang Xian's little brother. However, the little girl in front of him was different. She was his savior. According to the correct order of seniority, Wang Xian was the master and he was the servant. Meanwhile, the girl in front of him was his master's savior. Her status was even higher than his.
AHI.
Mu Kaier looked at Wang Xian in a daze. She never expected such a situation. I was just casually.
Kiki, young lady, not bad. You are from the Wood tribe, right?
You saved my boss. In the future, in the entire Nine-God Empire and the entire supernatural continent, if anyone dares to provoke you, I, Mo Sha, will not let them off.
Mu Kaier was still thinking of saying something when she was interrupted by Mo Sha's words.
Upon hearing the Nine God Lord's words, Mu Kaier was stunned once again.
Oh, I, Mo Sha, am already over 3,000 years old. I don't even have any descendants. How about this? After today, you will be my, Mo Sha's, goddaughter. In the future, you will also be the Nine-God Empire's princess, the only princess.
Mo Sha grinned as he continued speaking. This girl was the boss's benefactor. If he took her in as his goddaughter, wouldn't he be closer to the boss?
Little girl, what is your name? Mo Sha stroked Mu Kaier's head and asked kindly.
Mu Kaier looked at Mo Sha in a daze. She felt that her mind was a mess. She never expected that the Nine-God Lord would actually take her in as his goddaughter. He had actually made her the only princess of the Nine Gods Empire. I am Mu Kaier, Mu Kaier hurriedly said.
Mu Kaier? Not bad, not bad. From today onwards, I will give you the surname of the Demon God tribe. You can also be called Mo Kaier. Eh?
Your strength has actually reached the 7th level of the Profound Void tier. Impressive, impressive. As Mo Sha spoke, he sensed her strength and said with a smile. It's little multicolored. No. It's Senior Wang who helped me raise it yesterday. Mu Kaier said somewhat nervously. Kiki, don't bother about who raised it. With your talent and training, you'll definitely reach the longevity realm in the future.
I'll train well in the future and see if I can nurture a 9-God female lead for our 9-God empire.
Kiki, Mo Sha said with a loud laugh. However, all the people from the 9-God empire around him were filled with shock. They looked at the somewhat dazed Mu Kaier in a daze.
What was this?
She had flown up to the branches and become a phoenix. She had ascended to the heavens in one step. This, Mu Kaier's strength has actually reached the 7th level of the Profound Void tier. My God! How old is she this year? 7th level of the Profound Void tier, she's actually at the 7th level of the Profound Void tier. In the entire 9-God Empire's younger generation, not a single one is her match.
This isn't just flying up to become a phoenix. This is simply ascending to the heavens in one step. The current Demon God Lord is only over 3,000 years old and has a lifespan of over 6,000 years. If we give Mu Kaier all our efforts in nurturing her, even if she reaches the level of the 9-God Lord, she has a very high chance of becoming the tribal god. When all the experts of the 9-God Empire heard this,
Their faces revealed a look of shock and disbelief. The entire younger generation of the Nine-God Empire, the cream of the crop of the younger generation, the group of heaven's favored sons, were filled with envy and even looked at Wuxia with envy. It was only because she was lucky enough to save the boss of the demonic god lord that she was able to achieve such a huge change. Ignoring everything else, just the fact that the Nine-God Lord took her in as his adopted daughter and made her the princess of the Nine-God Empire was enough to make Wuxia soar to the heavens. Mo Xiaoyu and Mo Xiaoyu's father and grandfather stared at this scene in disbelief. The young girl who they had ignored and even rejected the marriage was now the princess of the entire Nine-God Empire. Becoming the adopted daughter of the Nine-God Master. Father, do you think this princess will take revenge on us? Mo Xiaoyu's father's body trembled, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. With the importance the Nine-God Master placed on Wuxia, if he knew that they were going to divorce Wuxia, would he directly cripple them? Perhaps even without the appearance of the demon god master, just by the words of this princess, they would probably be punished. Even if Mo Xiaoyu's grandfather was a clan elder. Xiaoyu later on, see if you can redeem it. If you can marry it back. The black-bearded elder was no longer as arrogant as before. He pursed his lips as he spoke, feeling that the probability of this happening was somewhat slim. Later on, let's go over and personally apologize to Princess Wuxia. The black-bearded elder's face was dark as he continued speaking. Yes, it's grandfather. Mo Xiaoyu stared blankly at Wuxia who was standing in the middle. His expression changed drastically. If he were to marry her, then he would have to work less for his entire life. Now, he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and prayed that Wuxia would not pursue this matter. Ha! Kyer, hurry up and thank the Lord of the Nine Gods. And at that moment, the happiest person was undoubtedly the wood god of the wood god tribe. The strength of the entire wood god tribe was not very strong among the 9 tribes. Could only be ranked in the middle. There was only one longevity expert in the entire wood god tribe. Now, the wood gods saw that Wuxia had been directly made a princess of the Nine Gods Empire and became the goddaughter of the Nine Gods. He had to nurture her vigorously. In addition, with the relationship with the mysterious young master, Wuxia could almost become a longevity expert in the future. No matter what, Wuxia was still a disciple of the wood god tribe. This was of great benefit to the entire wood god tribe. Thank you, Lord Nine God. Wuxia slowly regained her senses. Looking at all the experts of the Nine Gods Empire, everyone in the Nine Gods Empire looked at her with flushed faces. They hurriedly shouted, Kiki, just call me foster father. In the past, boss saved my life. I, Mo Xia, swear that in the future, I will not hesitate even if I have to risk my life for boss. Since you saved boss life, I, Mo Xia, will naturally be grateful to you. Hence, you can just call me foster father in the future. You are welcome. Mo Xia laughed out loud as he spoke. On the one hand, he didn't forget to lick Wang Xian. On the other hand, he didn't forget to show his character of being loyal. Yes, godfather. Wuxia looked at Wang Xian who was smiling from the side. After hesitating for a moment, she shouted at Mo Xia. All right. Mo Xia smiled. The master of the 9 gods is passionate about loyalty. We are impressed. Would God hurriedly praised Mo Xia. This made Mo Xia feel great. Back when he wanted to become the 9 gods master, the biggest obstacle was not his own strength. In the 9 gods empire, the strong were the emperors. But because he had once knelt before a young man in public, this was an insult to the other longevity experts in the 9 gods empire. The dignified 9 gods master had once knelt before a young man. How was that proper? Later on, when Mo Xia suppressed them with his powerful strength, they had no choice but to make him the master of the 9 gods. Now that they heard that the young man was their savior, they were completely relieved. Furthermore, after witnessing the strength of this mysterious young Master Wang, they no longer had any ill feelings in their hearts. Instead, they felt that the master of the 9 gods valued friendship and loyalty. You guys can continue. I won't disturb you anymore. Wang Xian smiled at the side and said to Mo Xia, All right, Feng Yun. Bring boss to the divine peak of the master of the 9 gods. Mo Xia nodded and said to Patriarch Feng Yun, All right. Feng Yun gestured to Wang Xian, and the two of them immediately flew towards the divine peak of the Master of the Nine Gods. After Wang Xian and the rest left, Mo Sha smiled and patted Mu Kaier's head, making her stand at the side. Following that, the smile on his face slowly disappeared. Everyone around felt Mo Sha's smile disappear, and a majestic aura was emitted from his body. Everyone's heart trembled.
Demon God, what happened just now?
Mo Sha said to Mo Guilin with a majestic tone. After he became the master of the Nine Gods, Mo Guilin once again ascended to the position of Demon God. Master of the Nine Gods. It's... Mo Guilin immediately approached and whispered. Just now, he had already understood everything. Get rid of it.
Mo Sha heard Mo Guilin's report and said indifferently. Yes. Mo Guilin nodded respectfully, his gaze slowly looking at Mo Lingzi.
Lord Devil God. Lord of the Nine Gods, I was wrong.
When Mo Lingzi saw Devil Scales' gaze landing on his body instantly collapsed on the ground, his face full of terror as he spoke.
Wang. However, there wasn't the slightest fluctuation on Devil Scales' face, and a ball of terrifying black flame landed on his body. In an instant, he was reduced to ashes. When everyone saw this scene, their hearts slightly trembled.
Especially the powerful disciples from the other tribes, they felt their scalps go numb.
Mo Lingzi was the most outstanding young genius of their devil tribe. He had reached the 6th level of the profound void stage at such a young age. However, after offending that young Master Wang, he was still killed. One could imagine how much that young Master Wang was in the heart of the Lord of the Nine Gods.
The Nine Gods' worship continues.
Mo Sha finished dealing with Mo Lingzi and softly shouted.
Wang. Mo Sha's body moved and brought Mu Kaier to the seat of the Nine Gods' Master. He sat majestically on the seat of the Nine Gods' Master.
Mu Kaier stood there at a loss. Greetings to the Nine Gods' Master. Greetings to the Monarch Master. In an instant, all the longevity experts bowed heavily. Under their longevity, they knelt on the ground and loudly shouted. In front of the divine peak of the Nine Gods, Mo Sha sat upright on the divine throne, his gaze sweeping over the tens of thousands of people around him.
After today, he would be the Emperor of the Nine Gods Empire, the Nine Gods Emperor.
Below the stage, Mu Kaier's father was kneeling on the ground with a dumbfounded expression, looking at the beautiful figure standing beside the divine throne. His expression was extremely complicated. This daughter of his, who he had never paid much attention to, had actually become an existence that even he had to look up to. When he thought of this, his emotions were extremely complicated. In the future, he might even have to be respectful when speaking to her. Young Master Wang, during the 1.5 years since you disappeared, I have been so worried. I am relieved to see that you are able to return. While the Nine Gods worship ceremony was being held in the Nine Gods Empire, Feng Yun brought Wang Xian to the main god peak of the Nine Gods and spoke to him. Nothing will happen to me.
Wang Xian smiled and shook his head. He looked at Feng Yun curiously and asked, "Didn't you say you were going to the vast region?
Why didn't you go there?
Instead, you're in the Nine Gods Empire?"
Something happened. When Feng Yun heard Wang Xian's words, her face darkened. I didn't expect the Phoenix Dynasty to do such a thing. Not long after you left, the Phoenix Dynasty sent people to question why their soldiers were killed. At that time, the Phoenix Dynasty requested us to take out half of the spoils of war. If we don't take it out, they will hold the Fire Lark tribe accountable.
As Feng Yun spoke, her face was gloomy and a little angry.
Ha! Wang Xian raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect the Phoenix Dynasty to interfere in this matter. Later on, I naturally couldn't agree. I gave the life and death herb garden directly to Mo Sha, so that he could use the power of the Nine God Empire. On account of you, young Master Wang, Mo Sha agreed very easily. He announced that the Weapon Peak and the Life and Death Herb Garden belonged to the Nine God Empire. Furthermore, Mo Sha used the Life and Death Herb Garden as an advantage. He made the other 8 tribes and the previous 9 God Master agree. The entire Nine God Empire opened their mouths, and the Phoenix Dynasty could only give in. As for our Fire Cloud Sparrow tribe, we directly moved into the Weapon Peak. The Phoenix dynasty naturally did not dare to do anything to us. But the Fire Cloud Mountain range was occupied by the sacred Fire tribe.
Feng Yun continued to speak with a solemn face.
Let the Phoenix Empire continue to be arrogant for a few more years. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. I'm preparing to return tomorrow. The next time we meet, it might be the time for the establishment of the sixth great empire in the supernatural continent.
With you around, I believe in you.
Feng Yun smiled. Don't worry, it won't take long.
Wang Xian said confidently.
Boss.
While Wang Xian and the rest were chatting, Mo Sha came to the divine peak and shouted.
Boss, which faction did you get injured by? I'll go and kill them.
He walked over with a fawning expression and said proudly.
Now that he had become the leader of the 9 gods, he could be said to be one of the 5 most powerful people in the entire continent.
He had the right to say such words.
I have already killed those who caused me to be injured. However, that faction still exists. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and said mockingly to Mo Sha. Still exists? Boss told me that I will bring people to destroy them immediately.
In this extraordinary continent, I'm not afraid even if it's the other empires.
Kiki. Mo Sha smiled proudly. His face was filled with strong confidence. Dragon race go? Wang Xian said with a smile. However, the smile on Mo Sha's face disappeared as soon as Wang Xian finished his words. His face turned stiff.
This boss, you're not joking, right?
Dragon race. Mo Sha stared at Wang Xian with his eyes wide open. His brows were trembling.
Young Master Wang, the injuries on your body, could it really be?
Feng Yun, who was at the side, frowned and asked nervously as well. It's just the dragon race. Why are you guys so nervous? Wang Xian saw their expressions and raised his eyebrows.
Boss, that's the dragon race. Do you know how many longevity-level powerhouses there are in the dragon race?
There are at least 1,000 dragon emperors in total. Even if the 5 empires were to join forces, it would be easy for the dragon race to wipe them out. Mo Sha shouted. His eyes were filled with fear when he mentioned the dragon race.
In the past, he was confident that he could reach the top of the transcendent continent and look down on all creatures, even the dragon race.
However, ever since he became the 9-god Emperor Lord, he realized that even if he gathered all the resources in the 9-god Empire, he could only reach the 5th level of longevity. At most, he could reach the 6th level. He completely dismissed this idea.
The dragon race is invincible. Most of the resources in the entire Transcendence continent are in the hands of the dragon race. It's impossible to fight against the dragon race.
Feng Yun added on from the side. Hee. When Wang Xian heard their fearful words, he chuckled. It seems that the invincibility of the dragon race has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. The dragon race has more than 5,000 dragon emperors and dragon emperors. There is even an existence above the dragon emperor. They should not have ignited the divine fire, condensed the divine spark, and established the divine kingdom. He added nonchalantly. What? Wang Xian's words shocked Feng Yun and Mo Sha. Even though they knew how powerful the dragon race was, they didn't dare to imagine that there were more than 5,000 longevity experts. There were more than 5,000 of them. There were only a dozen longevity experts in the entire 9-god empire. Be prepared. In the future, we will become enemies with the dragon race.
Wang Xian patted Mo Sha's shoulder lightly and said faintly,
This boss. The corner of Mo Sha's mouth twitched. His eyes were filled with fear.
The dragon race is not invincible. The dragon palace is. All right, I will not stay here any longer. I want to return to the vast region.
I will leave the matter of Mu Kaier to you. Train her well, Wang Xian said to Mo Sha and the rest.
Boss, this. Mo Sha looked at Wang Xian and wanted to say something.
Wang Xian gestured to them and flew out.
Looking at Wang Xian's figure, Mo Sha and Feng Yun's eyes sparkled.
5 years ago, when I met young Master Wang, he was only at the extraordinary realm. Feng Yun looked at his disappearing figure and said slowly, 6 years? When I met Boss 2 years ago, he was at the 8th level of the see-through void tier. Now, he is at the 3rd level of longevity. Mo Sha's tightly knitted brows slowly relaxed. It has been hundreds of thousands of years since the birth of a god in our extraordinary continent. Perhaps, Feng Yun muttered. For hundreds of thousands of years, there was a saying in the extraordinary continent. That was that the divine path had been broken and it was impossible for any living creature to become a god.
Seeing Wang Xian, this saying might be about to be broken.
They might be lucky enough to witness the birth of a god. After Wang Xian left the Nine Gods Empire, he teleported to the direction of the vast area. Before coming to the vast area, Wang Xian promised the girls that he would be back within a year. Due to the accident, he had been in a coma for a year. It had been 1.5 years since he left the Dragon Palace.
After I return, I'm afraid I'll have to give them a good beating.
Wang Xian thought to himself as he flew towards the Dragon Palace at his fastest speed.
The vast region was still too far away from the central continent. Even though he had the strength of a level 3 longevity expert, the distance of a few million kilometers was still very far.
After flying continuously for dozens of hours, Wang Xian finally arrived at the Sea of Desolation. An hour later, he arrived at the top of the Dragon Palace with a smile on his face. He looked at the jewelry that he had crafted with longevity-grade materials along the way and smiled gently. After leaving for a few long periods of time, he was already experienced. He had to prepare a gift to coax his wife.
Buzz.
Greetings, Dragon King. Welcome, Dragon King, back to the palace. Upon entering the Dragon Palace, the Yakshas who were on patrol immediately shouted respectfully.
Wang Xian waved his hand and entered the Dragon Palace directly. His figure flashed and he instantly arrived at the Dragon King's hall. Eh? When Wang Xian arrived at the Dragon King's hall, he realized that there were not many people in the entire Dragon King's hall.
Dragon King.
When Lady Ao saw him return, she immediately swam over and called out respectfully. Lady Ao, where are the Dragon Queen and Prime Minister Gue?
Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and asked directly. Dragon King, the Dragon Queen, Prime Minister Gue, and Emperor Phoenix are currently at the ruins of the Divine Kingdom. Ao Nu answered immediately.
The ruins of the Divine Kingdom?
What happened?
Wang Xian asked immediately.
During the 1.5 years since you left, Dragon King, there were huge changes at the ruins of the Divine Kingdom. The Wuxia Empire opened the secret realm in the ruins of the Divine Kingdom and obtained huge resources from it. The 2 patriarchs of the Wuxia dynasty broke through to the half-step to the realm of longevity. They subdued the lone sect and the southern royal family directly.
The 2 patriarchs of the Wuxia dynasty wanted to destroy the Dragon Phoenix dynasty. Little Blue, who had consumed the Life Stone, also broke through to the half-step to the realm of longevity and resisted them. Later, the Phoenix Emperor also had a breakthrough. She was not at a disadvantage when facing the 2 patriarchs of the Wuxia dynasty. Therefore, the battle was moved to the ruins of the Divine Kingdom.
Some parts of the ruins of the Divine Kingdom were opened up by the Wuxia Empire. Now, Prime Minister Gui is leading the members of the Dragon Palace to search for resources with the Dragon and Phoenix Empire.
But recently, the Wuxia Empire seems to have found the entrance to the main hall of the Divine Kingdom.
Ao Nu introduced to Wang Xian. The ruins of the Divine Kingdom have been opened up? Wang Xian revealed a surprised expression.
The ruins of the Divine Kingdom in the vast region was the most precious land in the entire vast region and even the transcendent continent.
Although the entire ruins of the Divine Kingdom could not be compared to the 10-fingered divine peaks of the 9-god empire, it was not much weaker. The sacred land of the Fire Cloud Sparrow, the Fire Cloud Mountain Range, the Life and Death Herb Garden, and the Weapon Peaks could not be compared to the ruins of the Divine Kingdom at all. According to Wang Xian's understanding, the owner of the entire ruins of the Divine Kingdom should be at the 9th level of longevity or in existence who was about to step into the realm of God after igniting the divine fire. After all, to be able to build a divine kingdom, even if it was just a ruin, it was still extremely terrifying. I heard from the leaders that it is about to be opened.
Ao Nu said with some uncertainty.
I'll go over first.
Wang Xian moved his body and flew out of the Dragon Palace, heading towards the direction of the ruins of the Divine Kingdom. The distance from the ruins of the Divine Kingdom to the Dragon Palace was not very far. With his speed, he could reach it in more than an hour. Boom! Boom!
Boom! When he approached the ruins of the Kingdom of God, Waves of terrifying dark energy came from the inside of the ruins. The powerful force made even Wang Xian fearful.
What a powerful aura. It seems that the ruins of the kingdom of God have really been opened.
Wang Xian had a solemn expression on his face as he looked towards the front of the ruins of the kingdom of God. At this moment, the position in front of the ruins of the kingdom of God had undergone a huge change from when he left. The ruins of the kingdom of God that were originally occupied by various factions had now become two cities that faced each other from afar. Each city was protected by a powerful array formation. There were also powerful weapons that Wang Xian was more familiar with in one of the cities. It was the mechanical blueprint that the Fire Lark tribe had sent over. It was a weapon that could kill a top-notch expert in the dimension-sundering realm. The two cities were rather simple and crude. There were many buildings that had not been built properly. Wang Xian moved his body and flew towards the city with the words, "Dragon and Phoenix," written on it. He swept his gaze over and realized that Guan Shuqing and the other girls were not inside. Are they inside? He did not enter the city but flew towards the ruins of the kingdom of God.
After flying for more than 10 kilometers, he saw mercenary groups flying out. The struggle inside is too intense. It will be dangerous if we enter again.
I heard that the entire ruins of the kingdom of God will be opened soon. Oh my God! Once the ruins of the kingdom of God are opened, whichever side obtains it will rule the entire vast region. In the current situation, the Wuxia Empire is at an absolute advantage. After all, they have explored the ruins of the divine kingdom for close to 10,000 years. And this time, they are able to open it all because of the Wuxia Empire.
It's very possible. After all, the Dragon Phoenix Empire has only been in the vast region for a year. Their foundations are completely incomparable to the Wuxia Empire. Once the Wuxia Empire obtains the ruins of the divine kingdom, they will definitely destroy the Dragon Phoenix Empire immediately.
Who knows? The Wuxia Empire might be able to establish an empire. It's very possible. It's been rumored for a long time that any faction that can control the ruins of the divine kingdom would be able to establish an empire. This is an empire. While flying in the air, Wang Xian heard the conversations of a few hundred people from the mercenary group in front of him. Hearing their discussions, Wang Xian paused for a moment and frowned slightly. Get out of the way! Just as Wang Xian stopped in midair, a cold shout came from behind. It's the newly established dark martial arts of the Wuxia Empire. Let's get out of the way. That's the crown prince of the Wuxia Empire, Wu Qing City. Recently, the crown prince of Wu Qing City has been in the limelight. The crown prince of Wu Qing City has obtained a great opportunity in the ruins of the divine kingdom. His strength has directly risen to the 8th level of the see-through realm. I heard that he even has the ability to control the soul of darkness. It's too heaven-defying. In the past few days, the crown prince of Wuqing City has been awe-inspiring. He single-handedly killed dozens of Dragon and Phoenix Empire's insightful void-tier experts. No one can match him.
Hearing the cold shout from behind, the members of the mercenary group hurriedly respectfully made way for him. A group of more than 20 middle-aged men dressed in black flew forward. The leader was the powerful and handsome crown prince of Wuqing City. He had a dignified look on his face. He was like the son of heaven.
Compared to the previous crown prince, the current him was even more confident and powerful. The aura of an emperor had already been formed. When Wuqing City flew forward expressionlessly, he suddenly raised his eyebrows when he saw the figure in the sky. Your Highness, what is it? In the void in front of the divine kingdom ruins, Wu Qingcheng's figure suddenly stopped. The two elders beside him were slightly stunned and immediately asked,
I met an acquaintance.
Wu Qingcheng's gaze flickered as he stared expressionlessly at the figure in front of him. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he raised his head slightly, revealing a confident expression. An acquaintance?
The people behind Wu Qingcheng were slightly taken aback. They followed his gaze and looked in the direction of the figure in front of them.
That's the Sky Demon.
It's the Sky Demon?
It's him.
It's the Sky Demon?
The middle-aged elders behind Wu Qingcheng were slightly taken aback when they saw Wang Xian floating in the sky. Following that, Their pupils contracted slightly as they revealed a nervous expression. Clang, clang, clang,
Clang. They immediately picked up the weapons in their hands and beads of cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. As experts from the Wuxia Empire, they were naturally very familiar with the figure in front of them.
The name of the Sky Demon once shook the entire vast region. The Sky Demon once caused half of the expedition armies of the 3 major factions in the vast region to be lost.
The Sky Fiend had once caused the 3 major factions to submit and split the vast region in half.
The vast region had become the current situation because of the Sky Fiend,
a heaven-defying and incomparably terrifying expert. Now that they saw the Sky Fiend suddenly appear before their eyes, the fear that came from the bottom of their hearts rushed to their hearts as they stared at him with a face full of nervousness and vigilance.
What?
That's the Sky Fiend.
Oh my God. It really is the Sky Demon. I recognize this figure. It's the Sky Demon. The Sky Demon has actually appeared. He hasn't appeared in the battle for more than a year. What is he doing here this time? Hiss, the Sky Demon has actually bumped into the Crown Prince of Wuxia City. This?
The surrounding members of the mercenary group looked over. They also had shocked expressions on their faces as their pupils constricted.
The name of the Sky Demon was like thunder in one's ears. Wang Xian also saw the group of people from Wuxia City. At this moment, he was sizing him up curiously. Sky Demon, I didn't expect to meet you here. Wuxia City looked at Wang Xian. There was no fear on his face as he said faintly, "Hee, your luck is really not good."
Wang Xian looked at Wuxia City and shook his head faintly. 2 years ago, I saved your life. Today, take it back.
Crown Prince, you should leave first. Your Highness, be careful.
Upon hearing Wang Xian's words, the subordinates behind Wu Qingcheng said anxiously, "The Sky Demon wants to kill Wu Qingcheng."
It's over. Wu Qingcheng actually met the Sky Demon here. It's over. The people from the surrounding mercenary groups were also slightly shocked.
Haha, Sky Demon, do you think my Wu Qingcheng is still the same as before? However, at this moment, Wuxia City laughed out loud and his face was filled with a willful expression.
In the past, your Sky Demon was the person that my Wuxia City respected the most. You possess strength that even I look up to at such a young age. With your own strength, you made our Wuxia Empire lower its head. You are truly unparalleled in the world. The dark energy on Wuxia City's body surged up, and his face was filled with excitement. The aura of an expert at level 8 of the see-through realm filled the surroundings. It was extremely powerful. Oh?
I'm the one who gave you this life. It's only right for you to respect me.
Wang Xian looked at Wu Qingcheng's strange behavior. He raised his eyebrows and said with a smile,
"Haha, that's right. You're the one who gave me this life. If it wasn't for your Sky Demon expelling the dark soul in my body, I might have already died."
Wu Qingcheng was still laughing. Here, I would like to thank you again for saving my life. As he spoke, he bowed deeply to Wang Xian.
After bowing, he stood up slowly. A strong desire to fight shot out from Wu Qingcheng's eyes. "However, you shouldn't have done that. You Sky Demon shouldn't have made an enemy out of our Wuxia Empire. You shouldn't have killed our patriarch.
So today, I will personally kill you. I want to let the entire vast region know. Wuxia City can suppress the Sky Demon, haha," he said, with a grim smile on his face, more excited. An exhilaration that could slay the demons of the vast and mighty.
Wuxia City of a number of men and the surrounding mercenary group looked at this scene with a stunned face.
This was Wuxia City crazy? He was only at level 8 of the see-through void tier. A year and a half ago, the Sky Demon was already able to kill a level 9 of the see-through void tier. Now, even if the Sky Demon's strength didn't increase, it could still easily crush him. What about the Crown Prince of Wuxia City?
With just you.
Wang Xian looked at the excited Wuxia City and revealed a teasing expression.
That's right. Just me. Today, I will let you experience the current Wuxia City and the current me.
A strong sense of confidence came from Wuxia City.
Prepare to die. After I destroy you, the Dragon Phoenix Empire and your Dragon Palace will be destroyed. In the future, the entire vast region will belong to our Wuxia Empire. Haha.
Wu Qingcheng licked his lips excitedly as waves of demonic qi flowed out of his body.
The demonic qi flowing out of his body was a bit strange. It was as if the demonic chi had a life of its own. Roar! 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 The demonic chi started to condense in front of him and finally condensed into a human-shaped shadow. Terrifying roars sounded from the dark shadow as a violent and bloody aura rushed out in all directions. Hiss, this is. The subordinates standing behind Wu Qingcheng flew backwards with pale faces. That violent and bloody aura made their faces extremely pale as they looked at the crown prince in shock. What a terrifying aura! Is this the dark soul? What a powerful dark soul. What grade is this? Oh my God! The members of the mercenary group who were not far away also retreated backward in fear. As they felt the terrifying aura of the darkness soul, their faces turned extremely pale. Priest Wang, are you familiar with it? Darkness soul, a half-step to longevity level darkness soul. Ha! Wu Qingcheng stared at the darkness soul in front of him and stared at Wang Xian mockingly. I wonder if you have the ability to deal with a half-step to longevity level darkness soul? I obtained this soul of darkness 2 hours ago with a great opportunity. It can be incorporated into my body and be used by me. Even an expert who is half a step away from the longevity level can kill it with the special characteristics of the soul of darkness. Therefore, Sky Demon, even if you have reached half a step away from the longevity level, you must die today. You must die too. The last 4 words reverberated within a radius of tens of kilometers. Gulu, our crown prince has obtained such a terrifying soul of darkness. It's too powerful. Haha. No wonder the crown prince is so confident. With this soul of darkness, our crown prince can definitely kill the sky demon today. After today, the entire vast region will be shaken. The crown prince of Wuxia City is actually able to obtain such a great opportunity. Heavens, in the future, who will be able to stop him? Who would have thought that the invincible sky demon would be killed by the crown prince of Wuxia City? Who would have thought? It seems that Wuji dynasty is about to rise up completely. I reckon that it won't be long before the entire vast region will be ruled by them. In the surrounding area, the members of the mercenary group also roared in a low voice, their faces filled with shock. They had never expected that the crown prince of Wuxia City would be able to control a terrifying half-step to longevity soul of darkness. The current Wuxia City was only around 50 years old. With such terrifying strength and opportunities at the age of 50 years old, even if it was placed in the entire transcendental continent, it would still be an exceptionally terrifying existence. And today, if Wuxia City were to kill the sky demon again, the entire vast region would become his legend. Wuxia City, you are really confident. Wang Xian looked at Wuxia City, who was staring at him with an excited and malevolent expression. A faint sneer appeared on his face. Ha! Sky Demon, don't even think about escaping today. Wuxia City laughed out loud. His body shook and waves of powerful demonic chi were activated instantly. Darkness Soul, listen to my command. Kill him. He roared and waved his arm. The Darkness Soul in front of him opened its white pupils. It had a pitch-black body and a pair of pale white pupils. The entire Darkness Soul emitted a strange and terrifying aura. Die! His gaze was locked onto Wang Xian. His figure flashed and he attacked Wang Xian directly. Sky Demon, after I kill you, I will stand at the top of the entire vast region. Wu Qingchen was so excited that his body was trembling when he saw the Darkness Soul making a move. He stared at it intently. Do you guys think that Sky Demon is a match for the Darkness Soul of the Crown Prince of Wuxia City? It's not like you don't know how powerful the Darkness Soul is. Even if the strength of Sky Demon has broken through to half-step longevity realm in the past year and a half, he wouldn't be a match for the Darkness Soul. After all, the Darkness Soul is very special and strange. The people from the mercenary group at the side watched in astonishment when they saw the Soul of Darkness making a move. It wants to kill me. Wang Xian listened to Wu Qingqing's low growl and the discussion of the members of the mercenary group. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He stared at the Soul of Darkness in front of him indifferently. His eyes were filled with contempt. Not to mention that he had the strength of level 3 Wanqiu. Even if he also had half-step Wanqiu, the Soul of Darkness was not a match for him. Seeing that the Darkness Soul was already more than 10 meters away from him,
Wang Xian slowly raised his arm. Buzz.
A shadow of the yin-yang taiji pattern appeared in front of his palm. The yin-yang taiji slowly circulated.
Die! The darkness soul roared ferociously. His pale eyes were filled with killing intent.
However, at this moment, the powerful, terrifying, and violent darkness soul was directly absorbed by the yin-yang taiji.
In just an instant, the soul of darkness turned into a pure energy and entered the heart of darkness. Wang Xian took a look and realized that it had turned into a stream of dragon qi. A faint smile appeared on his face.
What? An unbelievable roar came from the front. Wang Xian raised his head and looked at Wuqing City.
At this moment, Wuqing City's excited face was completely frozen. He stared at Wang Xian in disbelief. No, this is impossible. This is impossible.
He shook his head in disbelief and growled in a low voice. What the hell was going on?
His powerful and invincible darkness soul. He had obtained the half-step longevity darkness soul under a great opportunity. He charged to the front of the sky demon. The sky demon merely stretched out his hand and his darkness soul vanished instantly. How was this possible? That was a half-step longevity soul. What's going on? What happened? Why did our crown prince's darkness soul directly disappear? The subordinates of Wuqing City also looked on in astonishment. As for the members of the mercenary group, they were already dumbfounded. Hee. You think that you can kill me just because you have a half-step into the longevity realm darkness soul? Wuqing Cheng, you are really stupid. I can save your life. Now I will take it away.
Wang Xian looked at Wuqing Cheng mockingly and slowly extended his palm.
Buzz.
An invisible gray palm instantly appeared on Wuqing Cheng's neck. The powerful force made him feel suffocated. You.
He widened his eyes and stared at Wang Xian, who was standing there casually. His eyes were filled with fear. Die! Wang Xian said calmly as he clenched his arm gently. His grayish palm pressed down on his neck and exerted force gently.
The sound of bones breaking was heard. Wuqing Cheng's pupils dilated and his body trembled. His eyes were filled with panic and despair.
No, don't kill me. I don't want to die yet. Don't kill me.
A hoarse growl came out from his mouth. His eyes were filled with begging for mercy. He had just obtained a great opportunity. He was only in his 50s. In the future, he would definitely stand at the top of the supernatural continent.
Now, why was the sky demon so terrifying?
Why was the invincible him now like an ant in front of the sky demon?
How could this be?
Before his death, Wuqing Cheng's mind was filled with countless questions and endless regret.
Wang Xian took a glance at Wuqing Cheng's corpse indifferently. There was not the slightest fluctuation on his face.
A mere 8th-level void interpretation realm expert, even if he had obtained a great opportunity, was still not worth mentioning in front of him. You actually killed our crown prince, you. At the back, Wuqing Cheng's subordinates looked at Wang Xian with fear on their faces. Their faces were filled with cold sweat. Buzz!
Wang Xian waved his hand and streams of destructive power landed on their bodies.
Following that, Wang Xian waved his arm and stored all the corpses into his interspatial ring. He glanced at the members of the mercenary group beside him indifferently. Then he moved and continued flying forward.
Gulp. Seeing Wang Xian leave, the members of the mercenary group gulped and looked at each other in shock. How strong is the sky demon now? I don't know. With the strength of Wuqing City, I was already invincible in the vast region. I didn't expect that. I was killed in one move.
From the beginning until the end, the sky demon stood there and didn't move a single step. With a wave of his hand, the half-step longevity soul of darkness was destroyed. Wuqing City was destroyed. This was definitely not something that a void interpretation stage powerhouse could do.
Sky demon, as expected of that invincible sky demon. Let's go to Dragon Phoenix City. Next, it might be the Dragon Phoenix Empire's world. The members of the mercenary group shouted in a low voice in fear.
This was the first time they had seen such a terrifying expert.
With one move, he destroyed the half-step longevity darkness soul.
He was like a god and a demon. I didn't expect the Wuji Empire to obtain so many resources in there.
To think that Wuqing City could advance to the 8th level of the see-through void stage so quickly and control a half-step longevity level soul of darkness. Wang Xian continued to fly towards the interior of the ruins of the Kingdom of God. Soon, the entire ruins appeared in his line of sight. Compared to the past, many places with restrictions had been opened. The entire dark ruins was filled with the smell of blood. Woo woo woo! At this moment, a muffled roar came from the center of the ruins of the Kingdom of God.
Wang Xian quickly looked over and saw a huge figure flying into the sky. There was a terrifying wound on his huge body.
There were nearly 10,000 people hiding in his mouth.
There was a gigantic black hole in the sky above him. He moved his body and entered the black hole directly. Xiaolan!
Wang Xian looked at the gigantic figure and frowned slightly. Haha, run? Where can you people from the Dragon and Phoenix Empire run to? I'm telling all of you to prepare to die. At this moment, a voice that was filled with sighs resounded throughout the entire ruins of the Divine Kingdom. The voice was filled with excitement. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. He could vaguely see a figure floating in the middle of the ruins of the Kingdom of God. Very soon, the army of our Wuxia Empire will flatten your Dragon and Phoenix Empire.
The voice filled with excitement and dignity continued to be heard. The figure in the center looked up at the black hole that had disappeared. His face was filled with a ghastly expression.
Wang Xian's figure flashed and flew directly toward the center.
In the center of the Kingdom of God's ruins, there was a dense cluster of buildings. The entire area below was completely blocked by the black buildings.
When he flew over, the figure from earlier had already entered. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and moved his body. He wanted to enter the center. However, the indestructible buildings made it impossible for him to enter. What a strong material. It's definitely made from a rare material of the longevity level.
A strange look flashed across Wang Xian's eyes.
He circled around the ruins of the Kingdom of God. He didn't find anyone, not even the people from the Wuxia Empire. How did the person from the Wuxia Empire enter just now?
Wang Xian raised his eyebrows.
As expected of the ruins of the Kingdom of God. With my current strength, I can't even find the entrance. That's true. This ruins of the Kingdom of God has been standing here for hundreds of thousands of years. It's possible that the Dragon Emperor and the Dragon King of the Dragon race have come to investigate. Even so, it hasn't been cracked open. It's not something that I can enter easily. But now, it seems that the people from the Wuxia Empire have found a way to enter. Wang Xian thought to himself. The Wuxia Empire's solipsistic sect and the Southern royal family had searched for tens of thousands of years before they finally found a way to enter. Even if they found a way to enter the ruins of the Divine Kingdom, there's nothing to worry about. Let's go look for Shu Qing and the rest first. Wang Xian thought to himself and immediately flew out.
His figure flashed and teleported a few hundred kilometers away. However, the moment Wang Xian left, more than 100 people appeared out of thin air above the ruins of the Divine Kingdom.
These 100 people were dressed in the uniform of the Wuxia Empire. At this moment, their faces were filled with excitement.
Ha ha, the people from the Dragon and Phoenix Empire actually escaped.
We have already obtained the entire ruins of the Divine Kingdom. With the resources in the ruins of the Divine Kingdom, the Wuxia Empire will soon be invincible in the world.
When Patriarch Dark Eye and Patriarch Dark Ancient's strength rise to the demigod realm, it will be the time for the destruction of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. This time will soon arrive. Come, let's gather all the forces of the Wuxia Empire and announce that the era of our Wuxia Empire has arrived.
More than 100 people were discussing excitedly. Nangong Wudi, the Dark Eye Elder admires your talent and ability. Right now, your harvest in the God Country ruins is second only to the Crown Prince of Wuqing City. If you perform well in the upcoming war, you will be second only to the Crown Prince among the younger generation. In the middle of more than 100 people, an elder from Wuxia Empire said to a young man beside him. The young man was dressed in a light red flame costume. He wore gloves on his fists, and his eyes were filled with disdain.
Don't worry, I, Nangong Wudi, am not weaker than the Crown Prince. Next, I will use my fists to open a path of invincibility.
The youth's face revealed a strong sense of confidence. Let's go. Gather all our strength and prepare to attack the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. The group of people moved and quickly flew out of the God Country ruins. At most 5 days, we will be able to break through to the longevity realm. Haha! The era of our Wuxia Empire has arrived. Before long, our Wuxia Empire will change its name to the Wuxia Empire.
When we break through, we will immediately announce the establishment of the Martial Pole Empire. In a towering building in the center of the God Nation ruins, 3 figures stood below the 3 black spheres.
Excited voices came from their mouths. In the 3 2-meter-long spheres, 3 extremely terrifying darkness souls were sealed. The 3 human figures below were absorbing the energy of the dark souls and advancing to the longevity realm. In front of them, over 1,000 experts at the profound void realm were kneeling there. The leader was the supreme sect master of the solipsistic sect, the 2 ancestors of the southern royal family. Ever since the Wuxia Empire obtained the divine tree in the divine lake, the 2 ancestors of the Wuxia Empire had made a breakthrough in their strength and immediately subdued the other 2 great factions in the vast region. Currently, there were only 2 factions in the vast region. One was the Wuxia Empire, and the other was the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. However, very soon, there would only be 1 faction in the vast region. In the Dragon and Phoenix City in the ruins of the Divine Kingdom, Wang Xian's figure appeared out of thin air in the sky. The dragon eyes of the yin and yang 5 elements swept across, and the figures of Feng Luan, Qing Yu, Shu Qing, and the rest appeared in their line of sight.
With a flash, he appeared directly in front of them.
The Wuxia Empire is now in complete control of the ruins of the Divine Kingdom. With the extremely powerful resources in the Divine Kingdom, it won't be long before their strength will completely suppress us. Sister Feng Luan, what do you think we should do? That fellow Xiao Xian has been gone for a year and a half. His wife has been bullied and he still hasn't returned. This fellow.
When Wang Xian's figure appeared in the room, a group of girls complained.
This made the smile on his face stiffen. Ha! Ha! The first to react were Feng Luan and Lan Qingyue, who were the strongest.
Sensing the figure that suddenly appeared in the room, the 2 of them were slightly shocked. When they saw Wang Xian, their eyes revealed a trace of joy. Xiao Xian, you're finally here.
Bastard, you still know to come back. Didn't you promise to come back within a year? Count how long you've been gone.
That's right. Is there a beauty in the central continent region that attracted you and made you reluctant to come back? The grumbling voices made Wang Xian admit defeat with a smile.
Seeing all the girls staring at him with angry eyes, he couldn't help but shrink his head. Ahem. There were some accidents along the way. Some accidents. Wang Xian laughed dryly. Come, my beautiful ladies. Look at the gifts I brought you. Ahem. Ahem. It wasn't easy for me to get these.
Wang Xian took out the jewelry that he had prepared earlier and took them out one by one.
Old routine.
The ladies rolled their eyes at him. However, when they saw the glowing and extremely beautiful jewelry, their eyes were filled with love as they took it.
Don't think that these items can get rid of your crimes. That's right. You are free and unfettered outside while we are suffering and being bullied here. After the group of girls put on their jewelry happily, they started to criticize again. Whoever dares to make you suffer and suffer, whoever dares to bully you, I'll take care of them. Wang Xian immediately patted his chest and promised with a smile on his face. We'll teach you a good lesson later. Xiao Xian, since you're here, do you understand the current situation in the vast region? Lan Qingyue asked Wang Xian. I understand a little, but I'm still not clear about the specific situation.
Wang Xian shook his head and sat at the side. The group of girls were also sitting at the side, looking at Feng Luan.
Our current situation is not optimistic. We didn't expect that not long after you left, the ruins of the Divine Kingdom would be slowly opened. Fortunately, we discovered it in time and fought with the Wuxia Empire. However, not long ago, the Wuxia Empire had completely occupied the ruins of the Divine Kingdom. With the huge amount of resources in the ruins of the Divine Kingdom, it was sufficient to create a longevity-level powerhouse. After all, that was an inheritance left behind by a powerhouse close to the level of a god. Feng Luan pondered for a moment and said to Wang Xian, currently, there are 4 to 5 half-step longevity-level powerhouses in the Wuxia Empire. This time, Xiao Lan risked her life to escape from the ruins of the Divine Kingdom.
Lan Qingwei added, once the strength of the Wuji Empire grows stronger, or if they give birth to a longevity-level powerhouse, they will definitely take action to destroy the Dragon and Phoenix Empire and deal with our Dragon Palace.
I went to the ruins of the Divine Kingdom just now, but I couldn't enter.
Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and said from the side,
If you want to get in, you need to master some kind of supreme treasure. After you master it, you can teleport directly into it. Feng Luan said as she looked at Wang Xian. Xiao Xian, have you reached the realm of longevity? That's right. How is it? Isn't it amazing?
Wang Xian said proudly to Feng Luan.
Now that you have reached the realm of longevity, we are much more at ease. When the Wuji Empire attacks us, we will be able to defend against them.
Feng Luan rolled her eyes at him. It seems that you guys are not too surprised that I have broken through to the realm of longevity.
Wang Xian asked in puzzlement when he saw that the group of girls did not show any signs of change. It was the people from the Fire Cloud Sparrow tribe who told us. Lan Qingyue smiled at him. After the Fire Cloud Sparrow's war ended, Feng Yun used a secret method to send the Heaven's Pride and experts from the two factions affiliated to the Fire Cloud Sparrow. There are 3 experts at level 9 and 10 at level 8 of the Void Interpretation stage, as well as more than 100 Void Interpretation stage experts from the young elites like the Heaven's Pride Su Xingsan. We got some information from them. Feng Luan explained to Wang Xian. Oh, I see. Wang Xian nodded his head and said with a twinkle in his eyes, I was planning to kill the people from the Wuji Empire, but I couldn't enter the ruins of the Divine Kingdom. I could only wait for them to come out.
I don't think the Wuji Empire will wait for long. Once one of them breaks through to the longevity realm, they will definitely send an army to destroy us.
Feng Luan guessed.
Then we will wait for them to attack us. We can capture them all at once. We don't have to go through so much trouble.
Wang Xian smiled and said calmly.
Little Xian, are you confident?
The group of girls stared at Wang Xian and asked.
Don't worry. Don't you guys believe me?
Wang Xian smiled confidently and looked at Prime Minister Gue. Prime Minister Gue, bring the members of the Dragon Palace. We will return to the Dragon Palace first.
It's the Dragon King.
Prime Minister Gue nodded. Feng Luan, are you going back? Wang Xian looked at Feng Luan.
No, you guys can go back first.
Xiao Xian, you guys can go back first. I will stay here to accompany Sister Feng Luan. If anything happens, I can control Xiao Lan to deal with it. Feng Luan shook her head while Lan Qingyue said from the side. All right, inform me immediately if anything happens. I will be back soon. Wang Xian nodded his head. Okay.
Feng Luan, Lan Qingyue and the rest nodded their heads. Let's go.
Wang Xian gestured to the group of girls and Prime Minister Gue. Following that, Prime Minister Gue led all the members of the Dragon Palace to follow Wang Xian as they flew towards the Dragon Palace. Prime Minister Gue, call all the members of the Dragon Palace to the Dragon Transformation Pool. As Wang Xian spoke, he flew directly to the side of the Dragon Transformation Pool. With a movement of his storage spiritual bag, Ao Yao and the rest of the strange demons who had been inside flew out. Following that, Wang Xian placed the corpses beside him. They were absorbed by the Dragon Transformation Pool and converted into dragon blood. There were more than 9,000 corpses of the insightful void tier. Among them, there were quite a number of those who were at the 8th or 9th level of the half-step Wansho insightful void tier.
The 2 first-rank corpses belonged to the Medicine Master and the Weapon Master, respectively. As for the corpses below the Void Interpretation level, there were close to 200,000 of them.
These corpses were all Transcendent level 7th rank and above.
After all, these corpses were second only to the Empire's Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop's power.
Little Xian, how can you have so many corpses?
Moreover, these corpses' cultivation is so high.
The group of girls at the side looked at the corpses one by one with a look of shock on their faces.
Prime Minister Gue and the group of leaders of the Dragon Palace were staring at the corpses with glowing eyes.
With such a terrifying number of corpses, one could convert a huge amount of dragon blood into dragon blood. The overall strength of the entire Dragon Palace could be raised by 1 or 2 levels.
These are the core experts of the Life and Death Elixir Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop.
Wang Xian said with a smile as he swept his gaze across the members of the Dragon Palace. The current Dragon Palace had improved a lot in terms of strength a year and a half before he left. Out of more than 20,000 members, there were already 13,000 who had reached the Insightful Void stage.
Although they were only at the first level of the Insightful Void stage, the sheer number of them was terrifying enough.
However, even though there were more experts at the Insightful Void stage, there were fewer who possessed combat strength above the 5th level of the Insightful Void stage. In the entire Dragon Palace, there were only a few dozens of experts who were above the 5th level of the Insightful Void stage, not including the strange demons. I must increase the strength of the top-notch Insightful Void stage experts. Wang Xian thought to himself. He immediately ordered the leaders and members of the Dragon Palace to enter the Dragon Pool. I wonder how strong the Dragon Palace's strength will be after this upgrade. The corners of Wang Xian's mouth curled up slightly as he stood quietly beside the Dragon Pool. Boom, boom, boom. At the location of the Dragon Transformation Pool of the Dragon Palace, streams of powerful aura surged up continuously.
In just 2 days, the strength of the members of the Dragon Palace was improving at a terrifying speed. During these 2 days, Wang Xian had gone back and forth to the ruins of the Divine Kingdom twice. The rest of his time was spent with Guan Shuqin and the other girls.
The few girls were at the 8th level of the See-Through Realm, which was comparable to the 9th level of the See-Through Realm. They were not weak. It was also because of them that the entire Dragon and Phoenix Empire was supported. Otherwise, the Dragon and Phoenix Empire would be much weaker than the Wuxia Empire in terms of combat strength. However, in the past 2 days there were huge changes in the entire vast region.
Under the Wuxia Empire's banner, all the experts and all the legions had rushed to the interior of the Divine Kingdom ruins.
At that time, a massive array had enveloped hundreds of thousands of people within the array. This matter shocked the entire vast region. At this moment, everyone knew that the Divine Kingdom ruins had been completely occupied by the Wuxia Empire. In fact, the Wuxia Empire had already taken control of the entire Divine Kingdom ruins. This caused everyone in the vast region to reveal shocked expressions. The Divine Kingdom ruins had existed for too long, so long that it could not be measured with time.
There were at least dozens of legends regarding the Divine Kingdom ruins in the vast region. These rumors attracted the experts of the entire continent to come over. However, no expert could open it. Now that the Wuxia Empire had opened the ruins of the Divine Kingdom, it would definitely cause a huge sensation. This caused all the citizens of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire to panic.
If the Wuxia Empire really controlled the ruins of the Divine Kingdom, then their Dragon and Phoenix Empire would definitely be destroyed. And as the citizens of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire, they would definitely be affected by the war.
However, when the citizens of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire saw that the Empress and the army did not leave the ruins of the Divine Kingdom, they felt a little more at ease.
Reporting to the Dragon King, all the disciples of the Dragon Palace have improved their strength.
On the 5th day, Prime Minister Gui and the leaders of the Dragon Palace walked into the Dragon King's palace and reported to Wang Xian. Gather all the members in the Dragon Field.
Wang Xian was delighted and immediately ordered loudly. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gui and the leaders immediately nodded respectfully.
Xiaoxian, let's go and take a look too.
The group of girls also walked towards the Dragon Field with curiosity. The improvement of the Dragon Palace this time was a qualitative change. Wang Xian nodded with a smile and swam towards the Dragon Field with the group of girls. When he arrived at the Dragon Field, everyone in the Dragon Palace, including the non-combatants, were gathered there.
Greetings, Dragon King.
Greetings, Dragon Queen. Upon seeing Wang Xian and Guan Shuqing's arrival, all the members of the Dragon Palace, led by Prime Minister Gui, knelt on the ground and greeted him. A deafening voice reverberated throughout the entire Dragon Palace. All the disciples of the Dragon Palace, stand up.
Wang Xian swept his gaze across the more than 20,000 members of the Dragon Palace and said faintly,
Thank you, Dragon King.
All the disciples of the Dragon Palace stood up. Generals, please introduce the strength of each combat division to the Dragon King.
Prime Minister Gui said to the leaders of the Dragon Palace at the side. It's Prime Minister Gui. Reporting to the Dragon King, members of the Demon Combat Division, 2,000 warriors, 1,000 at level 1 of the Void Interpretation, 800 at level 2 of the Void Interpretation, 150 at level 3 of the Void Interpretation, level 4 of the Void Interpretation. Reporting to Dragon King, 1,500 warriors of the Dragon Defense Department, level 1. Reporting to Dragon King, 1,500 warriors of the Thunder Department, level 1. Reporting to Dragon King, 1,500 warriors of the Starwood War Department, level 1.
Reporting to Dragon King for 1,500 warriors of the Mount Department, level 1.
Reporting to Dragon King, 1,500 warriors of the Dragon Spur Department, level 1. Reporting to Dragon King, 1,500 warriors of the Heavenly Eye Arrow Division.
Reporting to Dragon King, 1,000 warriors of the Dolphin Clan. Reporting to Dragon King, 1,500 warriors of the Golden Swordfish of the Dragon Guard. Reporting to Dragon King, 1,000 warriors of the Poison-Making Department.
Reporting to Dragon King, 2,100 members of the Forging Department of the Fire Hammer Clan. Reporting to Dragon King, 400 members of the civil officials of the Dragon Palace and the members who manage the Dragon Palace. The data is only listed this time. It will be rarely listed in the future to prevent suspicion of the number of characters in the water.
One by one, the leaders of the Dragon Palace took a step forward and reported loudly.
In fact, Wang Xian could sense everyone's strength at a glance without them reporting.
Currently, there were more than 20,000 disciples in the entire Dragon Palace. Other than the civil servants and some members of the Fire Hammer Clan, there were 18,000 people in the insightful Emptiness Realm. Among the 18,000 people, there were 12 people who had the combat strength of Half-Step Wanshou, which was the leaders of various departments. They were able to advance to Half-Step Wanshou, and most of their energy came from the corpses of the Weapon Master and the Medicine Master, as well as all the corpses of the Half-Step Wanshou realm.
Only then did 12 Half-Step Wanshou realm corpses pile up. As for the 9th level of the Profound Void realm, there were 50 of them. Among them, there were AO crabs with tens of thousands of little crabs in their bodies, and 9 dragon mounts. There were only 58th, 7th, and 6th level of the Profound Void tier. As for the 5th level of the Profound Void tier, there were more 490 strange demons.
There were 204th level of the Profound Void tier. There were 403rd level of the Profound Void tier.
The rest all had the combat strength of the 2nd level of the Profound Void tier.
After all the members of the Dragon Palace were able to fight against those of a higher level, but in terms of true cultivation, they were all one level lower. With the current strength of the Dragon Palace, the combat strength of those at the peak of the see-through realm was still not much.
This was because the resources were insufficient to produce more top-notch see-through realm experts. Xiao Xian, with the current strength of our Dragon Palace, aren't we an almost invincible existence in the Transcendence continent? When the group of girls heard the report from the leaders of the Dragon Palace, their eyes were filled with excitement as they asked,
"There's still a long way to go."
Wang Xian shook his head slowly. Ever since he understood the strength of the Dragon Clan and the fact that he almost lost to 2 Dragon Emperors, he had already restrained the pride in his heart. Moreover, there were more than 5,000 longevity-level powerhouses of the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Palace was still a long way to go. This is already very impressive. With the strength of our Dragon Palace, we can completely unify the entire vast region, the group of girls said with a smile. All members of the Dragon Palace, work hard. We are very strong now, but the gap between us and the dragons on the mainland is still huge. My goal is to use 10 years to make our Dragon Palace stand at the top of the extraordinary mainland. Now that 6 years have passed, there are still 4 more years. Wang Xian said to all the members of the Dragon Palace. You will definitely live up to the Dragon King's expectations.
All the members of the Dragon Palace immediately shouted loudly.
All right. Wang Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. Reporting to the Dragon King, the Dragon Queen from the ruins of the Divine Kingdom has sent news that the Dragon and Phoenix Empire will announce an important news tomorrow. They claim that this news will enter the history of the vast region and the history of the entire extraordinary mainland. At that moment, a member of the Divine Kingdom's ruins, rode on a phoenix dragon mount and came to report.
Oh? Does the Wuji Empire have something to announce?
Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and looked deep in thought. What could be recorded in the history of the vast region and the history of the supernatural continent?
Didn't they just take control of the ruins of the Divine Kingdom?
Our dragon palace is not afraid of them. A few girls raised their eyebrows and spoke angrily when they heard the report. Dragon King, do you want our members of the Dragon Palace to head to the vast area immediately? Prime Minister Gue asked Wang Xian.
The 11 of you can head over. The rest of you don't have to. They are not qualified to send all of us to the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled as he spoke directly to Prime Minister Gue and the rest. It's the Dragon King.
Prime Minister Gue and the rest nodded. Let's go. Let's head over now. I want to know what the Wuji Empire has to announce that they have such a big tone. Wang Xian said faintly. He brought along a group of girls and the 11 half-step longevity leaders of the Dragon Palace besides Prime Minister Gue. Currently, he could not enter the ruins of the Divine Kingdom. Currently, Wang Xian had been waiting for the people from the Wuji Empire to come out. From the looks of it, they were already prepared to come out tomorrow. It's good that you came out.
The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He wanted to see what tricks the Wuji Empire could play.
They flew quickly and arrived at the central mansion.
Xiaoxian, you're here.
Upon seeing Wang Xian flying over, Feng Luan and Lan Qingyue stood up with smiles on their faces. Young Master Wang. Lord Wang.
In the hall, a group of important ministers of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire who were seated immediately stood up and greeted Wang Xian respectfully.
Wang Xian nodded at them and swept his gaze across them. There were former ministers of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire, Su Xingzan and the other members of the Fire Lark clan. What's the situation now? They only announced that they have an important announcement to make tomorrow. Is there nothing else? Wang Xian asked Feng Luan directly.
Yes.
Feng Luan nodded. They announced this matter to the entire vast region. Now, families and sects from the vast region have arrived at the ruins of the Divine Kingdom, especially the factions within the Wuji Empire. All of them have arrived.
I wonder what they are doing.
They want to gather all the experts in the vast region at this time.
As Feng Luan spoke, a solemn expression appeared on her face. The announcement of the Wuji Empire made the citizens of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire and some of their family members anxious. Then let's see what they have to say tomorrow. Wang Xian smiled and said to Feng Luan, with you around, I feel much more assured. Feng Luan's tightly knitted brows relaxed as she smiled at Wang Xian.
With Lord Wang around, we have nothing to be afraid of.
That's right. As long as young Master Wang is around, what waves can a mere force in such a vast area cause? The important officials of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire, Su Xingzan and the rest also spoke with confidence.
Let's wait here. Wang Xian smiled at them. Everyone nodded.
Time passed slowly. The next day arrived very quickly.
In the morning, Wang Xian followed Feng Luan to the city wall of Dragon Phoenix City. Ao Qitian, Ao Jian, and the rest stood behind Wang Xian and the group of girls. Around them were the densely packed army of the Dragon Phoenix Empire.
Thousands of insightful Emptiness Realm experts were standing there. Their eyes were looking at Wuji City in the distance. At this moment, in Wuji City, all the aristocratic families from the Wuji Empire region were gathered. Their city gates were wide open and many people gathered outside the city gates, looking at the ruins of the Divine Kingdom. What tricks is the Wuji Empire playing?
Didn't they just control the ruins of the Divine Kingdom? Our Dragon Phoenix Empire might not be afraid of them. That's right. Our Empress's strength is also very terrifying now. Look, Lord Wang is here. With Lord Wang here, even if he controls 2 ruins of the Divine Kingdom, he is still not our match. Around the city wall, some of the citizens of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire stared at Wang Xian with burning eyes. In their hearts, Lord Wang was invincible. With Sir Wang around, the Dragon and Phoenix Empire would not be defeated. Wang Xian's arrival was undoubtedly a reassurance for them. Everyone, come here to welcome us. Just as they were discussing, a voice came from Wuji City ahead. Standing on the city wall of the Dragon and Phoenix City, they could hear it clearly. Let's go, let's go. I wonder what the king and the other powerhouses have to announce. Now that our king has control of the Divine Kingdom ruins, could it be that he wants to destroy the Dragon Phoenix Empire and unify the vast region?
It's possible, it's very possible. Haha, in the future, the entire vast region will be our Wuxia Empire's territory. Once the vast region is unified, our family clan will join the Wuxia Empire.
In Wuxia City, everyone walked out. All the citizens were discussing excitedly.
If the Wuxia Empire could destroy the Dragon and Phoenix Empire, it would be of great benefit to them. There were at least 100,000 people standing outside the city gates. They looked towards the ruins of the Divine Kingdom, welcoming the arrival of the Wuxia Empire's experts.
I wonder what the Wuxia Empire will announce. In Dragon Phoenix City, there were many experts from aristocratic families and mercenary groups who had rushed over after hearing the news. They looked into the distance, waiting, so that they could respond to the unexpected events that would happen next.
Everyone looked towards the direction of the ruins of the Divine Kingdom.
At noon, the sun was high in the sky. The dark energy in the ruins of the Divine Kingdom was still extremely dense. From afar, it looked like an abyss. Boom!
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 At this moment, the sound of tens of thousands of horses galloping came from the God Country ruins. It's coming! Everyone's hearts trembled as they stared intently in the direction of the God Country ruins.
Roar! 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 At this moment, an earth-shattering beast roar was heard. Numerous ice-cold eyes appeared in everyone's line of sight.
This is...
Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at the spot in front of them in shock. 10,000 beasts were sprinting. Many shadow wolves were sprinting towards them. Above the shadow wolves sat many insightful void-tier experts. The leader was the Wuxia Empire's king and 2 ancestors. Shadow wolves, the largest dark demonic beast race in the Divine Kingdom forest. It is said that the most powerful shadow wolves have the strength of the longevity realm. A cry of surprise sounded. Looking at the Wuxia Empire experts who were running out from the God Nation ruins, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air.
This seemed to be a powerful army from the abyss.
Look behind you. It is the Heavenly Moat Demon beast race. It is the Heavenly Moat Demon. Oh my God! All the demon beast races in the God Nation forest are controlled by the Wuxia Empire. Shocked voices sounded one after another. In the God Nation ruins, more than 200,000 people, along with more than 200,000 terrifying demonic beasts, instantly descended.
The powerful and invincible aura made everyone tremble. Is this the current strength of our Wuxia Empire?
All the creatures in the entire Divine Kingdom forest have been subdued. Oh my God!
This is too unbelievable. After our Wuxia Empire controlled the Divine Kingdom ruins, we actually have such terrifying power. In front of Wuxia City, the family forces in the Wuxia Empire region all had shocked expressions on their faces. They looked at the huge army in front of them, their faces filled with excitement and excitement. What a terrifying aura. The Wuxia Empire actually subdued the demonic beast races around the Divine Kingdom ruins. My God!
The demonic beast races in the Divine Kingdom forest. There are at least 5,000 to 6,000 insightful void-level existences. There are more than 200,000 below the insightful void level. Oh no, their current strength is too terrifying. It's not something our Dragon Phoenix Empire can withstand. However, when the soldiers and citizens on the city walls in Dragon Phoenix City saw this scene, all of them had solemn and embarrassed expressions on their faces. Everyone knew that the Dragon Phoenix Empire and the Wuxia Empire had reached the point where they would fight to the death. Once one side became stronger, they would definitely destroy the other side. Now, looking at the powerful Wuxia Empire army, everyone from the Dragon Phoenix Empire had shocked expressions on their faces. Even Feng Luan frowned slightly when she saw this scene, and her face was filled with a solemn expression. Boom, boom, boom. The shadow wolves galloped, and the entire army got closer and closer. Patriarch Wu Ji, the Wuxia Nation master, who was riding on the 3 10-meter-long shadow wolves, looked forward with pride. Their bodies contained a huge amount of energy.
Half of the army of over 200,000 people were riding on their mounts, and they carried a powerful aura as they stopped in front of the God Country ruins.
They were about 2,000 meters away from Wuxia city.
The king of Wuxia nation and the two patriarchs in the center waved their hands, and the entire army immediately stopped. No one made a sound.
Roar, roar, roar. 3 low growls came out from the mouths of the black shadow wolves under them. They gradually floated in the sky, looking at everything in front of them with disdain.
The people in front of Wuxia city also quieted down, staring at the army of their dynasty with fiery eyes. Today, the king of Wuxia dynasty, Wuju, will announce 2 things again. The king of Wuxia empire stood in the center and his voice resounded throughout the sky. Listen to the holy words.
Walala. When the king of Wuxia empire's voice rang out, more than 200,000 soldiers knelt on the ground.
Listen to the holy words.
In front of Wuxia city, everyone felt the terrifying power and knelt on the ground.
The king of Wuxia empire, who was floating in the sky, revealed a faint smile.
Huala. Wuxia king waved his arm, and the flag of Wuxia empire floated in the sky.
First thing, today our Wuxia empire will abolish the name of Wuxia empire.
As Wuxia king spoke, he waved his arm, and the flag turned into ashes. What? Abolish the name of Wuxia empire?
All the citizens and soldiers of Wuxia empire were shocked.
They raised their heads and looked at the king of the Wuxia empire with doubt in their eyes. Second, today, I announced the establishment of the Wuxia empire. The Wuxia empire had been established.
The final 4 words shocked everyone.
Voila! An even more luxurious and majestic flag flew into the sky. The Wuxia empire has been established. From now on, the vast region will have its first empire. From now on, the transcendent continent's 6th great empire will be established.
Wuxia nation's king, Wujuding, raised his arms and roared loudly with burning eyes.
Boom!
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 At the same time, an unparalleled aura was emitted from Wujuding's body.
His aura was like a prison that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. What? When they heard Wujuding's words and felt his powerful aura, everyone's faces revealed a shocked expression.
Wuxia empire!
Wuxia empire! The people in Wuxia city revealed a shocked and crazy expression. Empire, our king actually wants to announce the establishment of an empire. If we want to establish an empire, we must have an expert of the longevity realm to oversee it, or even more than one.
Oh my God, could it be that our king and the others have broken through to the longevity realm?
The 6th great empire, the 6th great empire. According to the legends, if any faction was able to control the ruins of the divine kingdom, they would be able to give birth to an empire. Now, it seems that this is true. Our king has broken through.
Shock, disbelief, excitement.
Following that, all the citizens of the Wuxia empire revealed excited expressions. This was an empire. Their Wuxia empire had actually been promoted to an empire.
This was an incomparably glorious scene. This was a historical scene.
The 6th great empire of the transcendental continent had been born in the past 3,000 years. This was a great honor for all the citizens of Wuxia empire. Roar, roar.
At this moment, a roar filled with authority sounded out. From below, a shadow wolf directly flew into the sky.
The 20-meter-long shadow wolf's eyes were filled with disdain.
He floated beside the Wuxia empire's flag.
Long live the Wuxia empire! Long live the Wuxia empire! Below, all the soldiers shouted excitedly.
Long live the Wuxia empire! In front of Wuxia city, all the citizens also shouted excitedly.
A long-lived shadow wolf! How is this possible? Empire! The Wuxia empire actually announced that they have become an empire. How many long-lived experts do they have?
Hearing these roars, all the people from the Dragon and Phoenix Empire revealed embarrassed and even despairing expressions.
From the moment the demonic beasts in the Divine Kingdom forest were subdued by the Wuxia empire, they had an ominous premonition in their hearts. Now, upon hearing the announcement of Wuxia Pinnacle and sensing that powerful and invincible aura, everyone's hearts trembled.
It's over, it's over. Wuxia Pinnacle is definitely a longevity-level existence. That Shadow Mad Wolf is also a longevity-level existence. Our Dragon Phoenix Empire is finished. Heavens, at this time, what else can we use to defend against them?
Empire, empire. Within Dragon Phoenix City, all the citizens looked ahead with ashen faces. There were 4,000 to 5,000 demon beasts above the void interpretation realm in the Divine Kingdom Forest, terrifying existences at the longevity realm, and a newly established empire. Within a short period of time, the Wuxia Empire had become an empire, completely crushing the Dragon Phoenix Empire. Looking at the powerful Wuxia Empire, they simply couldn't see any hope of winning. This is bad. There are two existences at the longevity realm. Feng Luan looked at Wu Juding and the Shadow Wolf with a solemn expression.
All the soldiers of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire had ugly expressions on their faces.
The gap was huge. Even though Su Xingzan and the rest who knew that Wang Xian had the longevity realm felt their hearts sink slightly. The other party had at least 2 longevity realm existences while they only had 1 on their side. Haha! When the Wuxia Empire was founded, its first goal was to unify the vast region.
Wu Juding looked at the cheers of the soldiers and citizens, laughed loudly, and continued to announce, "Unify the vast region and destroy the Dragon and Phoenix Empire."
Unify the vast region and destroy the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. Excited shouts came from everyone's mouths, and their voices covered a radius of several thousand kilometers. In Dragon and Phoenix City, all the soldiers, important officials, and citizens paled when they heard these shouts. What should we do?
What should we do?
Should we surrender?
If we don't surrender, we'll be finished. The opponent's strength is twice as strong as ours, not to mention that there's a terrifying existence at the longevity level. It's been tens of thousands of years since a powerhouse at the longevity level appeared in our vast region. In the entire city, everyone's breathing was a little hurried. They clenched their fists tightly and their eyes were a little powerless.
Wang! At this moment, the winds and clouds changed once again, and a powerful force charged towards Dragon Phoenix City. Everyone felt their breathing stop.
In front of them, Wu Juding and the others looked towards the direction of Dragon Phoenix City.
Their figures slowly moved, and the entire army stood up, their eyes filled with madness and excitement as they stared at Dragon Phoenix City. They slowly approached. Destroy them. Haha. Destroy them. Let everyone from the Dragon Phoenix Empire die, and capture their empress for blasphemy. Everyone in Wuxia City also stood up. They immediately followed behind the army and roared loudly.
The stronger the empire was, the more benefits they had.
Roar, roar. The dark demonic beasts roared, and black clouds covered the entire sky. They slowly approached Dragon Phoenix City. Feeling this invincible aura, all the soldiers of the Dragon Phoenix Empire on the city wall gripped their weapons tightly, and cold sweat trickled down their backs. Wu Juding, are you here to declare war on us? Feng Luan's phoenix-like eyebrows were filled with coldness as she stared at Wu Juding and the others and asked coldly, "Declare war. Now we'll give you a chance. Immediately open the city gates and everyone will kneel on the ground and surrender. Otherwise, all of you will die."
Before Wu Juding and the others in the sky could speak, Nangong Jianghe spoke from below.
"Shut up. You don't have the right to speak when our empress speaks." A general shouted when he saw Nangong Jianghe speak. "Haha, do you think that the Dragon and Phoenix Empress still has the right to speak to our monarch? Now, your empress doesn't have the right to speak to our monarch." Nangong Jianghe laughed and shouted. "How can a small empire be compared to the 6th great empire on our continent?" Nangong Wudi's lips curled up as he shouted with excitement in his eyes. Wu Juding and the other 2 ancestors revealed proud smiles on their faces. The current Dragon Phoenix Empire was no longer qualified to speak to them on an equal footing.
Their words instantly made all the important soldiers and officials on the Dragon Phoenix City wall look extremely embarrassed. HMPH, don't think that you are the only ones who have the strength of the longevity level. When Guan Shuqing and the other girls saw the arrogant look on their faces, they were so angry that their little faces turned red. They looked at Wang Xian and shouted loudly. "Ha!" The words of the few girls caused Wu Juding, who was standing in the air, to be slightly stunned. His sharp and dignified gaze swept toward the city wall. His gaze slowly landed on Wang Xian. "That's right. Our Lord Wang also possesses the strength of the longevity realm. Don't be so arrogant." A few important officials who knew about Wang Xian's strength also shouted loudly. At this moment, fear had already emerged in the hearts of all the soldiers of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire.
They had to announce Wang Xian's strength to raise their morale. What? Lord Wang has also reached the realm of longevity. Haha, I told you. As long as Lord Wang is around, our Dragon and Phoenix Empire will not fear anyone. Lord Wang has also broken through to the realm of longevity. Haha, that's great. As expected, when all the soldiers and citizens of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire heard that Wang Xian had also reached the realm of longevity, they were all excited. They heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. As long as they had experts in the realm of longevity, there was still hope for everything. Oh, Tianmo, you have actually reached the realm of longevity. A hint of shock flashed across Wu Juding's eyes as he stared at Wang Xian and asked coldly. Dark Pupil and the other patriarch also stared at Wang Xian. Isn't this a little out of your expectations? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and said with a faint smile. Yes, it is indeed out of our expectations. I really didn't expect you to break through to the realm of longevity. Wu Juding stared at Wang Xian and said in a slightly surprised tone. Below him, all the soldiers and citizens of the Wuxia Empire were also looking at Wang Xian in shock. As expected of the Sky Demon who once suppressed the three major forces, some people were filled with disbelief. Sky Demon, I and Tong have never admired anyone in my entire life. I only admire you. At such a young age, you are able to suppress us old fellows. Impressive. At this moment, and Tong, who was standing beside Wu Ju, spoke slowly. When they heard Patriarch Dark Eye's words, everyone in the Martial Pole Empire was also shocked. But suddenly Patriarch Dark Eye spat out a word heavily. His eyes were filled with a crazed battle intent and tyranny. No matter how magnificent you are, no matter how insufferably proud you are, no matter how unprecedented you are, today you must submit or die. Boom. As soon as Patriarch Dark Eye finished speaking, an aura that could suppress heaven and earth was emitted from his body. A pair of extremely cold eyes appeared in the sky, each of which was thousands of meters in size. Patriarch Dark Eye had used his domain. Since we dare to announce the establishment of the Wuxia Empire, we naturally have to have the corresponding strength of the empire. Today, no one can stop us. The invincible Wuxia Empire. After Dark Eye Patriarch finished his words, another elder from the Wuxia Empire said indifferently. As he spoke, the aura on his body kept rising. The invincible posture was undoubtedly revealed. Roar! The dark shadow Mad Wolf King roared, and it seemed as if the sky was trembling. Hiss! At this moment, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Patriarch Dark Eye and Patriarch Wu Ming have also reached the realm of longevity. We have 4 longevity experts. Haha, at first, I thought that Patriarch Dark Eye and Patriarch Wu Ming hadn't broken through to the realm of longevity. It turns out that they have already broken through. Invincible, this is invincible. When everyone in Wuxia Empire saw the imposing manner of Patriarch Dark Eye and Patriarch Wu Ming, they were all excited. Wuxia Empire. Invincible. 4? Oh my god, how could this be? Just how many treasures are there in the ruins of the Divine Kingdom? To think that 4 longevity experts could be directly born. It's over, it's over. We thought that with Lord Wang's presence, we would be able to withstand the opponent's attack. But the opponent actually has 4 longevity experts, 4 in all. Oh no, what else can our Dragon Phoenix Empire use to defend against this? Within Dragon Phoenix City, all the soldiers and citizens felt the terrifying aura charging over. The hope that had been ignited was extinguished once again. Compared to just now, they were even more despairing. For longevity experts, a total of 4. The entire Dragon Phoenix City's citizens began to panic. They nervously stared at the Empress and the soldiers on the city walls. There was no way they could fight in such a situation. If they didn't surrender, the consequences would be unimaginable. Oh no, how did it become like this? Damn it! Damn it! At this moment, the hundreds of mercenary group members gathered in Dragon Phoenix City saw this scene and their faces were extremely ugly. They originally lived in Wuxia City and were members of the mercenary group who hadn't joined any forces. When they saw the Sky Fiend kill the Crown Prince of Wuxia City in one move, they immediately decided to head to Dragon Phoenix City after witnessing its terrifying strength. They had even decided to join the Dragon Phoenix Empire.
This was because they had witnessed the power of the Sky Fiend and the invincibility of the Sky Fiend.
For this reason, they had been somewhat complacent at the beginning. They thought that even if the Wuxia Empire controlled the ruins of the Divine Kingdom, they would still not be a match for the Dragon Phoenix Empire in this war. Now, they realized that they were wrong and it was a huge mistake. This made all of them look extremely embarrassed. If the Dragon and Phoenix Empire doesn't surrender, won't we be finished? A leader of the mercenary group growled in a low voice with a gloomy face. No, the Dragon and Phoenix Empire will definitely surrender. They will definitely surrender. The rest of the members of the mercenary group kept consoling themselves as they spoke. Sky Demon, are you also very surprised? Wu Juding returned Wang Xian's words. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he stared at Wang Xian mockingly. I am very surprised. Wang Xian nodded his head. However, he was very surprised in his heart.
He didn't expect that the ruins of the Divine Kingdom would produce 4 experts of the longevity level in such a short period of time.
It seemed that the resources inside were absolutely terrifying.
Haha, I'll give you 1 minute. Open the city gates, kneel, and submit. If you don't submit in 1 minute, everyone in Dragon Phoenix City will die, including you, Sky Demon.
Wu Juding declared proudly at them.
Hearing Wu Juding's words, the hearts of everyone in the Dragon Phoenix Empire sank. Their eyes were fixed on their empress, and their eyes were filled with complicated emotions. Feng Wan's phoenix eyes were extremely cold as she clenched her fists with all her might.
Xiao Xian, I'm transforming into a phoenix now. I can fight against a longevity expert.
With a gloomy face, she transmitted her voice to Wang Xian in a low voice.
There's no need to surrender. Wang Xian shook his head indifferently and swept his gaze across everyone in the Wuxia Empire. Surrender, Empress. We don't want to die. That's right. The Dragon and Phoenix Empire is no match for the Wuxia Empire. Surrender. Suddenly, voices came from within the city. Some of the important officials of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire looked into the city angrily. Their eyes were filled with fury. Are you confident?
Feng Wan ignored the voices in the city and continued to transmit her voice to Wang Xian.
Don't worry. Leave it to me.
Wang Xian turned around and smiled at Feng Wan as he transmitted his voice.
30 seconds left. At this moment, Nangong Wudi, who was in front of the Wuxia Empire's army, warned with a smile on his face.
Empress, surrender.
A terrified voice came from behind again. If any of you want to surrender, just fly out of the city. Those who are willing to fight with me will stay here. When Feng Wan received Wang Xian's reply, she felt much more at ease. She heard the voice behind her and said faintly, Empress, we are willing to fight with you. Even if we have to die, we will not betray you. That's right. If the Empress wants to fight, we will use our lives to fight. As soon as Feng Luan's voice fell, the voices of the soldiers and important officials rang out in the surroundings. A resolute expression appeared on their faces, and an aura that seemed as if they were ready to face death emanated from their bodies. When Feng Luan saw this scene, a trace of a smile appeared on her face. Go, go, go! However, within the city, when the several hundred members of the mercenary group heard these words, joy appeared on their faces. Their bodies moved, and they directly flew in the direction of the Martial Pole Empire. Seeing them fly out, some of the people in the city hesitated, and some followed closely behind.
There were also people flying behind. Reporting to Emperor Wuji, reporting to the lords. The several hundred members of the mercenary group who had just flown out looked at each other, and an old man immediately bowed to Wu Juding and the others.
6 days ago, we saw the Sky Demon kill the Crown Prince of Wuqing City.
The old man told Wu Juding and the others this news, trying to curry favor with the Wuji Empire.
What?
It was the Sky Demon who killed Cheng Er.
Wu Juding was slightly stunned when he heard the old man's words. His face instantly darkened as he growled in a low voice with a face full of killing intent. Yes, we saw it with our own eyes. It was the Sky Demon who did it. The few hundred people hurriedly said.
Good. I didn't expect that Cheng Er was killed by you, Sky Demon. Good. Wu Juding's slightly red eyes stared at Wang Xian as violent darkness surged around him.
He's just a piece of trash. If you want to kill him, just kill him.
Wang Xian glanced at the few hundred members of the mercenary group indifferently and said, Good, good. You dare to kill my Cheng-Er.
Today, I announce that everyone in the Dragon and Phoenix Empire must die. Wu Juding roared furiously.
Sky Demon, you should never have killed my son. Today, let's use the blood of everyone from the Dragon and Phoenix Empire to pay tribute to my son.
Now all of you no longer have the chance to submit. You can only die. Killing intent shot out from Dark Pupil's eyes as he said icily.
Attack! Leave no one from the Dragon and Phoenix Empire alive today.
Wu Juding roared in rage as he gave the order. Kill! Kill all of them! Avenge the Crown Prince! Kill! The order was given as a heaven-shaking killing intent sounded. Get ready!
Get ready!
On the city walls of Dragon Phoenix City, the expressions of the important officials changed drastically. They hurriedly shouted and prepared to counterattack.
A powerful war was about to break out.
A war was about to break out.
Die, Sky Demon. Today I will suppress you under the ruins of the Divine Kingdom and enjoy endless pain. Dark Star.
Wu Ju raised his arm and endless demonic chi soared into the sky. An extremely terrifying dark star condensed in the sky.
The dark star that was dozens of kilometers wide was exuding an extremely terrifying aura. At this moment, the soldiers of the Dragon Phoenix Empire and the Wuji Empire were stunned.
For the first time, they had witnessed the terror of the longevity level. Boom! Boom! A deathly desolate and bloody aura came from the dark star within a range of 60 to 70 kilometers.
The terrifying aura was so oppressive that it was difficult for one to breathe.
Is this the terror of a longevity realm expert? Under this terrifying attack, who can survive? Heavens! This war doesn't even require us to act. With the Emperor Lord and the others, they can completely destroy the Dragon Phoenix Empire. Too strong, simply too strong. With a wave of his hand, a star-like attack floated in the sky. Is this something that a human can withstand? No wonder the longevity realm is also known as the demigod realm. Below the peak of Wu Ju, the soldiers and citizens of the Wuji Empire raised their heads to look at the dark stars in the sky, their hearts trembling.
The army that was originally prepared to attack stopped and they looked up in a daze.
Oh no! Can our Lord Wang withstand such a terrifying attack? Even if Lord Wang can withstand the Martial Supreme Emperor's attack, they still have 3 longevity experts. It's over. It's over. Despair appeared in the eyes of everyone from the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. Some of them even closed their eyes and clenched their fists tightly. It was up to fate.
Xiaoxian.
On the city wall, a group of girls were also staring at the dark star in the sky in astonishment. Their expressions changed slightly.
They were staring at Wang Xian nervously.
Wang Xian was the only one who didn't show any emotion on his face. He raised his head and looked at the dark star in the sky. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Enjoy the fall of the star, Sky Demon.
Wu Juding revealed a ferocious expression. He raised his arms and waved them forward. The entire dark star was like a star that fell from the sky. It attacked Wang Xian directly.
Beside Wu Juding, Patriarch Dark Eye and Patriarch Wu Ming were looking at the entire Dragon and Phoenix City in front of them with cold expressions. They were looking down at Wang Xian. You guys are really ignorant to dare to establish an empire with just 4 experts at the first level of longevity.
Wang Xian looked at the dark stars that fell from the sky. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly and a look of contempt appeared on his face.
Among the 5 empires, the 9 Gods Empire was the weakest. Even so, the 9 Gods Empire had more than 10 experts at the level of longevity. The Master of the 9 Gods, Mo Sha, and the former Master of the 9 Gods had the strength of the 4th level of longevity. The Wuji Empire was not qualified to be called an empire. As Wang Xian spoke, he waved his arm and his entire right arm instantly turned into a terrifying dragon claw. The dragon claw expanded at a terrifying speed and turned into a few thousand meters in size.
A gray energy covered the surroundings of the dragon claw. Under the coverage of the gray energy of the 5 elements, a dragon claw that was also dozens of kilometers in size appeared. Upon seeing Wang Xian's dragon claw, Wu Juding's pupils contracted slightly.
Boom! Bang.
Under the shocked gazes of millions of people, Wang Xian's dragon claw landed on the dark star. The terrifying dragon claw grabbed lightly and the entire dark star exploded.
What?
Such a terrifying dark star was actually shattered by the sky demon's claw. Hiss, as expected, the sky demon also has the strength of level 1 longevity. Moreover, it seems to be even stronger than the overlord of Wuxia.
The soldiers and citizens of the martial limit Imperial Lord sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw this scene. However, there wasn't the slightest trace of worry on their faces. Even if the Sky Demon managed to block their Imperial Lord's attack, their martial limit empire still had 3 existences at the Wanshou realm. In a situation of 4 against 1, they could completely crush the Sky Demon.
Everyone's hearts were filled with confidence.
We managed to block it. But can Sir Wang block the 4 of them? When everyone in the Dragon and Phoenix Empire saw this scene, they heaved a heavy sigh of relief. However, they were still worried. As expected of a Sky Demon, we really don't dare to let an enemy like you continue to develop. Therefore, you must die today. Otherwise, we won't feel at ease.
When Patriarch Dark I saw Wang Xian easily blocking Wu Zhu's attack, a 10-meter-long dark staff appeared in his hand.
On the staff was a huge dark lotus. The entire staff emitted a terrifying power. I didn't expect that even if we were to break through to the longevity realm, we would still join forces to deal with the Sky Demon. You can rest in peace after your death.
Patriarch Wu Ming held 2 dark twin sabers in his hands as he stared at Wang Xian and said calmly, "Roar! Roar! Roar!" Following that, a terrifying roar of the Dark Shadow Wolf King rang out.
4 longevity-level experts from the Wuxia Empire locked onto Wang Xian. Around them, one domain after another slowly spread out. Under the terrifying domain, it was as if the entire world belonged to them. Our monarch and the others are getting serious. Ha! Today, the Sky Demon is going to fall. Excited voices sounded from below. The soldiers and citizens of the Wuxia Empire stared at this historic battle with wide eyes. The entire sky has been controlled by the experts of the Wuxia Empire. The Sky Demon is going to fall. Our choice was the right one. At the side, the few hundred members of the mercenary group looked at each other and revealed a faint smile on their faces. Ha! A bunch of trash. Where did your confidence come from? You look so high and mighty. You think you are invincible. Ha! I'm not playing with you anymore.
Under the horrified gazes of all the soldiers and citizens of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire, a loud laughter came from Wang Xian's hand. Wang Xian, who had never taken it seriously, lost his patience when he saw their arrogant looks. He waved his arm gently, and the dragon claw that crushed the dark stars in the sky attacked Patriarch Wu Ming, who was the closest to him. Sky Demon, we won't play with you anymore. Everyone from the Dragon and Phoenix Empire and the Dragon Palace will die today.
Wu Ming's body shook when he saw the dragon claws in the sky attacking him. Demonic sabers appeared within a 60-kilometer radius around him. The demonic saber domain was activated. The demonic sabers slashed at the dragon claws. Attack! Roar! Wu Juding and Dark Eye Patriarch Dark Shadow Mad Wolf King roared as their domains exploded. Crack, 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 crack.
However, at this moment, something that made his body freeze happened. The Gray 5 Elements Dragon Claw entered the Devil Blade domain and easily tore through the domain. The Dragon Claw was like a mountain as it heavily slammed toward Wu Ming Patriarch.
How is this possible? Seeing that his domain was instantly forced, Wu Ming Patriarch's face revealed a terrified expression as he roared in disbelief. The strongest thing in the realm of longevity was a domain. Pung! Before he could escape, the dragon claw landed on his body. It was like a collision of billions of mountains. Patriarch Wu Ming's eyes widened, and his body smashed straight towards the ground. The life force in his body completely dissipated under a single palm.
Even if he was an expert at the first stage of the realm of longevity, he still lost his life under this attack.
Boom! The terrifying power caused Patriarch Wu Ming's body to fall in the middle of the 200,000-strong army. Thousands of soldiers who didn't have time to dodge died immediately. A 1,000-meter-deep pit appeared. In an instant, everyone in the Wuxia Empire turned pale as if someone had grabbed their necks.
Cough, 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 cough. This?
How is this possible? How is this possible? Hiss. My God. Stupefied at this moment, the entire sky seemed to be stupefied.
At the center of the Wuji Empire's over 200,000 invincible legions, a corpse was smashed there. The powerful force directly caused the ground within a radius of 1,000 meters to sink.
Over 1,000 soldiers died instantly. The most unbelievable thing was the corpse in the center.
That invincible longevity expert.
With a single strike, with just a wave of a dragon claw, he had directly killed him.
How is this possible?
Everyone looked at the corpse in the center with a dumbfounded expression.
At this moment, all the soldiers and citizens of the Wuji Empire, as well as all the soldiers and citizens of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire, had the same expression.
The sound of swallowing saliva and gasping cold air rang out in unison. It was as if what happened here was not a war but a shocking competition. It would depend on who had the more shocked expression. When Wang Xian saw everyone's expression, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. A faint smile appeared on his face. You dare to establish an empire with just 4 people in the realm of longevity? His voice continued to ring out, startling everyone around him. Lord Wang said that once just now.
Some people came to their senses and looked at Wang Xian in unison.
At this moment, there was only one focal point in the entire world, and that was the mysterious and powerful sky demon, Lord Wang.
You dare to attack the Dragon and Phoenix Empire?
You dare to kill me? Wang Xian continued to speak indifferently. At this moment, he waved his dragon claws again. Boom! The dragon claw that looked like it could destroy the world attacked Wu Juding, Dark Pupil, and the Dark Shadow Wolf King. The dragon claw was in the air as if it wanted to pluck the stars. You are not a powerhouse at the first level of longevity. You are already above the first level of longevity.
Looking at the destructive dragon claw that was attacking them, Wu Juding, Dark Pupil, and the Dark Shadow Wolf King trembled.
Their eyes were filled with fear. Killing Patriarch Wu Ming with one claw, an existence on the same level as them. What kind of strength was this?
Was he at the second rank of the longevity realm, or stronger?
Even if he was at the second rank of the longevity realm, it wasn't something they could deal with.
Run!
Wu Juding, Dark Eye, and the Shadow Wolf King looked at each other with fear in their eyes.
Without any hesitation, their entire bodies started to flicker.
Crack!
Crack!
Crack! However, at this moment, the sky above them was covered by the dragon claws. Their domains were rapidly collapsing. Are you trying to teleport away? Wang Xian looked at their flickering bodies and sneered. The dragon claws were suppressing their domains. Oh no!
The expressions of the two of them and the demonic beast changed drastically. They flew into the distance in fear.
What? Monarch Wu Ji and Patriarch Dark Eye are trying to escape. They were invincible just a moment ago. They have the air of an overlord between heaven and earth. Now!
Everyone around was stunned when they saw the two of them and the demonic beast flying towards the ruins of the kingdom of God.
Their mouths were slightly agape.
Die! Wang Xian said nonchalantly. His dragon claws attacked them at a terrifying speed.
With his current combat strength of level 3 of longevity, it was a piece of cake for him to kill 3 level 1 of longevity.
Bang, bang, bang. The power of the dragon claws and the destructive power of the 5 elements landed on the 2 humans and 1 demonic beast.
Sky Demon, don't kill us. Don't kill us. We are willing to submit. We are willing to submit. I am willing to submit to be your mount. Don't kill me. Wu Ju's Dark Eye Patriarch and the Shadow Frenzy Wolf King instantly felt the vitality in their bodies fading rapidly. They roared out in fear.
At this moment, it was the same domineering aura that announced the establishment of the Wuji Empire. It was completely different from the invincible aura that was about to destroy the Dragon and Phoenix Empire and Wang Xian.
It was a complete contrast. At this moment, they only wanted to live. They had just stepped into the realm of longevity and had a lifespan of more than 10,000 years. They didn't want to die. Soul capture. When Wang Xian heard their pleas for mercy, there wasn't the slightest fluctuation on his face. A mysterious power shot out from his eyes.
Wu Juding and Patriarch Dark Eye's bodies stiffened as they struggled intensely.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Immediately after, the dragon claws descended completely as their bodies smashed downwards once again.
This time, the Wuxia Empire soldiers below had made preparations in advance. Their faces were filled with panic as they dodged to the side.
The three corpses once again landed on the ground. Their eyes were wide open as they were filled with unwillingness and disbelief.
They stared at the sky as if they were questioning the heavens. Why did they have to die after obtaining such a huge opportunity? They're dead. Our unrivaled monarch and unrivaled ancestor were killed with a single claw. How can this be believable?
It's over, it's over. Why is the sky demon so powerful?
Why?
All the soldiers and citizens of the entire Wuxia Empire stood there stiffly.
Next, kill. On the city walls of Dragon Phoenix City, Wang Xian looked at the 4 experts of the first level of longevity who had died. His expression did not change at all.
He had killed many of the dragon emperors of the dragon race, let alone them.
He looked at Feng Luan who was beside him and asked with a smile.
They want to destroy all of us. We will naturally return the favor.
Feng Luan was stunned when she saw Wang Xian. Following that, she slowly looked at all the soldiers of the Wuxia Empire. Her eyes were filled with coldness. In the battle of the dynasty, the victor would be the king and the loser would be the bandit.
Boom!
A terrifying killing intent erupted from Feng Luan's body. Today, we will destroy the Wuxia Empire and unify the vast region. Kill! A cold voice came out from Feng Luan's mouth. Haha! Lord Wang is invincible. Destroy the Wuxia Empire. I feel like my blood is burning and boiling. Lord Wang is invincible. What Wuxia Empire? Today we will destroy you. Ha ha ha. Lord Wang is too powerful. He can kill a rank 1 longevity expert with 1 palm. Haha. Kill. Kill.
Kill everyone in the Wuxia Empire.
Lord Wang is invincible, the Empress is invincible, and the Dragon and Phoenix Empire is invincible. Kill. Unify the vast region. As soon as Feng Luan finished her words, all the soldiers on the city wall reacted completely.
They were so excited that their bodies trembled and excitement shot out from their eyes. They opened their mouths and roared at the people below. Just now they had been extremely nervous. After seeing Lord Wang easily kill all the experts in the Wuxia Empire, they completely relaxed.
At this moment, they needed to vent their frustrations. They needed to kill. The enemy wanted to kill them. Now that they had the opportunity, they naturally wanted to kill the enemy.
The Dragon and Phoenix Empire wants to destroy us. They want to destroy us. With the heavenly devil around, how are we supposed to resist?
How are we supposed to resist? No, I'm not resigned. I surrender. We surrender. Please don't kill us. Please don't kill us. In front of the Dragon Phoenix City, the 200,000-strong army of the Wuxia Empire heard the order of the Dragon Phoenix Empress and began to panic.
Even their invincible Emperor Lord and Ancestor had been killed. What else could they use to fight against the Dragon Phoenix Empire? At this moment, everyone in the Wuxia Empire had lost their fighting spirit. They started to beg for mercy in fear. No, how could this happen? Why, how could this happen?
Emperor Martial Limit and the others are 4 longevity realm experts. Moreover, the Wuxia Empire announced the establishment of the empire, yet they were easily killed by the Sky Demon. I don't believe it.
At this moment, the several hundred members of the mercenary group shook their heads and watched this scene with some madness.
They had originally thought that the Martial Limit Imperial Lord and the others had established an empire and had 4 experts at the longevity realm.
Any one of the longevity realm experts could suppress a vast area. Now that there were 4 of them, wouldn't it be even easier? Even though they knew that the Sky Demon also had experts at the longevity realm, they were still not on the same level of battle.
Now that they saw the Sky Demon palm 1 Martial Limit Imperial Lord and Patriarch Dark Eye,
each attack seemed to hit their hearts, making it difficult for them to breathe.
Kill!
At this moment, on the city wall, 11 figures were emitting a violent and invincible aura as they directly attacked toward the location below. The violent Ao Chi Tian, the Ao sword with sharp sword chi,
the Ao Yao hiding in the void, the Ao Chi wreaking havoc with lightning.
The fierce wind whistled and the Ao Xingmu swayed its branches. 11 leaders of the Dragon Palace and 11 powerful beings who were half a step away from longevity rushed into the battlefield. Run, run, run.
There were only 5 half-step to longevity level demon beasts in the entire Wuxia Empire, and there were only 10 half-step to longevity level demon beasts.
The 10 leaders locked onto 10 half-step to longevity level demon beasts. As for Ao Chitian, he waved the ocean-pacifying divine needle and wreaked havoc on the battlefield like a mad demon that had descended from the sky.
Kill, kill, kill.
The 11 leaders of the Dragon Palace took the lead and charged out. The soldiers of the Dragon Phoenix Empire were not willing to lag behind. They raised their weapons excitedly and flew over to attack everyone in the Wuxia Empire.
The Southern Royal Family is willing to submit to the Dragon Phoenix Empire.
Run, run.
The 2 ancestors of the Southern Royal Family shouted in fear when they saw the leader of the Dragon Palace charging toward them. However, they didn't have the will to fight when they saw the cold eyes of the leader of the Dragon Palace. They turned around and fled. The Dragon and Phoenix Empire didn't accept surrender. They would die if they couldn't escape from this battle that was destined to fail. However, it was very, very difficult for them to escape. The empire that we just established, the 6th great empire of the transcendental continent, is going to be destroyed in less than a day?
All the citizens of the Wuxia Empire. Just a moment ago, they were still proud of the establishment of their empire and the strength of their country. However, in less than half a day, they were going to be destroyed.
And it was destroyed by an empire. This
few little Xian, it's all thanks to you this time. If it wasn't for you, the Dragon and Phoenix Empire would have been completely destroyed. Feng Yuan stood on the city wall and heaved a heavy sigh of relief when she saw that the situation was set in stone.
If it wasn't for Wang Xian, the entire Dragon and Phoenix Empire would have been destroyed. However, this wasn't the first time Wang Xian had saved the Dragon and Phoenix Empire.
It's just a small matter.
Wang Xian smiled faintly. Let's go to the ruins of the Divine Kingdom. I already know the way to enter. His gaze swept across the battlefield. The situation on the entire battlefield was completely stable.
Everyone in the Wuxia Empire could forget about escaping.
An empire that had just been established would be destroyed immediately. In the future, it would probably become a joke in the vast region. After this battle, the Dragon and Phoenix Empire would also completely unify the vast region. Little Xian, you know the entrance to the ruins of the Divine Kingdom?
That's great. The Wuxia Empire has just obtained the ruins of the Divine Kingdom and they were able to elevate the 3 of them to the realm of longevity. There must be a lot of resources inside. Lan Qingyue's eyes lit up when she heard Wang Xian's words. According to the information I received, the owner of the ruins of the Divine Kingdom was once a peerless expert at level 9 of longevity established 210,000 years ago.
However, in the past few 100,000 years, he became a god without a sect and left behind ruins here. The resources inside the ruins of the Divine Kingdom of such a terrifying expert are definitely terrifying, Feng Luan said from the side. The resources inside are indeed huge. Wang Xian's eyes were sparkling. Come, let's go. All right, let me give some instructions. Feng Luan nodded and gave some instructions to a few important officials. Then, she nodded to Wang Xian. I'll bring all of you to teleport. Wang Xian looked at the group of girls. His body trembled as he brought them to teleport a few hundred kilometers away. On the city wall, a group of civil officials saw Wang Xian leading their queen to teleport away. All of them had looks of admiration on their faces. It was as if they were looking at a god that they worshipped. After 2 teleportations, they arrived at the sky above the center of the ruins of the Divine Kingdom. Wang Xian walked to a spot and a dense dark force surged downwards. According to the memories in his mind, an entrance appeared in their sight very quickly. Excitement and anticipation flashed in his eyes. He looked at the group of girls beside him, nodded, and flew straight in. Just as he stepped in, a vast amount of demonic chi rushed over. The density of the demonic chi inside was dozens of times that of the outside world. Let's enter the central hall first and take control of the entire God Country ruins. There are many dark souls inside. There are even many high-grade spiritual herbs in the other side of the ruins of the kingdom of God's Dark Curtain Garden. There are even quite a number of 5th or 6th level longevity herbs. Based on the memories he obtained, Wang Xian walked into the central hall with burning eyes. Even though the entire ruins of the kingdom of God had been washed away for more than 200,000 years, it still did not decay.
Hiss, there are so many souls of darkness. They are actually sealed in balls.
As they passed by a hall, a group of female students cried out in surprise. Even Feng Luan was filled with shock as she watched. As expected of an expert that is close to God. Even when I was at my peak, there is still a huge gap between us. Feng Luan's eyes flickered as she looked at the darkness souls one by one. There were a few thousand darkness souls in total. The lowest level was at the 9th level of the profound void tier, and there were over 100 longevity level ones. The reason why Wu Juding and the rest were able to level up so quickly is because they absorbed the darkness souls. These darkness souls are one of the most precious items in the entire ruins of the divine kingdom, Wang Xian said.
In the entire ruins of the divine kingdom of darkness, other than the darkness souls which could be converted into dragon energy, there were also huge spiritual herbs. Other than that, there was another item that was extremely important to Wang Xian.
A longevity-grade metal. The metal here was enough to upgrade the level of the Dragon Palace to level 5. Wow! The entire ruins of the Kingdom of God is a huge treasure trove. No wonder the legends say that whoever can control the ruins of the Kingdom of God will be able to build an empire. There are too many resources in here. If the Wuji Empire can steadily increase their strength in here, they might be able to build a real empire in a few decades. Wang Xian led a group of girls to browse through the ruins of the Kingdom of God. They were shocked when they saw the buildings and all kinds of resources inside. The ruins of the Kingdom of God that spanned over 1,000 kilometers looked like a huge manor.
There were powerful formations and high-grade spiritual herbs.
Each of the luxurious buildings had offensive weapons that could kill those in the longevity realm.
Phew, with the resources here, even without your help, I can build a real empire in 2 years at most.
Feng Luan was excited as well. You should mainly increase your strength. As for the longevity realm experts, you don't have to nurture too many of them. Wang Xian looked at Feng Luan and said, I have made some preparations in the central continent region for the revenge against the Phoenix Empire. The 9-God Empire can go all out when the time comes. What? The 9-God Empire?
Feng Luan was slightly taken aback. Her eyes revealed a look of disbelief. Although the 9-God Empire is the weakest among the empires, it is only slightly weaker than the Phoenix Empire. If we have their help,
you don't have to worry about the rest of the matters. Just focus on improving your strength.
In terms of resources, the main focus is on improving the Dragon Palace.
Wang Xian said to Feng Luan directly. I know that the resources that are wasted in nurturing longevity experts can increase the number of longevity experts in the Dragon Palace by 2 to 3. I didn't come to the Transcendence continent to become an empress who holds great power. I just felt indignant and wanted revenge. Feng Luan looked at Wang Xian and said slowly, Sister Feng Luan, with US and Shaoxian around, revenge is just around the corner. Don't feel so pressured. Leave everything to Shaoxian.
After you take your revenge, you can join our Dragon Palace as well. Wouldn't that be better? Guan Shuqin held Feng Luan's arm and said. Feng Luan smiled faintly and looked at Wang Xian. Naturally, I'll have to rely on your powerful husband's help. Without his help, I might not even be able to establish a dynasty now, let alone take revenge.
With these resources, the Dragon Palace will be able to improve greatly. Our strength will be able to take a qualitative leap. Wang Xian said to Feng Luan.
Okay.
Feng Luan's eyes shone with a fiery light.
Standing beside Wang Xian, the desire for revenge and the desire to establish an empire in her heart was getting smaller and smaller.
She hoped that the Dragon Palace would become stronger and stronger. I want to go out first and unify the entire vast region. After that, our strength will increase even faster.
Feng Luan said to Wang Xian and the rest. Let's treat the ruins of the Divine Kingdom as the capital of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire in the future. When the time is right, we will announce the establishment of the empire.
Wang Xian nodded his head. Sister Feng Luan, we will go out with you. He. When the empire is established, we will be the beautiful elder group that founded the empire.
The group of girls said happily in their hearts. As the sixth largest empire on the Transcendence continent, their beautiful elder group would definitely be famous on the continent and would even be passed down through the ages.
The group of girls were very happy just thinking about it. After the group of girls left, Wang Xian immediately went to the location of the Soul of Darkness. Looking at the thousands of Soul of Darkness, his eyes revealed an excited look. After devouring all of them, my realm will be able to increase by at least 2 levels, reaching the first level of longevity. The real longevity realm, coupled with the fact that I can surpass 5 levels in my combat strength, can kill a person of the 6th level of longevity. It is definitely a qualitative improvement.
Wang Xian's eyes revealed a look of fanaticism.
His body moved and immediately transformed into the body of a divine dragon. The huge dragon body directly devoured the souls of darkness.
The sealed souls of darkness could be absorbed by the heart of darkness and could rapidly transform into dragon qi. Wang Xian opened his mouth and devoured more than a dozen of them in one go. The dragon qi was increasing at a terrifying speed.
Every time he devoured more than a dozen of them, the aura on his body became heavier. Ding! Congratulations to host for achieving a breakthrough in your level. As you have comprehended the strongest aspect of light and darkness, yin and yang. The 2 extremes of yin and yang have been further strengthened, strengthening the dragon tail. Ding! Congratulations to host for strengthening the dragon's tail with the 2 extremes of yin and yang. The divine dragon's tail has been strengthened. When Wang Xian had only devoured a quarter of the dragon's tail, the system notification of an upgrade rang in his mind. At the same time, Wang Xian's body expanded once again. His entire body was enveloped by a 7-colored radiance. He did not stop and continued to devour the souls of darkness.
Time passed slowly. The number of souls of darkness decreased at a terrifying speed. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through to the first level of longevity.
Boom! When there were only about 30 souls of darkness left, a terrifying aura rushed straight from Wang Xian's body.
This aura was different from the breakthrough just now. The entire aura was even more vast and terrifying.
The level of the divine dragon was not as high as the half-step longevity realm. Therefore, Wang Xian's upgrade this time was equivalent to the upgrade of an ordinary creature by 2 levels. His dragon body had directly increased to a height of 2,000 meters. A 7-colored light enveloped him. It was as powerful as hell. Ding! Congratulations to host for comprehending the domain of the 7-colored dragon realm. Ding! Congratulations to host for attaining the 4th change of the divine dragon transformation. The energy of the dragon crystal has been converted into divine crystals. Ding! Congratulations to host for reaching the level of a demigod creature. You possess part of the divine characteristics. Ding! Congratulations to host for reaching the level of a demigod weapon with the 5 elements grinding.
Name, Wang Xian.
Race: Yin-Yang 5 elements divine dragon, Mandragon unity.
Level, longevity 1, 4th change of the divine dragon transformation.
Divine crystal, 0.5/1000. Supernatural ability. Ruling the water tribe that is lower than your own level. Devour living things. Devour living things to extract divine crystals. Control of the 5 elements. Cultivation method. Divine dragon transformation. Supernatural ability. Soul absorbing, spirit attaching, yin-yang 5 elements dragon eyes.
Aspect, 5 elements grinding, dragon kingdom in the palm, dragon head under the heavens, dragon body of 10,000 miles, yin-yang poles, yin-yang 5 elements alms bowl, divine dragon tail swing. Domain, rainbow dragon domain. Dragon palace, level 4.
Members of Dragon Palace, 20,333. Phew, so powerful. Having completely broken through to the first level of longevity, Wang Xian could feel his own strength. Excitement could be seen in his eyes.
The first level of longevity could kill a person of the 6th level of longevity. From the 3rd level of longevity to the 6th level of longevity, his strength had increased explosively.
Especially now that Wang Xian was in control of the real domain, his teleportation range had reached 1,200 kilometers. In addition, his only weapon at the moment, the great grinding of the 5 elements, had been upgraded to a semi-divine weapon during his breakthrough. I'm one step closer to dominating the supernatural continent. The next step is to upgrade the level of the Dragon Palace and the strength of the members of the Dragon Palace. The realm of longevity was also known as the demigod realm. The so-called gods could achieve a decapitation without death and a heart explosion without death. A powerful god could achieve a blood rebirth.
Upon reaching the mirror of God, one would have a lifespan of 100,000 years. 100,000 years was an extremely huge number. As one of the top divine dragons in the universe, Wuxia had broken through to the demigod realm and possessed part of the characteristics of a god. Now, he possessed a terrifying recovery ability. As long as it was not a fatal injury, he could recover quickly. The demigod artifact, the 5 elements grinding, already possessed a trace of divinity. A true divine artifact possessed its own consciousness and possessed an earth-shattering attack. Upon reaching the deity realm, the standard to measure the strength of a deity was the divine kingdom and the divine artifact in one's hand.
First, I will upgrade the Dragon Palace to level 5. When the Dragon Palace reaches level 5, I will have the ability to fight against the dragon race of the supernatural continent. Wuxia sensed his powerful strength and collected the longevity level materials and the longevity level formations in the ruins of the Divine Kingdom. After flying out of the ruins of the Divine Kingdom, his mind stirred and rays of weak, 7-colored light covered the surroundings.
This was the 7-colored dragon territory. Wuxia had yet to fully utilize it. Buzz.
With a thought, he teleported to a place 1,200 kilometers away.
A second later, Wuxia continued to teleport. In less than a minute, Wuxia arrived directly above the Dragon Palace.
At this moment, the leaders of the Dragon Palace had yet to return. They were helping Feng Luan and the rest unify the vast continent. Dragon King, Prime Minister Gui came over and greeted respectfully. It's time to upgrade the Dragon Palace. Wuxia looked at Prime Minister Gui and said with a smile on his face.
With the sudden increase in strength and the imminent upgrade of the Dragon Palace, he was in a good mood.
The Dragon Palace is about to be upgraded. A hint of excitement flashed across Prime Minister Gui's eyes as he followed quietly beside Wuxia. Ding! Longevity level metal materials and sufficient spiritual stones found. Do you wish to upgrade the Dragon King Palace? Ding!
10 longevity level array formations and sufficient spiritual stones found. Do you wish to upgrade the Dragon King Palace? The voices of the system rang one after another. Wuxia's eyes sparkled.
Upgrade all of them. Ding!
All buildings have been upgraded. The level of the Dragon Palace has been upgraded to level 5.
Dragon Palace. Level 5. Dragon Master. Wuxia. Longevity First Level Inyang 5 Elemental Divine Dragon. Buildings.
Dragon King Hall, level 5 increases the Dragon King's cultivation speed and recovery speed by 96 times.
Dragon Transformation Pool. Level 5. Absorbing dragon blood can give birth to a dragon seed. Divine Crystal. 0.22. Dragon Gate. Level 5. A fish can only become a dragon if it leaps through the Dragon Gate. It is effective against creatures below the divine realm. Ocean Pacifying Needle. Level 5. Pillar of the Dragon Palace. Pacify the Dragon Palace for 2,000 kilometers. Increase the combat strength of the members of the Dragon Palace by 500%. Dragon Cave. Level 5. With 50,000 Dragon Caves. The cultivation speed of the creatures in the Dragon Cave will be increased by 64 times. Dragon Field. Level 5. Practice martial arts in the Dragon Field. Increase comprehension by 32 times. Dragon Array. Level 5. Dragon Palace Array. Concealment, defense, gathering of spiritual energy, teleportation, detection, attack, spiritual item, ancestral tree. Level. Able to return to the spirit realm and below. Activated spiritual intelligence of living creatures. Increases the speed of fire attribute cultivators by 200%. Attached. Dragon Transformation Pool to nurture dragon seeds. Current dragon seeds. Golden Swordfish, Thunder Shrimp, Demon Monkey, Strange Demon, Light Spike, Hydra, Dragon Turtle, Yuksha, Clam Girl, golden lobster, starwood dragon seed, fire phoenix dragon seed. Boom.
The moment the Dragon Palace was upgraded, a surge of terrifying spiritual energy charged straight at them.
The surrounding tens of thousands of kilometers of spiritual energy surged straight at them, causing the spiritual energy in the Dragon Palace to double. In the Dragon King Palace, 1 day of Wang Xian's cultivation was equivalent to 90 days of cultivation in the outside world. In the Dragon Cave, 1 day of cultivation by the members of the Dragon Palace was equivalent to 64 days in the outside world.
With such a terrifying increase, even if the members of the Dragon Palace had been cultivating in the Dragon Cave, they would still be able to reach the realm of longevity after 10 years.
This was the strength of the Dragon Palace. The ruins of the Divine Kingdom was several times weaker than the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian moved and arrived above the Dragon Palace. He looked down at the vast Dragon Palace. The entire Dragon Palace had expanded from a few hundred kilometers to a range of 1,000 kilometers.
The 10,000-meter-tall ocean-pacifying divine needles and the towering buildings had reached 1,000 to 2,000 meters. The majestic Dragon King Hall and the mysterious and powerful Dragon Cave. The 9 dragon pillars of the divine dragons and the golden blood flowing in the mysterious dragon transformation pool. Everything was like the divine palace in the legends. The ruins of the Divine Kingdom could not be compared to the current Dragon Palace.
I look forward to the day when the Dragon Palace turns into the Divine Kingdom. Wang Xian looked down at his palace with a twinkle in his eyes. A smile appeared on his face. Next is the time to upgrade the members of the Dragon Palace. After that, I will develop steadily for a period of time. Wang Xian thought to himself. With a flash, he appeared 1,200 kilometers away. In less than a minute, Wang Xian appeared above Dragon and Phoenix City. At this moment, there weren't many people in Dragon and Phoenix City. With a flash, he arrived at Wuxia City. Feng Luan and a group of girls were ordering their subordinates to take over Wuxia City.
Little Xian, your temperament seems to have changed a lot. Seeing Wang Xian coming over, the group of girls looked over and immediately asked with sparkling eyes.
The current Wang Xian had broken through to the realm of longevity. He already possessed a trace of divinity in his body.
His entire person was more noble than before. The colorful dragon robe draped over his body and his handsome face made all the girls' eyes light up.
It was not an exaggeration to say that Wang Xian was a peerless beauty. It was not a problem for him to claim to be the most handsome man in the transcendental continent. Haha! How are the matters here being handled?
Wang Xian laughed and asked. It will take at least 10 days to completely subdue the vast region. In addition to some trivial matters, it will take at least a month to settle.
Feng Luan said to him.
I'll leave the matters outside to you. I'll take Xu Qing and the rest back.
Wang Xian said to Feng Luan and winked at the girls. At this moment, 8 of them rolled their eyes. Feng Luan looked at him speechlessly and shook her head helplessly. You can go. I'll look for you guys in the Dragon Palace in a month's time. I hope that you guys can settle your matters properly.
Feng Luan mocked them with a hint of meaning. Hee, let's go, wives.
Wang Xian waved his arm and disappeared instantly.
Feng Luan watched them disappear directly. Her face turned slightly red and a hint of envy flashed across her face. Following that, she shook her head and regained her dignified look. After returning to the Dragon Palace, Wang Xian gathered all the members of the Dragon Palace. He gathered a portion of the spiritual herbs from the ruins of the Divine Kingdom, along with the 4 longevity realm corpses of Wu Ju and the 200,000 corpses. The strength of the members of the Dragon Palace also rose rapidly. For corpses of the longevity realm were enough for the Dragon Palace to produce 2 longevity realm experts. In addition to the terrifying resources in the ruins of the Divine Kingdom, the longevity experts of the Dragon Palace were born one by one. Time passed slowly. After the 4 longevity experts of the Wuxia Empire were killed by Wang Xian, the entire vast region was shocked. After everyone was shocked that the Wuxia Empire, which had been established for a day, was destroyed, Feng Luan unified the entire vast region in an orderly manner. With the destruction of the Wuxia Empire and the killing of all the experts, no faction in the entire vast region dared to defy the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. All the sects and families obediently joined the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. Half a month later,
The entire vast region was completely unified. In the next half a month, the entire vast region was visited by tens of thousands of cities. All the experts and city lords of the cities came to pay their respects. The imperial city of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire had been relocated to the ruins of the Divine Kingdom. As the ruins of the Divine Kingdom with a radius of several thousand kilometers, it was more than enough to serve as the imperial city of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. Phew! Everything is finally settled. After more than a month, Feng Luan came to the Dragon Palace. Looking at the group of girls who were eating delicious food with Wang Xian, she walked over and said with a smile, "Sister Feng Luan, come and eat delicious food together. You must be exhausted from the past month." "Hee, we can't help much." The group of girls immediately called her over. In the past month, Wang Xian had been staying in the Dragon Palace. The group of girls had made a few trips to the ruins of the Divine Kingdom. However, they weren't of much help. "It's all right. The Dragon and Phoenix Empire is on the right track now." Feng Luan walked over with a smile and sat at the side. After unifying the vast region and adding the flowing sea region, the territory of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire wasn't any smaller than that of the Phoenix Empire. The only difference was that their overall strength was much weaker. "That's good. Sister Feng Luan, you should stay in the Dragon Palace more often. The Dragon Palace has already leveled up. Cultivating here for a day is equivalent to cultivating in the outside world for more than 90 days. Guan Shuqing said with a smile. Feng Luan nodded. When she arrived above the Dragon Palace, her face was full of shock. Feeling the vast energy of the Dragon Palace, she was absolutely sure that the current Dragon Palace was even stronger than the Phoenix Empire's imperial city. The resources in the ruins of the Divine Kingdom can allow the Dragon and Phoenix Empire to nurture 5 longevity experts. It can allow my strength to reach around the 3rd level of longevity. I'm very close to my peak. Wang Xian, I plan to get the Fire Lark tribe to come over after a period of time. In addition, I want to build an empire. With the ruins of the Divine Kingdom as the imperial city, even if the Phoenix Empire knows that I'm still alive, they won't be able to do anything. Feng Luan hesitated for a moment and said to Wang Xian, "When are you planning to build an empire?" Wang Xian asked her. "I think it will take more than a year." Feng Luan muttered. "Sure." Wang Xian nodded. "At most 2 years. The Dragon Palace might be moving to the Sea of Extraordinariness." Sea of Extraordinariness? That's the territory of the Dragon Tribe. All the demonic beasts and ferocious beasts are under the control of the Dragon Tribe. As far as I know, there might be more than 1,000 longevity experts of the Dragon Tribe. It's very terrifying, Feng Luan said in surprise. What? Thousands of longevity experts? The group of girls were slightly shocked. The dragon race is stronger than you think. However, I once said that after 10 years we will stand at the top of the continent. Now, 6 years have passed. Wang Xian smiled and said faintly, "That's right. We have been here for 6 years. Time flies." The group of girls nodded their heads with emotion. In the following period of time, cultivate well. Wang Xian said to the group of girls. It was just as he said. After the vast area was unified, there were no more disputes. Wang Xian and the group of girls either cultivated or slept together. In the Dragon Palace that was 1,000 kilometers away, Wang Xian planted all the spiritual herbs and trees that he obtained from the Life and Death Elixir workshop in the Dragon Palace. At the same time, Feng Luan also planted all the medicinal pills in the ruins of the Divine Kingdom into the Dragon Palace. Perhaps it was because of the ancestral tree and the terrifying spiritual energy of the Dragon Palace, the growth rate of these spiritual herbs in the Dragon Palace was hundreds of times faster than the outside world. The weapon refining workshop of the Dragon Palace had been opened in every city in the vast region. The resources that were obtained every day were twice as much as before. The entire Dragon Palace was thriving and its strength was increasing every day. The resources in the ruins of the Divine Kingdom had quickly transformed into the strength of the Dragon Palace. The Dragon and Phoenix Empire was getting stronger and stronger as well. All kinds of experts were emerging one after another. It's about time. In a flash, 2 years had passed. Feng Luan flew out from the dragon transformation pool. She looked at Wang Xian, Guan Shuqing, and the rest beside the dragon transformation pool and said with a smile on her face, "It's about time."
Wuxia nodded his head.
2 years had passed. The Dragon Palace had been developing quietly for 2 years, and the Dragon Phoenix Empire had also developed for 2 years.
Through the resources in the Divine Kingdom ruins, the Dragon Phoenix Empire had nurtured 5 longevity experts. Feng Wan's strength had also broken through to the 3rd level of longevity.
The 3rd level of longevity. If she were to transform into a fire phoenix, she would be able to fight against the 4th level of longevity.
At her peak, Feng Wan's strength was at level 5 of longevity. There was only a difference of 1 level.
As for the strength of the Dragon Palace, it had also received a terrifying increase.
Including Xiaolan, there were already 24 people at the level of longevity.
Although all of them were at level 1 of longevity, they were able to fight against enemies at level 2 of longevity. There were 12 leaders of the Dragon Palace, 9 flood dragons, Ao Crab, Lan Qingyue, and Xiaolan. Wang Xian himself was not included. His strength had not improved in the past 2 years.
As for the rest of the members of the Dragon Palace, each of them had improved by at least 2 levels.
The establishment of the Dragon Phoenix Empire is not something that is casually announced. This time, it will be announced to the world. I will invite the other 5 empires on the continent to come and watch the ceremony. I will invite all the factions in the entire Transcendence continent.
Feng Wan's eyes sparkled. When the Phoenix Empire was established, all the factions on the Transcendence continent came to attend the ceremony.
With the approval of all the factions, the Phoenix Empire became the 5th empire on the continent. This time, she was using the same method to announce the establishment of the Dragon Phoenix Empire to the entire Transcendence continent. Why don't you announce your identity in advance and see how the Phoenix Empire will react?
Wang Xian hesitated for a moment and said to Feng Wan,
"Thank you, Xiao Xian."
Feng Wan was slightly stunned when she heard Wang Xian's words. She looked at him in a daze and ran her hand through her hair as she said softly. She knew what Wang Xian meant. Once she revealed her identity, the real revenge would begin. With the strength of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire, it was not enough to go against the Phoenix Empire.
Since Wang Xian had said it, it meant that the Dragon Palace would be her strongest backing. However, I plan to announce it to the world on the day of the Empire's establishment.
Announce to everyone that I, Feng Wan, have returned. I want everyone to know that I will get back what I lost. Feng Wan had a determined look on her face. Her eyes were sparkling as she continued, I really want to know how the Phoenix Empire will react at that time. Wang Xian nodded silently and supported her decision.
Our Empress has announced that we will establish an empire in a month's time. We will become the 6th largest empire on the continent. Haha, in the past 2 years, our Dragon Phoenix Empire has produced 5 experts of the longevity realm. Moreover, our Empress strength is even more terrifying. Together with our Lord Wang, we are completely comparable to the other empires on the continent. That's right. Haha. I never thought that we would one day become citizens of an empire. I followed our Empress all the way from a small dynasty in a city to the unification of the flowing sea region, and finally to the unification of a vast region. Now that we've established an empire, it's only been 8 years. This is simply too terrifying.
That's right. From a dynasty to an empire, it's only taken 8 years. Just thinking about it makes me a little incredulous. Haha, in that case, I can be considered as a contributor to the founding of the empire.
Moreover, the establishment of our empire this time is not something that the trash empire of Wuxia can compare to. Our Empress wants to invite all the powerful factions of the empires in the Transcendence continent to attend the ceremony.
She wants to be acknowledged by the entire Transcendence continent. The next day, after Feng Wan and Wang Xian discussed the date of the establishment of the empire, they immediately announced it to the entire Dragon and Phoenix Empire. When the citizens of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire heard the news, they were all excited. Especially those soldiers who had followed the Empress all the way here. Their faces were filled with pride and pride. Their country was about to advance to the 6th empire on the continent.
Unlike the Wuxia Empire, the Dragon and Phoenix Empire would invite all the powers on the Transcendence continent to come and watch the ceremony.
5 longevity-level experts had already gone to the Central Continent region to invite the 5 empires and other powers.
At the same time, not only the Central Continent region, but other regions of the same level as the vast region were also invited.
The establishment of the empire this time would invite all the factions on the continent.
On the first day of Feng Luan's announcement, the entire Dragon and Phoenix Empire had already started to make preparations for the grand event in a month's time.
Jubilation and excitement filled the entire vast region.
From the dynasty to the empire, it only took 8 years. This was a grand occasion for the entire vast region. Seniors, I'll go inform the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan and the Nine God Empire. I'll leave the rest to you. In the central continent region, Feng Lingtian said to the other elders with a smile.
All right, Brother Feng, let's part ways for now.
The 4 elders nodded at Feng Lingtian. Let's make a trip to the Nine God Empire first, and then go to the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. Feng Lingtian thought to himself. His body moved and he quickly flew towards the Nine God Empire. Feng Lingtian had always been working in the Dragon and Phoenix Empire, so Feng Luan had raised his strength to the first rank of longevity.
He flew to the Nine God Empire.
When the news reached there, Mo Sha immediately received it personally after receiving the news. He was not too surprised when the Dragon and Phoenix Empire announced that they had become an empire. In the past 2 years, due to Wang Xian, Mo Sha had a detailed understanding of the vast region. Mo Sha was also very clear about the Dragon and Phoenix Empire.
However, what made him curious was the identity of the Empress of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. In the end, he blamed the Dragon Phoenix Empress on the position of his boss's old lover.
It was naturally easy for his boss to establish an empire.
Brother Feng, go back and tell the Dragon Phoenix Empress that our Nine God Empire will naturally prepare a generous gift to congratulate the establishment of the Dragon Phoenix Empire. Mo Sha said to Feng Lingtian with a face full of enthusiasm. This made Feng Lingtian feel flattered. He never expected that the Emperor of the Nine God Empire would actually be so easy to talk to and so polite.
This was an existence that was several levels higher than him, the emperor of an empire that had existed on the continent for hundreds of thousands of years.
All right. I will thank the Nine God Emperor on behalf of our Empress for coming to watch the ceremony. Feng Lingtian said respectfully.
No need. Mo Sha smiled and waved his hand. In the end, Feng Lingtian was sent out of the Nine God Empire by Mo Sha's enthusiasm. This Nine God Emperor is a little strange. Forget it. Let's go to the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan.
Feng Lingtian muttered. His body moved and he immediately flew into the weapon peak.
He did not know the relationship between Mo Sha and Wang Xian. If he knew, he would not find it strange.
The weapon peak was where the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan was currently located.
Ever since the Fire Cloud mountain range was occupied by the Phoenix dynasty and the Sacred Fire clan, the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan could only move to the weapon peak. They relied on the protection of the Nine God Empire to survive. Members of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, an envoy from the Dragon Phoenix Empire has come to pay a visit. When Feng Lingtian arrived at the empty weapon peak, he immediately spoke. He also knew that the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan was the most loyal subordinate of Empress Feng Luan. Dragon Phoenix Empire?
Patriarch Feng Yun, who was at the peak of the weapon peak, was slightly stunned when he heard Feng Lingtian's words. His face revealed a look of joy.
Envoy of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. Welcome. Feng Yun hurriedly shouted and floated at the peak to welcome him.
This must be Senior Feng Yun. Feng Lingtian looked at Feng Yun, cupped his hands and asked with a smile.
Yes, this old man. Young friend. Come in and talk. Patriarch Feng Yun nodded and invited him. Okay. Feng Lingtian nodded and entered the weapon peak. Some of the higher-ups of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan heard their conversation and their eyes sparkled.
A look of anticipation appeared on their faces.
Senior Feng Yun, in the name of the Empress, I am here to inform you that the Dragon Phoenix Empire will be established in a month. The Empress said that you can come back.
Entering a study room on the weapon peak, Feng Lingtian said directly.
The Dragon Phoenix Empire is established.
Patriarch Feng Yun was instantly stunned when he heard Feng Lingtian's words and tears immediately followed.
Our Huayun can finally return to the Empress's side again.
Feng Yun raised her head and her body trembled slightly.
It has been more than 1,800 years.
She sighed heavily.
Senior Feng Yun, this is something to be happy about. The Empress has asked me to bring the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan back.
Feng Lingtian looked at the loyal Feng Yun, his heart filled with admiration.
Haha. That's right. This old man is being too pretentious. Dragon Phoenix Empire. Haha. Dragon Phoenix Empire.
Feng Yun laughed heartily and said with some anticipation, "Little friend, wait a moment. I will immediately get the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan to prepare. We will head to the Dragon Phoenix Empire today."
All right. Feng Lingtian nodded with a smile. Feng Yun did not care about his impoliteness and immediately flew out to gather all the higher-ups of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. Immediately get all the clansmen to prepare. Today, we will head to the vast region and head to the Dragon Phoenix Empire. Feng Yun immediately gave an order.
Patriarch, is this the Empress's summons? The Fire Cloud Sparrow clan elders revealed excited expressions.
Feng Yun solemnly nodded his head. The Empress's call. Their Fire Cloud personal guards had returned. Citizens of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. Let's set off.
In front of the weapon peak, there were over 10 million citizens of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan as well as people from the two forces that relied on the Fire Cloud Sparrow. Everyone brought along all of the Fire Cloud Sparrow's belongings and stood there in an orderly fashion.
Over 10 million people, men, women, old and young, were densely packed together.
Let's go. The weak entered the airship while the strong flew in the air.
Feng Yun used her powerful strength to build a fire cloud that floated in the air. Feng Lingtian also used his strength to form a hurricane that carried a large number of people. On the transcendental continent, the migration of tens of millions of people was not as difficult as one would imagine if the longevity experts were here. Feng Lingtian and Feng Yun used their domains and were able to bring 7 to 8 million people.
The other 3 to 4 million people were also able to travel quickly under the leadership of the insightful Void Realm experts and airships. However, the migration of more than 10 million people still belonged to a huge race.
Where are we going? Why are all of us migrating? I don't know. This is the Elder Ancestors' order. Moreover, that expert who came today seems to be an emissary of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. Let's not talk about it. Just listen to the Patriarch's order. Except for the higher-ups of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, the others didn't know the purpose of their trip. The group of people flew toward the extraordinary sea in a mighty way.
Eh?
Why did the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan migrate all of them? And who is that powerhouse? At this moment, at a secret location beside the weapon peak, a few sneaky figures looked at the migrating Fire Cloud Sparrow clan with a surprised expression. Immediately report to the Patriarch. In the past 10 years, the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan has been somewhat strange, as if they are hiding something.
An old man in the middle frowned and immediately said.
The others nodded in agreement.
They were sent by the Sacred Fire clan to monitor the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. Ever since the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan killed 2,000 disciples of the Sacred Fire clan, the enmity between the two clans had been formed. The Sacred Fire clan had used the Phoenix dynasty to seize the Fire Cloud Sparrow mountain range, and the relationship between the two clans could be considered to have been completely torn apart. The Sacred Fire clan had also raised their vigilance towards the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. The main purpose of sending people over was to find that terrifying assassin organization.
During the battle between the Fire Cloud Sparrow and the two great forces, they still remembered that a terrifying assassin organization had assassinated millions of people overnight.
However, they hadn't found any trace of that assassin organization in the past 2 years.
Senior brother, should we continue to follow them? A person next to him asked the old man in the middle. No need. With our strength, we'll be easily discovered. The old man shook his head and immediately passed the news to the higher-ups of the clan.
The Sacred Fire clan paid great attention to the migration of the entire Fire Cloud Sparrow clan and the sudden appearance of a longevity expert. More than 10 million clan members have been relocated? What is the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan doing?
When the Sacred Fire clan's news reached the Sacred Fire Patriarch, she revealed a thoughtful expression.
Patriarch, the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan has been very strange recently. They dare to clash head-on with the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop just because of some trivial matters. The assassin organization that suddenly appeared to help them, that mysterious youth, and we discovered that the relationship between the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan and the Nine God Empire isn't as good as we imagined. The Sacred Fire Clan elder in front frowned. I have a feeling that they are hiding something?
The Sacred Fire Clan elder nodded slowly. Then, elder, what about us now?
The Sacred Fire Clan elder looked over in puzzlement. The masked assassin that we planted in the Fire Young clan has not been discovered, right? The Sacred Fire Clan elder asked indifferently.
No. Sacred Flame Patriarch shook his head. Just send someone to pay attention to the direction of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. There's no need to ask anything else. Sacred Flame Patriarch said indifferently. It's Patriarch.
The Patriarch nodded respectfully and retreated.
Feng Yun. What the hell have you been up to recently?
Sacred Flame Patriarch muttered softly.
Feng Lingtian and the members of the Fire Cloud Sparrow race rushed towards the vast region. Due to the migration of more than 10 million people, it would take them at least 10 days to arrive, even if they were to be carried by 2 longevity experts. However, when they were about to arrive, Xiaolan would come over to welcome them, reducing their journey by 4 to 5 days. As they rushed towards the vast region, the other 4 longevity experts from the Dragon and Phoenix Empire also arrived at the various empires.
When all the empires and powerful experts learned that an empire was about to be established in the vast region, shock appeared on their faces. For an empire to be established, one had to have at least 7 or 8 longevity experts. Furthermore, the emperor's strength had to be at least at the 3rd or 4th stage of the longevity realm.
Only then would one have the strength to be called an empire. However, when they saw the confident expression on the Dragon Phoenix Empire's envoy's face, their hearts trembled slightly. A new empire, the 6th great empire on the transcendental continent. Many factions naturally had to go there to understand it. Even the 5 great empires had promised to attend the ceremony on the spot. This was because they had to understand the empire that had suddenly appeared. The name of the Dragon Phoenix Empire instantly entered the eyes of all the powerful factions on the transcendental continent.
Patriarch, Emperor Phoenix wants you to come into the palace.
A day later, a clan elder of the Sacred Fire clan reported to Patriarch Sacred Fire. Oh? What's the matter, Emperor Phoenix?
Patriarch Sacred Fire stood up with a trace of curiosity on his face. Her figure moved and she instantly rushed toward the imperial capital of the Phoenix Empire.
When she entered the Phoenix Palace, she found that other than her, 16 other figures had already arrived. Emperor Phoenix, who was covered in flames, sat on the main seat.
Sacred Flame, take a seat. I called you all here today because there's nothing else. There's a Dragon and Phoenix Empire in the vast region that has announced the establishment of an empire. They've invited us over to watch the ceremony. Which one of you will go and take a look? A steady voice came out from Emperor Phoenix's mouth, which was covered in flames.
Empire? The 6th largest empire in the continent. There's actually a faction in the vast region that has established an empire. Could it be that the ruins of the divine kingdom over there have been taken over? The 17 people were slightly taken aback as astonishment appeared on their faces.
The establishment of an empire was a sensational matter for the entire transcendental continent.
Vast region? Dragon Phoenix Empire. Sacred Flame Patriarch fell into deep thought when he heard the news. Emperor Phoenix, have you received any news about the Fire Cloud Sparrow tribe's migration of tens of millions of people to the vast region?
The Sacred Flame Ancestor suddenly asked Emperor Phoenix.
Oh?
When did the migration of tens of millions of people from the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan happen?
The figure shrouded in flames replied curiously. It was obvious that he did not know about it. I only found out about their migration to the vast region this morning. Now, I hear that an empire has been established in the vast region. Isn't this a little too much of a coincidence? The eyes of the Sacred Flame Patriarch flickered as he spoke. In the past, the Sacred Fire clan of the Phoenix dynasty didn't pay much attention to the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan.
After all, for more than 1,800 years, the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan had been living in seclusion and didn't have any contact with the outside world.
They didn't pay much attention to the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan until 10 years ago when they entered the human realm. But after their war with the 2 great powers and killing the experts of the Sacred Fire clan, it attracted some attention. Especially the Sacred Fire Clan, they were still brooding over this.
Oh? Then get people to pay attention to the Sacred Fire Clan. This time, for the matter of the Dragon Phoenix Empire, the Sacred Fire Clan, you can go. The flame-shrouded Emperor Phoenix said indifferently.
It's Emperor Phoenix. Sacred Flame Patriarch nodded and looked at another old woman. Tianyan, come with me. Okay, hee.
Tianyan, another longevity expert of the Phoenix dynasty, smiled and nodded indifferently.
Leave. Emperor Phoenix, who was shrouded in flames, said and disappeared instantly.
Our Emperor Phoenix's strength is getting stronger and stronger. When the sacred flame saw the flames dissipate, he revealed a faint smile.
Oh my God! What a terrifying behemoth. It's actually more than 20,000 meters in size. Isn't this too terrifying? Hiss, what behemoth is this?
When did our transcendent continent have such a terrifying behemoth?
And at that moment, at the boundary between the transcendent sea and the desolate sea, a behemoth was suspended in the sky. All the members of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan were shocked when they saw the giant beast. A giant beast that was 20,000 meters in size was like a giant beast in space. All the members of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan stared at it in shock. Among the 10 million Fire Cloud Sparrow clan members, there were a few others who were shocked. Sister-in-law Lan Qingyue.
Feng Lingtian saw little Lan and immediately shouted with a smile. Sister Feng Yuan asked me to come and pick you up. Lan Qingyue nodded at Feng Yun and the others with a smile. Miss Lan, thank you so much.
Feng Yun also glanced at Lan Qingyue and little Lan under her in shock with a smile on her face.
It was her first time seeing Lan Qingyue and she knew that this was young Master Wang's wife.
If you have anything to say, let's talk about it when we get back. Lan Qingyue smiled. Let the members of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan come up. It's Miss Lan. Feng Yun nodded, and immediately let the members of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan come up to little Lan's body. Heavens! This giant beast's longevity realm expert.
That senior Lan who spoke to our ancestor just now should also be in the longevity realm.
Where exactly are we going? The Fire Cloud Sparrow race members were filled with shock.
In particular, some people noticed a word, Sister Feng Yuan.
Everyone knew what was unexpected about the word Feng Yuan. Some of the Fire Cloud Sparrow race experts' eyes flickered with light as they faintly guessed something. Feng Yuan. Isn't that the former #1 great empress of the eternal world? The tens of millions of people muttered as their eyes flickered.
With Lan Qingyue coming over to welcome them and Little Blue around, their speed increased by a lot.
The journey that originally required 17 to 18 days was now shortened to 12 to 13 days. The vast region was getting closer and closer, and the Divine Kingdom ruins were also getting closer and closer.
There are still about 100 kilometers left. On the 13th day, Feng Lingtian said to Feng Yun and the others.
Who? Feng Yun stood on Little Blue's body and looked ahead. Her breathing was slightly hurried. Her eyes were filled with excitement. They were getting closer and closer to the Divine Kingdom ruins. The elders of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan all came to Patriarch Feng Yun's back. They stood quietly behind and looked ahead. Oh? What are Patriarch and the others doing? The Fire Cloud Sparrow clan looked at Patriarch Feng Yun and the elders with a surprised expression.
The ruins of the Divine Kingdom appeared in their line of sight. At this moment, the ruins of the Divine Kingdom could already be called the imperial capital of the Dragon Phoenix Empire.
Sister Feng Yuan has already prepared the place where you will be staying, Lan Qingyue said to Feng Yun and the others as she led them towards a location in the imperial capital. There, an area of 100 kilometers had already been cleared out, which was prepared for the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan.
In the sky above that place, a figure was quietly floating.
A fiery red phoenix robe, wearing a veil, and an incomparably noble figure. Ma, Empress! Seeing this scene, Feng Yun could not help but burst into tears flowing down her face. The elders' faces were also filled with excitement. Everyone from the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan looked at the abnormal ancestor with shock on their faces. Everyone, come down! A cold voice came from the Fire Cloud Queen's mouth. Over 10 million people from the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan came down from Little Blue's body with stunned expressions. They floated in the sky. There were old people and children. Many children were still in their swaddling clothes. More than 10 million people stood in front of Feng Yuan. Many of them were filled with confusion.
Feng Yun, bring all the Fire Cloud Sparrow clansmen to pay respects to the Empress.
The Fire Cloud personal guard has returned. We respectfully welcome the Empress's return. We pledge our loyalty to the Empress to the death.
Feng Yun knelt in the air with tears on her face. Her body trembled as she bowed to Feng Yuan.
You have been quiet for more than 1,000 years. Only Hui Yun is here. Feng Yuan slowly took off her veil, and her eyes flickered as she looked at everyone from the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan.
When the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan heard the ancestor's words, they saw the ancestor kneel down.
When they saw Feng Yuan take off her veil and reveal that face that left a deep impression on them,
everyone from the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan felt as if their minds had exploded.
Female, Empress. Everyone's bodies trembled as they stared blankly at the figure in front of them.
The Empress has returned. Our Fire Cloud Sparrow race will pledge our loyalty to her to the death. Where are the Fire Cloud personal guards? The Fire Cloud Queen roared in excitement.
As soon as she finished speaking, she directly knelt in the air. The Fire Cloud personal guards are here. They will pledge their loyalty to the Empress to the death. All the Fire Cloud Sparrow people were filled with excitement when they saw this scene. Some of the middle-aged and old men who had fought alongside the Empress during the era of the Empress were so excited that they even shed tears. They directly half-knelt on the ground and looked in Feng Yuan's direction as they shouted at the top of their lungs.
The Fire Cloud personal guards are here and swear to be loyal to the great Empress to the death.
Over 10 million people knelt in the air and shouted at the top of their lungs. If it wasn't for the barrier of the array formation, their voices would definitely have spread over tens of thousands of kilometers. It's been hard on all of you. I'm back, Feng Yuan also said with an excited expression. She slowly walked to Feng Yun's side and helped her up. In the future, we will continue to conquer the world.
Feng Yuan looked at her closest subordinate and gently wiped her tears.
The Empress is here. Our Fire Cloud personal guards are here, Feng Yun said solemnly. Behind them, everyone from the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan was filled with tears. They never expected that the Empress was actually still alive.
The Empress who single-handedly saved their Fire Cloud Sparrow clan from danger.
The Empress who made their Fire Lark clan stand at the peak of the continent. The Empress whom their Fire Lark clan swore to follow to the death. She's back.
Let's go home, Feng Yuan said to Feng Yuan and everyone else from the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan.
Her body moved and she flew down. Feng Yun and the other members of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan immediately followed and flew down. Everyone's eyes were burning with excitement as they stared at the Empress's figure. 10 years ago, the Empress had already returned. However, due to some special reasons, the Empress cannot reveal her identity. During these 10 years, the Empress has been gathering her strength. Our Fire Cloud Sparrow clan has also been secretly assisting the Empress. It was only until today that we were able to meet the Empress openly.
A clan elder's voice entered everyone's ears. The Empress only returned 10 years ago. Why can't the Empress reveal her identity?
More than 1,800 years ago, the current Empress Feng announced the Empress's death. Is it? Some of the Fire Lark clan's experts guessed with faces full of anger. That's right. Our Empress must have been harmed by a treacherous person at that time. Damn it! Now our Empress has established the Dragon Phoenix Empire. Haha, on the continent. There are only 2 Empress who are our Empress.
Some of the clansmen were furious while others were happy.
Among the tens of millions of people, there were some who revealed shocked expressions. Their eyes were filled with incredulity.
The great Empress, who had been around for more than 1,800 years, had returned,
and she had established another empire.
This was simply inconceivable to the entire Transcendence continent, especially to the Phoenix dynasty.
Their eyes flashed with light. If this news was sold to the Phoenix dynasty and the Sacred Fire clan, they would definitely be able to obtain a terrifying price. The news of the arrival of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan was sealed in the Dragon Phoenix Empire. Therefore, other than the generals and ministers, no one else knew of the arrival of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan.
After settling the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, the Fire Cloud personal guards had completely returned. The Dragon Phoenix Empire's personal guards were quietly established. The entire Fire Cloud Sparrow clan was bustling with excitement. However, on the second day, a few figures quietly left and quickly flew towards the central continent region. Feng Wan didn't know that the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan had a mole or a masked assassin organization. However, even if she knew, she wouldn't take it to heart. Currently, there were only a dozen or so days before the Dragon Phoenix Empire was established. In these dozen or so days, the other forces wouldn't be able to find anything. Moreover, on the day of the founding of the Dragon Phoenix Empire, she would officially announce that she, Feng Wan, had returned. The masked assassins group also knew that time was extremely tight, so they desperately flew towards the central continent region. The day of the founding of the Dragon Phoenix Empire was getting closer and closer, and the surroundings of the entire imperial capital were becoming more and more lively. Almost all the powerful people from the entire vast region had arrived, and some of the powerful families and sects from the Lehigh region had also rushed over. When there were still 9 days left until the establishment of the Dragon Phoenix Empire, the masked assassins finally arrived at the central continent region, exhausted. What? This is impossible. This is impossible. When the news was transmitted to the Sacred Flame clan, the Sacred Flame Patriarch suddenly stood up. Her face revealed a savage and incredulous expression. You! She roared loudly, her body trembling. When she heard this news, she couldn't believe it at all. But when she thought of the recent abnormal behavior of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, her heart became even more terrified. Their empress was actually still alive. Moreover, she had even established a Dragon Phoenix Empire. Her first reaction wasn't excitement, but fear. That's right, fear. She knew how the Empress had fallen. Patriarch, Emperor Feng wants you to rush over immediately. At this moment, the voice of a clan elder came from outside. Buzz! The Sacred Flame Patriarch didn't dare to stay any longer and instantly teleported towards the imperial capital. She even hastily teleported into the imperial study. When her figure arrived at the imperial study, she discovered that 16 figures were already seated inside. Their faces were all extremely embarrassed. In the center, Emperor Phoenix, who was enveloped in flames. The flames around him were constantly trembling. Boom! All of a sudden, the flames around Emperor Phoenix dissipated. All of you beloved ministers have arrived. At the very front of the Phoenix Palace, a middle-aged man with a beard instantly appeared on the dragon throne. A hoarse voice came from his mouth. He had a pair of fiery red eyes. At the spot between his brows, an irritable fire phoenix was dancing. His entire person was like a flame that was about to explode. Other than the sacred flame ancestor, the other 16 figures had puzzled expressions on their faces. They had not seen the Phoenix Emperor in such an angry manner for a long time. How can this be? Phoenix Emperor, how can she still be alive? How can she still be alive? At this moment, the sacred flame ancestor, who was filled with anxiety, shouted out in excitement and fear. Seeing her lose her composure, the other 16 figures also looked over in shock. How do I know? How do I know that she's still alive? She was clearly killed by me. Why would she suddenly appear again? Feng Wan. Emperor Feng roared with a ferocious expression as his palm heavily landed on the chair. The indestructible dragon chair was directly broken into half. What? The Empress is still alive. How is this possible? In the imperial study, the other 16 figures trembled as shock appeared on their faces. Their expressions began to change drastically. Emperor Feng, you killed the Empress back then. Now, the Empress will definitely come for revenge. The Empress dared to establish an empire once again. This means that she has already reached the peak. If Emperor Feng is unable to resolve this, An elder said in a low voice with an abnormally ugly expression. Shut up! Before he could finish his words, Emperor Feng stood up and roared ferociously. When she was still in power, she said that the emperor broke the law and committed the same crime as the common people. Even a bunch of old people like you who followed her didn't have much privileges. Now look at your own family. Think about the past 1,000 years. These were all given to you by me. What? Are you going to submit to your great empress now? Feng Luan's appearance made him lose control of his expression.
The 17 figures were silent. Their expressions kept changing. There is no more great empress in this world. And it is impossible for there to be another great empress. Sacred Flame Ancestor said with a twisted expression. Flames danced on his body.
You have to know that Feng Wan's parents and other relatives were all secretly dealt with by you. Now none of you can think of getting rid of them.
Either she dies or all of you die.
Emperor Feng stood up and glanced at all of them with an abnormally sinister expression. Everyone's figures trembled. Although they had dealt with Feng Wan's family in the dark under Emperor Feng's threat, they were still the ones who had done it. However, this was after all done by them.
They knew that, with the Empress's personality, she would definitely not let them off. The sacred flame is right. There is no longer an empress in the world. And it is impossible for there to be another empress.
Everyone looked at each other and said coldly, "We don't need to be too afraid. No matter how powerful Feng Wan is, even if she used more than 1,000 years to establish an empire, she is definitely not a match for us. Moreover, with Emperor Feng's current strength, we don't need to be afraid at all." The Emperor Master of the Feng dynasty said indifferently to everyone, "That's right, we can use the establishment of the Dragon Phoenix Empire to investigate her forces. After we understand in detail, we can act again." The eyes of the other white-clothed elder flashed with brilliance.
No, this emperor can't wait that long. Moreover, we absolutely can't let the other people of the Phoenix dynasty know that she's still alive. During the establishment ceremony of the Dragon Phoenix Empire this time, this emperor will annihilate them all, not leaving a single one alive.
Emperor Feng's expression was ice-cold as he roared in a low voice. The moment he learned that Feng Wan was still alive, he had already decided to kill her as soon as possible.
He couldn't let the people of the Feng dynasty know that Feng Wan was still alive. He couldn't let her continue to develop.
The Feng dynasty was built by that woman alone. If the entire empire knew that their empress was still alive, if they knew the truth, who knew how many legions would submit to that woman?
And who knew how many people would directly submit to the Dragon Phoenix Empire? The #1 empress of all time. Her magnificence was unmatched in the generations. Even he himself was stunned. In fact, the moment he heard the news, he was a little afraid. However, after stabilizing his emotions, he was full of confidence in killing the former empress.
In fact, he was 100% confident.
Emperor Phoenix, aren't we too anxious to attack during the ceremony of the Dragon Phoenix Empire's establishment?
There are only 8 days left until the ceremony of the Dragon Phoenix Empire. After we arrive there, the ceremony has basically begun.
Right now, we know nothing about Feng Wan's strength and influence. If we act rashly, there will be a great risk. The Emperor of the Phoenix dynasty immediately said with a frown. Risk? If we can't destroy her, even if we mobilize all our forces this time, then we'll just wait to be destroyed. Emperor Feng said coldly, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly as he said confidently, "However, this time, we won't lose." Everyone looked at Emperor Feng with some surprise.
"Bring all the experts in your clan with you. We'll set off tomorrow." Dragon Phoenix Empire?
This time, I'll let you all be destroyed on the day you establish it. Emperor Feng said proudly. It's Emperor Feng.
The 17 people were a bit surprised, but seeing the confident Emperor Feng, they felt much more relaxed. They bowed and immediately left to prepare for the next thing.
Feng Wan. Oh Feng Wan. How could I dare to attack you with my courage and strength back then?
Not only do I want to obtain your bloodline, but I also want them. This may be something you never thought of.
Emperor Phoenix muttered as he sat there, his eyes revealing an ice-cold expression.
He was filled with confidence in destroying that woman. 9 Heaven's demonic bird, lord of all demons. I don't know if our luck is good or bad. Time slowly passed, and it was getting closer and closer to the founding ceremony of the Dragon Phoenix Empire. The empires from the central continent, as well as the various major powers from the other regions, all arrived at the vast region one by one. In the sky above the entire Dragon and Phoenix Empire, all kinds of demonic beasts were running around. There were also a few figures of longevity experts who were rarely seen in the vast region.
The powers from the entire Transcendence continent are gathering. In order to prevent any accidents or disputes, I will send the Dragon Guard, Long Ci, and the others to monitor the surroundings. In the center of the imperial capital, There were still 3 days before the founding ceremony of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. At this time, Wang Xian had also rushed over.
The founding of the empire was a major event. With the gathering of all the powers in the Transcendence continent, the Dragon Phoenix Empire had to display the splendor of the empire. And with the current strength of the Dragon Phoenix Empire, it was not enough to intimidate the other powers. Therefore, Wang Xian called the Golden Swordfish Dragon Guards over. In addition, the Dragon Spur Division was hidden in every corner of the imperial capital to prevent accidents from happening. 1,500 Dragon Guards, 1,000 4th-level Insightful Void Martial Artists, 400 5th-level Insightful Void Martial Artists, 56th-level Insightful Void Martial Artists, 37th-level Insightful Void Martial Artists, 28th-level Insightful Void Martial Artists, 10 9th-level Insightful Void Martial Artists, and AOGN Wansho 1 level.
Their strength was 1 level higher than their own level. Therefore, the lowest strength of these 1,500 Dragon Guards was 5th-level Insightful Void Martial Artists. In the Empire, they were definitely a core army.
As for the Dragon Spur Division, which was hidden in the dark, their strength was even more terrifying. The weakest of them had the strength to assassinate a level 6 of the Void Interpretation stage.
All right, little Xian. Feng Luan did not show any courtesy to Wang Xian. She nodded her head and said, "Now that the preparations for the ceremony are basically ready, you should go on stage too."
Me? Haha, I think I'd better forget about it. I still want to travel around the continent as the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace when the Dragon Palace stands tall on the continent in the future.
Wang Xian shook his head and refused with a smile. "Then we'll go up if you don't go up." Hehe. The elders of the 6th Empire on the continent are all goddesses. And they're all very powerful, beautiful girls.
Guan Shuqing, Xiao Yu, and the other girls were very enthusiastic and excited. Now, including Xiao Yu and the other 9 girls, apart from Lan Qingwei who had reached the first level of the see-through void tier, the rest were all at the half-step longevity realm.
If they were to really fight, the 8 of them who had the bloodline talent would be able to fight against the longevity powerhouses. If the Dragon and Phoenix Empire were to include the 9 girls and Xiaolan, they would be able to match the strength of the 9-god empire. As you wish. I'll just watch from below.
Wang Xian said with a smile. Reporting to the Empress, a group of powerhouses from the 9-god empire is about to arrive. The 9-god emperor is here personally. At this moment, a soldier came in to report. Oh? The 9-gods emperor is here personally?
Feng Luan looked at Wang Xian. She knew that this 9-gods empire had a deep relationship with Wang Xian. Just ask them to come over directly. Wang Xian said directly to the soldier who came in.
Oh? Lord Wang. That soldier was slightly stunned. The 9-gods emperor was here personally. If the empress didn't go out to welcome him. I'll go. Feng Lingtian, who was standing at the side, said as he walked out.
Wang Xian nodded. Look, that's the legendary empire on the continent, the 9-gods empire. It's an empire founded by the legendary 9 gods. Oh my god, the emperor of the 9 gods has come personally. It's a great honor for our Dragon and Phoenix Empire.
Look at the demonic beasts that brought the emperor of the 9 gods here. They are all at the half-step longevity realm. What a terrifying aura. This is the legendary empire.
At this moment, outside the imperial capital of the Dragon Phoenix Empire, some of the citizens were shocked when they saw the grand and luxurious team of the 9-god empire.
This was the first powerful empire that came. The 9-god empire had sent over 10,000 people and the group was extremely huge. Moreover, all of them were the 9-god empire's top experts.
Since his boss had established an empire, he, Mo Sha, naturally had to set up the scene. Other than him, he had brought 6 longevity experts, and the remaining 10,000 people were all existences above the 3rd level of the profound void tier.
The huge team had a terrifying aura. Even if they were dozens of kilometers apart, they still had the urge to make people worship them. Hundreds of millions of people in the imperial capital and the surrounding area looked at them with reverence.
We welcome the 9-god Emperor Lord and everyone from the 9-god Empire to come. Please come in.
Feng Lingtian flew over, cupped his hands toward Mo Sha and the others and said, "Oh? Our 9-god Emperor Lord personally."
All right, little friend Feng. Lead the way. When the Nine God Empire's Golden God Tribe's longevity expert saw that it was only a longevity expert who came out to welcome them, his expression sank as he coldly shouted.
However, before he could speak, Mo Shah, who was sitting in the luxurious pride, immediately interrupted him. Mo Shah did not dare to put on airs in his boss's territory.
Everyone, please.
Feng Lingtian led them to the seats specially prepared for the 5 empires. Mo Shah. After entering the imperial capital, Wang Xian, Feng Luan, and the rest walked out of the palace and shouted at Mo Shah and the rest who were walking towards them. Boss, Kiki boss, I Mo Shah have really missed you to death. When Mo Shah saw Wang Xian, he immediately came out from Di Zhao's palace with an exaggerated expression and walked over quickly.
Oh! The longevity experts of the Nine God Empire who came with Mo Shah had some understanding when they saw Wang Xian.
No wonder their boss came personally and brought so many experts. Even if the Emperor of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire didn't come to welcome them, he wasn't angry at all. So he was the boss of their emperor. Boss, this must be sister-in-law. Wow, sister-in-law is so beautiful. She's indeed the second empress of the continent. Her beauty has shaken the world. Mo Shah walked over and saw Feng Luan beside Wang Xian. From her body, Mo Shah could feel a powerful force. Coupled with her luxurious phoenix robe, he immediately treated her as his boss's old lover.
He said with a fawning expression. As soon as he said that, Feng Luan's smiling face immediately stiffened.
Guan Shuqing and the other girls at the side stared at him with murderous intent.
Mo Shah sensed that the atmosphere was not right. His gaze suddenly swept over Ling Jian'er and Lan Qingyue as he pursed his lips.
He had seen Ling Jian'er and Lan Qingyue before. These two could definitely be the boss's lovers. Cough cough, you guys can leave first.
Mo Shah felt as though he had said something wrong. He immediately waved at his subordinates behind him and changed the topic. The experts from the Nine God Empire walked to the side under Feng Lingtian's lead.
Mo Shah, let me introduce you to Feng Luan, the future empress of the Dragon Phoenix Empire.
Wang Xian smiled and introduced her to Mo Shah. Oh! Mo Shah nodded immediately. Feng Luan?
What a familiar name. It's the same name as the #1 empress of all time.
It's me.
Feng Luan took off her veil when she saw Mo Shah's funny look and looked at him mockingly.
This, Empress Feng. The #1 empress of the continent. The #1 lady of the transcendent continent.
When Mo Shah saw Feng Luan's face, he was shocked. This time, he was truly shocked. Let's go in and talk. Wang Xian patted Mo Shah's shoulder and walked into the imperial study room. Yes.
Mo Shah nodded and couldn't help but size up Feng Luan. His eyes were filled with shock. The #1 lady in the Transcendence continent. She was an expert whom he had to look up to at that time.
If he did not obtain a great opportunity from his boss, he would not be from the same world as her. Wang Xian called Mo Shah over. There were some things that he needed to discuss with him.
The day of the founding ceremony of the Dragon Phoenix Empire was also the day Feng Luan returned.
At that time, the Phoenix Empire would be the enemy of the Dragon Phoenix Empire.
The two empires would definitely fight, and the Nine God Empire would be extremely important. It was possible that the Dragon Palace wouldn't need to make a move to destroy the Phoenix dynasty. The people from the Aoshan Empire have arrived. It's the Aoshan Empire, but compared to the Nine God Empire, there aren't many of them. The Human Dragon Empire is the strongest empire on the continent, the Human Dragon Empire. They have the bloodline of the dragon race. Oh my God!
They are people from the World Trading Company. The World Trading Company is the largest trading company on the transcendental continent. I heard that their trading company has 2 longevity experts. Oh my God, all the major factions have arrived one after another. Our Dragon Phoenix Empire is so proud. I look forward to the Empire's grand ceremony in 2 days.
On the second day of the Nine God Empire's arrival, all the powerful factions arrived one after another.
The Aoshan Empire, the Draconid Empire, and the World Trading Company followed closely behind. The factions with longevity-level experts from other regions also arrived one after another.
However, the Aoshan Empire and the Draconid Empire only sent over 1,000 people, each with a longevity-level expert. The Phoenix Dynasty's people have also arrived. There are so many of them.
The Phoenix Dynasty, this is an empire established by the continent's #1 empress, the Eternal Empress.
Our Dragon Phoenix Empress is not inferior to the former Empress of the Phoenix Dynasty. In the evening, the Phoenix Dynasty's team rushed over in a grand manner. All the citizens and experts in the imperial capital looked into the distance when they saw their arrival and discussed among themselves. Compared to the Aoshan Empire and the Draconid Empire, the Phoenix Dynasty had 5,000 to 6,000 people, all of whom were top-notch experts. The Phoenix Empire's Sacred Flame Patriarch and the Emperor's Master led the team. The position in front used to be the ruins of the Divine Kingdom in the vast region. I didn't expect it to be controlled by her. The Sacred Flame Patriarch squinted his eyes and scanned the area in front of him as he said coldly, "As expected of the Divine Kingdom that is close to being created by a god. The array formation inside is very terrifying. If she really hides inside, we really won't be able to do anything about it. The day the Empire is established is indeed the best time to attack. However, we still don't know her strength and influence. We also don't know why Emperor Phoenix is so confident." Emperor Phoenix's eyes flashed as he glanced around and said softly. Emperor Phoenix was preparing to make a move at the founding ceremony of the Dragon Phoenix Empire in order to avoid any long delays. However, they didn't know anything about that woman's influence. They also didn't know what strategy Emperor Phoenix had. "We don't need to worry about this. We'll know when the day comes. I really don't believe that our Phoenix Empire's current strength can't destroy that woman," Sacred Flame Patriarch said with a frown. "Everyone from the Phoenix Empire, thank you for coming. Our great Empress is busy with things, so we're here to welcome you." At this moment, the 4 longevity experts from the Dragon Phoenix Empire flew over and greeted them. "It's all right, lead the way." Sacred Flame Ancestor and Emperor Master glanced at the 4 of them and exchanged a glance. The 2 of them took the lead to come over. In the depths of the Sea of Desolation, all the powers of the 17 strongest families of the Phoenix Empire and Emperor Phoenix were gathered there. The day the Dragon Phoenix Empire was established was the day they died. They were completely annihilated. "Empress, the people of the Phoenix Dynasty are here. The leader is the Patriarch of the Sacred Fire Clan and the Emperor's teacher of the Phoenix Dynasty." When the Phoenix Dynasty arrived, the Dragon and Phoenix Dynasty immediately passed the news to Feng Luan. The Sacred Fire Clan and the Emperor's teacher? When Feng Luan heard the names of these 2 people, a trace of coldness appeared in her eyes. "In the past, our Fire Cloud Sparrow clan didn't appear in the world. We didn't know much about the Phoenix Dynasty. 10 years ago, when we came into the world, we discovered that the Phoenix Dynasty was already in a mess." Feng Yun sighed at the side and her expression was a little ugly. "If the Empress is able to return, the people of the Phoenix Dynasty will definitely be very happy. That day will be soon." Feng Luan's eyes flickered. When she became the Empress of the Phoenix Dynasty, the entire empire was the most cautious of the 5 great empires. The longevity experts and the families of the longevity experts didn't have any special privileges other than having a huge amount of resources. During her reign, the entire Phoenix Dynasty was flourishing and there were many talented geniuses. Many peerless geniuses and geniuses didn't all come from the descendants and families of the longevity experts. The Phoenix Dynasty had its own nurturing system. As long as one had the ability, the resources they had wouldn't be inferior to those disciples with powerful backgrounds. This made the Phoenix Dynasty prosperous, but it also made the founding ministers of the Phoenix Dynasty slightly dissatisfied. However, they didn't dare to say anything because everything they had was given to them by the Empress. After the current Emperor Feng killed the Empress, he forced all the longevity experts to belong to him and promised a large number of benefits. For more than 1,800 years, every longevity expert had an incomparably huge family clan. The strength of the 17 families occupied 70% of the Phoenix Dynasty's power, and their resources were almost monopolized. As such, the citizens of the Phoenix Dynasty were naturally dissatisfied. However, how could the ordinary citizens fight against them? They could only submit. This was also why when all the powerhouses of the Phoenix Dynasty knew that the Empress was still alive, not only were they not happy, they were also a little fearful. Buzz buzz. At this moment, Wang Xian felt the communication stone plate in his interspatial ring vibrate. He was slightly stunned. When he saw the contents on it, his pupils constricted slightly and flickered with a luster.
What's wrong, Xiaoxian?
Guan Shuqing, who was at the side, looked at him and asked curiously. It's nothing. I'll return to the Dragon Palace first.
Wang Xian smiled and shook his head as he spoke to the group of girls. Why are you returning to the Dragon Palace?
The few girls looked at him with puzzlement on their faces. Ha ha! It's nothing.
Wang Xian shook his head, moved his body, and disappeared.
The group of girls curled their lips and joined in the discussion about the Phoenix dynasty. Whoosh!
After continuous teleportation, Wang Xian arrived at the Dragon Palace in no time. Prime Minister Gui, what's wrong? Wang Xian came to the Dragon King's palace and asked Prime Minister Gui directly. Dragon King, not long ago, the detection ability of the Dragon Palace sent a warning message. Deep in our barren sea, there was a powerful energy fluctuation.
I sent the Wuxia to investigate and discovered this scene, Prime Minister Gui said as he waved his arm. A Wuxia's perspective appeared in front of Wang Xian and the rest. This was the ability of the Level 5 Dragon Palace, Detection. One could see the perspective of the members of the Dragon Palace.
I didn't expect them to discover it.
Wang Xian looked at the scene on the screen, and his eyes sparkled.
In the screen, a group of 500,000 people gathered in the sky above the depths of the Sea of Desolation. Beside the 500,000 people, a flag was fluttering.
It was the flag of the Phoenix dynasty. As the Wuxia was afraid of being discovered, they were very far away and couldn't see the specific people clearly.
Feng Wan's identity should have been exposed. It's just that I didn't expect the Phoenix Empire to use the entire empire's strength to destroy Feng Wan. Wang Xian's eyes flickered when he saw the scene.
However, it's not certain who will be destroyed. The corner of Wang Xian's mouth curled up slightly. The Phoenix Empire might not know that the Nine Gods Empire was already on Feng Wan's side in such a short period of time. If they were to really fight, they would be able to destroy the Phoenix Empire without the Dragon Palace's help. That is. However, at this moment, a scene that shocked Wang Xian appeared in front of him. At the back of the barren sea, another terrifying team flew over in a mighty manner. Ferocious beasts roared and the beasts galloped. The leader was an incomparably huge demonic bird. The demonic bird had a green wing and a fiery red wing. The two gigantic wings were about 1,000 meters in size. Even through the surveillance footage of the Dragon Palace, one could still sense that the demonic bird was extraordinary. Behind this demonic bird, there were hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts following behind it. Other than the dragon race, the only one who could mobilize so many demonic beasts was the 10,000 Demon Empire.
And this was obviously not the dragon race. The Nine Heavens demonic bird, the emperor of the 10,000 Demon Empire. Why do they have so many subordinates?
Wang Xian had a serious look on his face. The 10,000 Fei Empire was not simple. Among the 5 great empires, their strength was second only to the Draconid Empire's Aoshan Empire. The Nine Heavens demon bird possessed both wood and fire attributes. It was recognized as a heaven and earth mutated species in the entire transcendental continent. It possessed the strength of level 6 longevity. It was said that it could fight against dragons of the same level. Other than that, the 10,000 Fei Empire had more than 20 longevity-level demon emperors.
In Wang Xian's vision, the Nine Heavens demon bird of the 10,000 Fei Empire transformed into a man with wings. He was conversing with a middle-aged man whose entire body was covered in flames. The entire conversation took about 5 minutes. Following that, a portion of the demon beasts flew towards the imperial capital of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. Most of them flew towards the edge of the forest of the Divine Kingdom under the leadership of the Nine Heavens demonic bird emperor. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. With a move, he disappeared from the Dragon Palace and teleported towards the direction of the Empire of 10,000 Demons. He activated his Yin-Yang and 5 Elements Dragon Eyes. 5 minutes later, Wang Xian saw the Nine Heavens demonic bird emperor leading his subordinates. 22 longevity experts and hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts hiding at the edge of the forest of the Divine Kingdom. He turned his head and looked at the depths of the barren sea on the right. His eyes revealed a glimmer of light. How did the 10,000 Demon Empire join forces with the Phoenix Dynasty? Furthermore, the Emperor of the 10,000 Demon Empire, the Emperor of the Nine Heavens Demon Bird,
personally led over 20 longevity experts here. It's almost the entire strength of the empire, Wang Xian mumbled.
The grand ceremony of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire this time had somewhat exceeded his expectations.
In this case, two empires are involved. Including the Nine Gods Empire, there are three of them. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. Since that's the case, let's fight. The Dragon Palace can only become stronger and stronger during the war. Since the Heavenly Dragon and Phoenix Empire is announced to be established, let's announce something after the Phoenix Empire and the Empire of 10,000 Demons arrive. That is, the Dragon Palace will step onto the stage of the mainland. In my name.
On the day of the founding ceremony of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire, things had completely exceeded Wang Xian's expectations.
However, everything was still under his control.
This made Wang Xian decide to let the Dragon Palace truly step onto the stage at the center of the extraordinary mainland, displaying all the powers of the Dragon Palace.
He was looking forward to the moment when the Dragon Palace had nearly 20,000 insightful void martial arts practitioners and more than 20 longevity martial arts practitioners. He was looking forward to the impact it would bring to the entire mainland. When he thought of this, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Wang Xian's figure moved and flew directly toward the imperial capital.
Night had already fallen in the vast region, but the entire imperial capital was filled with joy. The ruins of the divine kingdom had been transformed into an incomparably huge city.
There were all kinds of shops inside, not much different from other cities.
In the center was the palace, which was also where the future empress would be located.
At night, the entire imperial city was still bustling with activity. There were experts from all the cities of the Dragon Phoenix Empire, as well as experts from all the clans in the Luhai region. In addition, there were disciples from all the other factions on the Transcendence continent. Other than the 5 empires, there were 20 to 30 other factions that came from the Transcendence continent. Each faction had at least 1,000 people. Among them, there were many experts and disciples from these factions who had just arrived at the imperial capital of the Dragon Phoenix Empire. Naturally, they wanted to take a good look around. There were also quite a number of factions who were trying to find out about the actual strength of the Dragon Phoenix Empire. This made the entire imperial capital extremely lively. In the past 10 days, the entire imperial capital would probably be extremely lively. There would be no difference between day and night.
When he arrived at the imperial city's palace, Wang Xian asked the Huiyun personal guards and walked towards the palace where Feng Yuan was staying.
Young Master Wang. At the entrance, Huiyun stood at the entrance with a smile on his face. When he saw Wang Xian, he greeted him respectfully.
Are Feng Yuan, Xu Qing, and the rest inside? Wang Xian asked directly. Young Master Wang, the Empress, Lan Qingwei, Guan Shuqing, and the other elders are inside to pick out the clothes they will be wearing tomorrow. Young Master Wang, it might not be suitable for you to enter now,
Feng Yun said with a smile.
Oh, is that so?
Wang Xian was slightly taken aback. He smiled and said, I still have some questions to ask Feng Yuan. Young Master Wang, if you are in a hurry, I will inform the Empress.
Feng Yun said immediately.
No need. By the way, Feng Yun, when Feng Yuan was the Empress of the Feng dynasty, how was her relationship with the 10,000 Demons Empire?
Wang Xian asked Feng Yun with a twinkle in his eyes.
Oh? The relationship between our Empress and the 10,000 Fei Empire. A hint of doubt appeared on Feng Yun's face. She immediately replied, Speaking of which, their relationship wasn't good. There was once a demon emperor of the 10,000 Fei Empire who secretly controlled ferocious beasts to launch a ferocious beast siege on our Phoenix dynasty. At that time, the Empress was so furious that she personally killed that demon emperor because there was some enmity between the 10,000 Fei Empire and this matter. However, the grudges were not huge. Later on, the Emperor of the 9 Heavens demonic bird came to the Phoenix Empire personally. He wanted to ask the Empress for some bloodlines, but the Empress did not agree to it. After that, they parted on bad terms.
Feng Yun recalled and spoke to Wang Xian one by one.
This made him somewhat enlightened. Young Master Wang, is there something going on? Feng Yun asked when he saw Wang Xian in deep thought. No. He shook his head and said, I'll take a stroll around the imperial capital first. Wang Xian did not tell Feng Yun about this matter. Instead, he walked toward the location outside. He wanted to investigate the Draconid Empire and the Aoshan Empire. There were already two empires that were about to take action. If there were more empires involved, the matter would be out of control. Therefore, he had to verify it.
Wang Xian walked out and used his Yin-Yang 5 elemental dragon eyes to investigate the Aoshan Empire and the Draconid Empire. After monitoring them for more than an hour, he did not discover anything unusual about the two empires. This made him slightly relieved. That is? Just as he was about to leave, Wang Xian raised his eyebrows slightly and saw a few familiar faces. Long Xiaotian, He Yuan, and He Suiqing were a group of more than 20 young men.
Long Xiaotian and He Yuan could be considered as Wang Xian's only two good friends in the supernatural continent. However, due to the huge difference in status and the fact that Wang Xian had always stayed in the Dragon Palace, they had not interacted with each other for the past few years. Let's catch up. Wang Xian watched as they walked towards a restaurant and followed behind them with a smile on his face. Young Master I've already left you guys a private room. When they arrived at the entrance of the restaurant, the manager immediately came over to welcome them.
The restaurant had been full for the past 10 days. However, this was nothing to He Yuan. Now, the He clan had completely submitted to the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. The patriarch of the He clan was also one of the only 5 longevity experts in the Dragon and Phoenix Empire.
In addition, the entire vast region knew the identities of He Yuan and their Lord Wang. It was naturally easy for them to reserve a place in the restaurant. He Yuan was also the most dazzling heaven's favorite in the Dragon and Phoenix Empire.
Okay, thank you, boss.
He Yuan nodded at the shopkeeper and smiled at Long Xiaotian.
Sure, young master He.
Long Xiaotian gave him a thumbs up and said with a laugh. The shopkeeper led them into the restaurant. There's only one table left in the restaurant. Customers who want to taste the specialties of our Dragon and Phoenix Empire can come in. There's only one table. At this moment, a waiter walked out of the restaurant and shouted outside.
Let's go, let's go.
On the street, 5 or 6 young men immediately walked towards the restaurant. Waiter, we'll take that table.
Okay, please come in.
A few young men and women walked over with smiles on their faces. The waiter immediately bowed to welcome them.
Wait, we'll take that table.
However, at this moment, a cold voice shouted, causing the 6 young men and women and the waiter to be slightly stunned.
They turned around and frowned slightly.
7 demonic beasts that were 2 meters tall and looked like ape men walked over directly. Their bodies carried an intense murderous aura. Dear guests, I'm sorry. The last table has already been reserved, the waiter hurriedly said.
If I say we want it, then we want it. Scram.
The ape man standing in the middle coldly swept his gaze across the 5 or 6 youths. Why should we give it to you?
The 6 youths' expressions changed slightly and they immediately said, Can't you see that we're honored guests?
Scram. You trash of the vast region.
The ape man in the middle waved his arm and a force shot towards the 6 young men and women. The powerful force caused them to fly backward.
Bang, bang, bang. The 6 of them could not help but spit out blood. Their faces turned pale. However, He Yuan and the others who had just walked to the entrance of the restaurant heard the sounds coming from behind. They immediately frowned and turned around to look.
Wang Xian, who was walking towards them, was slightly stunned when he saw the scene. A cold glint flashed across his eyes.
He was deliberately looking for trouble.
6 young men and women fell to the ground and spat out blood.
In the future imperial capital of the Dragon Phoenix Empire, the streets were crowded with pedestrians. 7 ape men attacked the 6 young men and women, causing them to fall to the ground. This instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the surroundings. In particular, the words trash in the vast region made the citizens of the Dragon Phoenix Empire frown, and a trace of coldness appeared on their faces.
Everyone, isn't it a little too much to injure people in front of our Dragon and Phoenix Empire?
He Yuan turned his head and spoke to the 7 ape men with an icy expression. You aren't an empire yet, right?
The ape man in the middle opened his mouth, revealing a mouth full of dense teeth as he spoke indifferently. We're guests. We've waited here for so long just to have a meal. Here, this is your treatment fee. Scram.
As the ape man spoke, He waved his arm and threw spirit stones at the 6 young men and women as he spoke arrogantly. You! The 6 young men and women had ugly expressions on their faces as anger appeared on their faces. You guys, aren't you being a little too arrogant?
Hurting people in our Dragon Phoenix Empire, are you looking down on us?
When Yuan saw this scene, he took 2 steps towards them with a gloomy face. What an arrogant bunch! How dare they cause trouble in our Dragon Phoenix Empire?
That's right. Which faction are they from?
How dare they be so arrogant?
Cripple these bastards. Young Master Yuan, cripple these bastards.
In the surroundings, some of the citizens of the Dragon Phoenix Empire were also shouting at the 7 ape men indignantly.
Shut up. We are guests from the 10,000 Fey Empire and we accidentally injured a few people.
Why? Are you going to cripple us? Haha. Not to mention that your Dragon and Phoenix Empire has yet to become an empire. So what if you become one? The ape man in the middle said with a loud laugh, not caring about the people around him at all. When they came, they had already learned that their emperor was going to destroy the Dragon and Phoenix Empire on the day that it was announced as an empire.
Furthermore, the Phoenix Empire was with them.
They did not take the Dragon Phoenix Empire seriously at all and did as they pleased.
So what if they were the ones who beat you up? In fact, their tone was filled with provocation. The 10,000 Fey Empire. Yuan's pupils constricted slightly when he heard their words and a solemn expression appeared on his face.
What? They're from the 10,000 Fey Empire. The 10,000 Fey Empire's strength isn't weak.
Everyone from the Dragon and Phoenix Empire was slightly shocked and extremely embarrassed.
The 10,000 Fey Empire was the only empire built by a demon beast on the continent. Its terrifying strength could be ranked 3rd in the entire continent.
A veteran empire with hundreds of thousands of foundations was completely incomparable to them.
Moreover, the 10,000 Fey Empire was personally invited by the Dragon Phoenix Empire to watch the ceremony. Haha, it's just a small matter. If the 10,000 Fey Empire wants to fight, so be it. Your Dragon Phoenix Empire has no manners at all. So what if the 10,000 Fey Empire wants to let everyone in first? At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from the side. Everyone who was watching was slightly taken aback as they looked over. When they saw a few middle-aged men dressed in fiery red robes, they were slightly taken aback. That seems to be from the Phoenix Dynasty's Sacred Fire Clan. That's right, it's from the Phoenix Dynasty. That's the empire that the Empress once founded. A legendary empire. Hiss, I didn't expect them to speak up for the 10,000 Fey Empire.
Everyone around was slightly shocked. Their faces were filled with shock, but at the same time they were also somewhat embarrassed.
Seeing the Phoenix Dynasty speak up for the 10,000 Fey Empire, Yuan's expression became even more embarrassed.
In such a situation, it wasn't something he could decide. He didn't dare to make a decision either. Even if he was one of the best of the younger generation in the entire Dragon and Phoenix Empire, even if his ancestor was a longevity expert.
Now, the Dragon and Phoenix Empire will suffer a loss. It's impossible to do anything to the people from the 10,000 Fey Empire. After all, even if the Dragon and Phoenix Empire were to establish an empire, it would still be very different. That's right, this is just a small matter. Even if the people from the 10,000 Fey Empire were to kill them, the Dragon and Phoenix Empire would probably not say anything.
Around them, some of the Aoshan Empire and other factions that had come to watch the ceremony noticed the situation and said indifferently.
Their voices were not concealed at all, and the people from the Dragon and Phoenix Empire could hear them clearly. This made the people from the Dragon and Phoenix Empire look even more embarrassed. If they fell behind, they would be beaten up, and if they were weak, they would be bullied.
What happened? At this moment, a group of more than 10 swordsmen with long swords flew over.
They were all wearing the same golden clothes, and there was no emotion on their faces. Their bodies were extremely cold. 15 dragon guards rushed over. At the moment, because the Dragon and Phoenix Empire was a bit weak, the dragon guards of the Dragon Palace were temporarily in charge of security for the next few days. When the dragon guards arrived, what everyone didn't know was that more than a dozen strange demons were already hiding in the surroundings. The city guards are here. The swordsman city guards sent by Lord Wang. The people from the Dragon and Phoenix Empire saw more than a dozen dragon guards flying over and said softly, "Punish them severely." Wang Xian stood in the crowd and watched the arrogant demonic beasts of the 10,000 Fey Empire. When he saw the arrival of the dragon guards, he immediately transmitted his voice to them. The crowd was slightly stunned. "It's the Dragon King."
The leader of the dragon guards, who had the combat strength of half a step away from longevity, immediately transmitted his voice.
"Captain of the city guards, 7 demonic beasts of the 10,000 Fey Empire injured 6 people from our empire."
He Yuan immediately said when he saw the 15 dragon guards.
"How troublesome. We have already thrown the compensation spirit stones to them. Let's go eat."
When the ape man in the lead saw that the dragon guards had arrived, he did not take them seriously. Instead, he said impatiently. As he spoke, he walked straight into the restaurant. The group of 7 demonic beasts swaggered about. How arrogant! When the surrounding people heard their words, they said with an embarrassed expression, "Clang, clang, clang." However, at this moment, the group of dragon guards pulled out their golden longswords and directly stopped the 7 demonic beasts.
"Our Dragon and Phoenix Empire should have reminded you that in our place, please abide by our laws." The dragon guards, who had the combat power of half-step longevity realm, said coldly with an expressionless face.
"Eh?
Didn't you just injure a few people? Why? What do you, the Dragon and Phoenix Empire, want to do to us?" The ape man in the lead raised his head slightly and asked with disdain when he saw the sword that stopped them.
"According to the laws of our Dragon and Phoenix Empire, you will be imprisoned for 1 year for hurting people in the Imperial City." The dragon guard said coldly. "Haha, imprisoned for 1 year?"
However, the dragon guard's words made the 7 ape men burst into laughter. They stared at the dragon guards mockingly and said coldly, "I'm leaving today. I'd like to see what you can do to me. I'd like to see what you can do to me." The ape man in the lead said to the dragon guards with a disdainful face. After saying that, he flicked away the long sword in front of him with contempt and walked forward proudly.
All the citizens of the Dragon Phoenix Empire looked at this scene with an embarrassed expression.
The demon beasts of the 10,000 Fey Empire were simply slapping their faces. Hee hee. The Sacred Fire clan members watched this scene with smiles on their faces. Clang! However, just as the ape man pushed away the golden longsword and took a step forward, a sharp sound rang out. "Those who resist will die." The sound of the sharp sword was raised, and the dragon guard's voice rang out at the same time. The moment he swung his long sword, everyone in the surroundings had looks of astonishment on their faces. The 7 ape men were stunned, and a look of shock flashed across their eyes, especially the ape man in the lead. He looked at the sword that was coming towards him, and a look of confusion and fear appeared on his face. Pooh!
However, this only happened in an instant.
In an instant, the sword had already descended, and the ape man in the lead did not have the slightest ability to resist. Pong! A corpse fell heavily to the ground, and his head was directly chopped off. What? Everyone in the surroundings looked at this scene in shock. The guards of the Dragon Phoenix Empire had actually killed the demonic beasts of the 10,000 Fey Empire. You actually dared to kill the demonic beasts of our 10,000 Fey Empire. Your Dragon Phoenix Empire is simply courting death. Beside them, the other 6 ape men from the 10,000 Fey Empire had savage expressions.
They pointed at the dragon guards and roared with killing intent. Pooh pooh pooh!
However, at that moment the sound of swords being drawn rang out.
Pong ping ping. Following that, the ape men fell to the ground and were all killed.
The ape men's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief, as well as a hint of regret deep in their hearts. They really dared to make a move.
Please abide by the law in our Dragon and Phoenix Empire. Those who violate the law together will be punished. Those who resist will be killed. The dragon guard's cold voice sounded. His face was still as indifferent as before, without the slightest bit of emotion.
Hiss! The people of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire are so powerful. They really dare to make a move. These are the people of the 10,000 Fey Empire. They actually directly killed them. Oh my god. The people from the Dragon Phoenix Empire are so tough?
They actually killed them directly.
Haha. I support them. Well done. Kill those bastards.
When the people gathered around saw the 7 ape men from the 10,000 Fey Empire being killed, they were all shocked.
The factions that came to watch the ceremony were all dumbfounded. Even the people from the Aoshan Empire were shocked. To dare to kill people from the 10,000 Fey Empire, was the Dragon Phoenix Empire that ferocious? Not afraid of the 10,000 Fey Empire taking revenge?
Or was it that they had nothing to fear?
However, compared to the shock from the other factions, everyone from the Dragon Phoenix Empire was extremely relieved. Their strength was the true glory of an empire.
Roar, your puny Dragon Phoenix Empire actually dares to kill members of our 10,000 Fey Empire. At that moment, a roar suddenly came from behind them. The sound reverberated within a few hundred kilometers. The sound instantly caused the entire imperial capital to tremble.
Everyone looked over at the same time. When the 10,000 Fey Empire members heard the sound, they immediately flew over. Flying within the imperial capital is prohibited. Get lost.
At this moment, Ao Jian's cold voice rang out. Everyone who flew into the sky had a drastic change in expression as their bodies plummeted downwards.
Ao Jian's figure instantly appeared in the sky above the restaurant. He looked down at everyone from above. Buzz. At the same time, Feng Lingtian, who was also responsible for the city guard's duties, appeared at the side.
Ao Jian, don't give the 10,000 Fey Empire any face.
Wang Xian crossed his arms and transmitted his voice to Ao Jian directly. He watched this scene with a smile on his face. Today, he wanted to see how the 10,000 Fey Empire would dare to be arrogant.
Ao Jian, who appeared in the sky, sensed the Dragon King immediately. When he heard the Dragon King's voice transmission, he nodded silently. Who dares to make a ruckus in our Dragon and Phoenix Empire?
Ao Jian looked coldly at the claw-hunting demonic beast that had sharp claws and a slender body. Who gave your Dragon Phoenix Empire the courage to kill a member of our 10,000 Fey Empire? The claw-hunting demonic beast slowly walked towards the center. Beside him, there were 5 clansmen. Leader, 7 members of the 10,000 Fey Empire have seriously injured others for no reason. Under arrest. We will directly kill them. The Dragon Guard reported directly to Ao Jian. According to the laws of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire, shouting in the imperial capital is prohibited. Anyone who makes noise will have their arms cut off. When Ao Jian heard the Dragon Guard's report, he looked at the claw-hunting demonic beast and said coldly, "Clang!" Just as he finished speaking, Ao Jian flicked his finger, and a sword chi instantly cut off the claw-hunting demonic beast's arm. Ao Yao, who was at the first level of longevity, could fight against a demon at the second level of longevity, especially the Golden Swordfish clan, who had cultivated the Heartless Sword principle. It could be said that they were the most terrifying in the Dragon Palace. Their terror was no less than that of the strange demon. What? Seeing Ao Jian cut off the arm of a demon beast from the 10,000 Fey Empire on the spot, everyone was dumbfounded again.
What is the Dragon Phoenix Empire doing?
Is it expressing their strength? The forces that came to watch the ceremony were shocked as their expressions changed. The Dragon Phoenix Empire's strength was beyond everyone's expectations.
Hiss. When the claw-hunting demon beast whose arm had been cut off saw the extremely powerful Ao Jian, his pupils constricted and a trace of fear appeared on his face.
At that moment, he realized that the Dragon Phoenix Empire did not care about their identity as the 10,000 Fey Empire. He had no doubt that if he dared to say anything else, he would definitely be killed by that merciless swordsman. Awesome. Haha. Domineering. He's simply too domineering. I like it. He dares to be so arrogant in our territory. Does he really think that we won't dare to do anything to them?
Continue to be so arrogant?
The surrounding citizens of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire looked on with excitement. At this moment, they felt extremely good. Feng Lingtian stood at the side and looked at Ao Jian in astonishment. Suddenly, he noticed Wang Xian's figure. He pursed his lips and didn't say a word.
Normally, Ao Jian and the Dragon Guards wouldn't be so overbearing and disrespectful to the 10,000 Fey Empire.
Clearly, all of this was under the command of his brother-in-law.
BZZ. However, in the next instant, an extremely violent aura pressed down on them.
Within a radius of several hundred kilometers, everyone felt their breathing stop. A death threat came. Dragon and Phoenix Empire. You'd better give us an explanation. Otherwise, we will let you witness the roars of 10,000 beasts, wreaking havoc in the world. A violent roar resounded throughout the imperial capital. A cold and violent voice resounded throughout the entire imperial capital. The terrifying pressure caused everyone to feel slightly suffocated.
Hearing this voice, everyone in the imperial capital had shocked expressions on their faces. Just now, the voice of that expert from the 10,000 Fey Empire had already caused the entire imperial capital to be incomparably shocked. Now hearing this voice, feeling the terrifying killing intent contained within, some people were stunned. They raised their heads in shock and looked up into the sky. What was it that caused the experts from the 10,000 Fey Empire to be so angry and say such cold words? At the Dragon and Phoenix Imperial Palace, Feng Luan, Feng Yun, Lan Qingyue, and the other girls, as well as all the important officials of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire, had a slight change in expression when they heard this voice. Their bodies moved and they quickly flew over. At the same time, two figures with blood-red eyes appeared above the restaurant. One was a 5-meter-tall ape-man with muscles all over his body, and the other was a 6 to 7-meter-tall claw-hunting demonic beast. Their terrifying aura suppressed an area of dozens of kilometers. When they saw the corpses on the ground, the 5-meter-tall ape-man's eyes shot out a terrifying killing intent. The sky began to darken as the spiritual energy of fierce beasts gathered in the sky. They coldly swept their gaze over everyone around them. Oh no! The experts of the 10,000 Fey Empire are furious. Seeing the two Wanshou and Wanshou experts of the 10,000 Fey Empire instantly appear in the sky, emitting a violent killing intent, everyone's expressions changed drastically below them. These two were the demon emperors of the 10,000 Fey Empire, extremely terrifying mighty figures. Withdraw your auras. Clang. 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 However, at this moment, an extremely cold voice sounded. In the sky, a terrifying golden sword flashed past, directly tearing apart the ferocious beast patterns that had condensed in the sky. Sharp sword rays appeared around the two demon emperors of the 10,000 Fey Empire. The sharp sword gleams were like the tongues of poisonous snakes, ready to launch a fatal attack at any moment. The two demon emperors saw that their auras were instantly destroyed and their attacks locked onto them. Their expressions changed slightly as they felt the fatal threat from the sword gleams. Dragon and Phoenix Empire, are you trying to make an enemy out of us? The two demon emperors stared at the sword gleams around them with fear and gloominess as they stared at Ao Jian. Hiss! Everyone below gasped when they saw the scene. They watched in shock. Demon emperors of the 10,000 Demon Empire, you should first understand the situation. At the same time, discipline your subordinates. Ao Jian stared at them expressionlessly and said coldly, "This is the reason why you dare to kill members of the 10,000 Demon Empire." The two demon emperors narrowed their eyes filled with killing intent. In the territory of the Dragon Phoenix Empire, you must abide by our laws. Not to mention the members of the 10,000 Fey Empire, even you can challenge us to see if you can get out of the Dragon Phoenix Empire alive. Ao Jian was still expressionless as he spoke. However, his words were extremely domineering, causing the expressions of the two demon emperors of the 10,000 Fey Empire to change drastically. No one expected the Dragon Phoenix Empire to be so powerful. Even the two demon emperors of the 10,000 Fey Empire did not give them any face. Hum hum hum. At that moment, many phantoms appeared in the sky. Feng Wan and company, the longevity experts of the Aoshan Empire, the longevity experts of the Draconid Empire, the Sacred Flame Patriarch and Emperor's Master of the Phoenix Empire, as well as the longevity experts of the Nine God Empire. All the top-tier experts appeared in the void. They didn't show themselves, but powerful energies enveloped them. What's going on? Feng Luan stood in the flames, looked down, and asked indifferently. All of them heard Ao Jian's domineering words and saw sharp sword chi pointing at the two demon emperors of the 10,000 Fey Empire. This made them frown slightly. Dragon and Phoenix Empress. Feng Lingtian's figure moved and arrived in front of Feng Luan and the others. 7 members of the 10,000 Fei Empire injured 6 people in our imperial capital with an arrogant attitude. When the members of the Dragon Guards attacked, they resisted arrest and we brought them to justice.
Feng Lingtian immediately reported to Feng Luan.
In the end, his aura shook and his voice enveloped the surroundings.
Empress, my brother-in-law is down there. He should be the one commanding Aojian to be so domineering.
He transmitted his voice to Feng Luan and the other girls' ears.
Ha! Feng Luan swept her gaze down and immediately saw Wang Xian, who was standing below with his arms crossed and a smile on his face.
Empress Dragon and Phoenix, our 10,000 demon empire, is invited here. As the saying goes, guests are guests. Is this how you treat your guests?
Even if the members of the 10,000 Fei Empire are at fault, you can't kill them, right? They are disciples of the 10,000 Fei Empire, the 2 Fei Emperors said with extremely cold expressions.
Everyone's gaze turned to the area in the sky that was shrouded in flames.
We naturally welcome friends who come from afar. However, if friends don't abide by the rules here, we naturally won't let them go.
Your disciples were in the wrong first. Could it be that the people of the 10,000 Fei Empire want to take revenge for them? Feng Luan saw Wang Xian below and understood a little. She said to the 2 demon emperors of the 10,000 Fei Empire calmly. Revenge?
Good, very good. Empress Dragon and Phoenix, I hope that you can continue to be strong. Hee.
The 2 demon emperors had extremely gloomy expressions when they heard Feng Luan's words. After that, they sneered and disappeared with a flash.
Feng Luan frowned slightly when she heard their words. She looked at Wang Xian below and left as well.
In the sky, the longevity experts from the other empires and some factions were somewhat surprised. They were extremely shocked that the Dragon and Phoenix Empire dared to offend the 10,000 Demon Empire.
Their eyes flickered as they left as well. Not giving the 10,000 Fei Empire any face. This feud has been formed. I never thought that the Dragon Phoenix Empire would dare to offend the 10,000 Fei Empire that has a long history. Who gave them the confidence? That's right. We have also observed that the Dragon Phoenix Empire citizens are clearly a level lower than the Empire. The group of longevity experts left. Below them, the disciples who had come to watch the ceremony were shocked when they saw the feud between the Dragon Phoenix Empire and the 10,000 Fei Empire. They could not understand how an empire that was just about to be established dared to offend the 10,000 Fei Empire, which had a deep heritage. While everyone was confused and shocked, they also felt some fear and respect for the Dragon Phoenix Empire. If the 10,000 Fei Empire dared to offend them directly, it was not necessarily that they did not dare to offend them. Seeing that the 2 Fei Emperors of the 10,000 Fei Empire did not dare to cause trouble and left directly, the citizens of the Dragon Phoenix Empire were extremely excited. Their powerful country naturally made them proud. So what if they were members of the 10,000 Fei Empire? If they dared to cause trouble here and hurt them, they would have to pay a heavy price. I never thought that the Dragon and Phoenix Empire would be so powerful. They don't even give face to the 10,000 Fei Empire. It's very similar to the style of the former Empress, but who gave them the confidence? According to my senses, the Empress's strength is not as strong as it was in the past. In a corner of the imperial capital's imperial palace of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire, Patriarch Sacred Flame and the Phoenix Empire's imperial master were sitting in a room. The 2 of them were conversing in puzzlement. It was out of their expectations that the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty dared to offend the 10,000 Fei Empire. The Empress has never had a good impression of the 10,000 Fei Empire. Perhaps this is also the reason why the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty is so powerful. Patriarch Sacred Flame slowly guessed. There were quite a few figures who were standing with the Empress just now. There are at least 10 people in the longevity realm of the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty now. This is really unexpected. According to the information I received, there's another Lord Wang in the Dragon Phoenix Empire. He's very powerful and is rumored to be even stronger than the Empress. I wonder how the Empress managed to recruit so many experts in just over 1,000 years. The eyes of the Emperor's master flickered. The strength that the Dragon Phoenix Empire displayed just now made them feel a trace of fear.
Based on the information they received, the longevity experts that the Dragon Phoenix Empire had were only slightly weaker than their Phoenix Empire. If they were to fight, even if they could win, they would suffer heavy losses. Emperor Phoenix is very confident this time. Perhaps Emperor Phoenix has other trump cards. Sacred Flame Patriarch muttered. Let's hope so. The Imperial Master nodded. Because he had sent them here in advance. They didn't know that the 10,000 Fey Empire had joined forces with the Phoenix Empire. In fact, Emperor Phoenix didn't trust them at all. After all, the Phoenix Empire was built by the Empress herself. All the powerhouses fought with the Empress. He was afraid that someone would leak the news, so he didn't tell anyone. In the imperial capital, a storm had ended. Everyone in the entire city was talking about what had just happened. Wang Xian looked in the direction where the empire of 10,000 demons had left, and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. If it was the Aoshan Empire or the Draconid Empire that was causing trouble, he might have to consider the consequences. However, if it was the empire of 10,000 demons, there was no longer a need. Wang Xian looked at He Yuan and the rest who had entered the restaurant and immediately walked over. Lord Ao was simply too domineering just now. He was facing 2 demon emperors of the empire of 10,000 demons alone, and his sword radiance was pointed straight at them, causing the 2 demon emperors to be extremely fearful. After all, he is a subordinate of our Dragon King. He is simply too cool. Oh right, I wonder where Brother Wang Xian is now. Just as he arrived at the entrance of the private room in the restaurant, Wang Xian heard a voice coming from inside. He smiled and knocked on the door of the private room. Come in. The door was opened by a young man. When everyone in the private room saw Wang Xian, they were slightly stunned. Sir Wang. A group of Heaven's Pride disciples from the Dragon and Phoenix Empire stood up nervously and greeted him respectfully. Long Xiaotian and He Yuan also stood up immediately and opened their mouths slightly. Long time no see. I'm here to catch up with you guys. Why? Don't you recognize me? Wang Xian looked at them and smiled. He walked over and patted Long Xiaotian and He Yuan on the shoulders. How could it be? How could it be? It's just that I didn't expect that my good brother from back then would be so powerful now. Haha. When I told others in the Lehigh district, they didn't believe me. Long Xiaotian reacted and said excitedly. Hee, brother. Brother Wang. I didn't expect you to come looking for us. He Yuan looked at Wang Xian. His face was also filled with excitement and excitement. The current Wang Xian was no longer the young man who drank with them back then. Instead, he was an existence who stood at the peak of the continent and possessed a terrifying force. They initially thought that both parties would be people from 2 different worlds in the future. They didn't expect Wang Xian to come looking for them today. Haha, there's no need to be so formal. When we first met, you were so proud that you wanted to teach me a lesson. Wang Xian smiled and sat at the side without putting on any airs. I was still young and impulsive back then. When I first met Brother Wang Xian, I wanted to teach you a lesson. In the end, you defeated me. He Yuan recalled the past and couldn't help but smile as he spoke. The group of young men and He Sui Qing and a few girls at the side looked at Wang Xian with admiration. They looked at the 3 of them as they chatted. Later on, the group of people also relaxed and chatted occasionally. Wang Xian chatted with Long Xiaotian and He Yuan for more than 2 hours. You 2 are the only friends that I, Wang Xian, have in the Transcendence continent. Xiaotian, your cultivation talent is a little lacking. I'll get you a longevity level bloodline in a while. He Yuan, your talent is sufficient to cultivate to the longevity level. I won't give you anything else. When you marry He Sui Qing, you must call me. Wang Xian said to Long Xiaotian and He Yuan before he left. In the restaurant, Long Xiaotian and He Yuan were filled with excitement and excitement. This was especially so for Long Xiaotian. He was only at the 2nd level of the see-through void tier. It would be a miracle if he could reach the 5th or 6th level of the see-through void tier in his lifetime. However, Wang Xian's words could make him stand at the peak of the supernatural continent. He Yuan was also extremely excited. Wang Xian's words meant that he would be nurtured to the realm of longevity, not to mention that he would marry He Sui Qing in the future. No one would think that Wang Xian was bragging. That was because if he said it out loud, he would have the ability to achieve it. This made He Sui Qing's face turn red with excitement. The rest of the young men looked at them enviously and tried to curry favor with them. Hee.
Wang Xian walked out of the restaurant in a good mood.
Long Xiaodian and He Yuan were his only two friends in the supernatural continent. Naturally, he had to lend a hand.
This was not a difficult task for him. Let's go to Feng Luan's place. Maybe she is very confused now.
Wang Xian moved his body and teleported directly into the palace of the Emperor of Dragon and Phoenix.
Xiao Xian, Xiao Xian. When he arrived, a group of girls shouted at him. Ao Jian's actions were ordered by me.
Wang Xian pinched the faces of a few girls, causing them to scold him. Then he said directly to Feng Luan.
I heard from Feng Lingtian that it's fine to offend them. These guys from the 10,000 Fei Empire are very annoying. Feng Luan shook her head nonchalantly. As for why Wang Xian wanted to do this, she would not ask. They are the ones who want to die. I will return to the Dragon Palace in a while. I will return on the day of the founding ceremony of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire.
Wang Xian saw that Feng Luan did not ask further. He did not explain too much and said with a twinkle in his eyes.
Little Xian, are you? Feng Luan heard his words and looked at him with some doubt.
There are some things, but you don't have to worry about them, Feng Luan. Just focus on the inauguration ceremony of the Dragon Phoenix Empire. Leave the rest to me. Wang Xian didn't tell them about the Phoenix Empire and the 10,000 Demons Empire. Feng Luan took a look at Wang Xian and didn't ask about the specifics.
After chatting with the group of girls for a while, Wang Xian went straight to the Dragon Palace.
Prime Minister Gui, gather all the members of the Dragon Palace. There will be a huge battle soon.
Wang Xian entered the Dragon Palace and ordered Prime Minister Gui. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gui replied immediately and began to gather all the leaders. In less than 5 minutes, other than the strange demon and the golden swordfish who were staying in the imperial capital, all the 17,000 warriors of the Dragon Palace were gathered at the Dragon Field. Even the Fire Hammer clan who was responsible for forging weapons were gathered. Wang Xian's gaze swept across all the members of the Dragon Palace. There were 17,000 of them, and the weakest one was at level 3 of the see-through realm. They possessed the combat strength of the 4th level of the see-through realm. There were a total of 90 members of the Dragon Palace who could match the combat strength of a half-step into the longevity realm. This was not even counting the powerhouses of the Dragon Spur Division and the Dragon Guard.
There will be a real battle tomorrow. Now all the members of the Dragon Palace will practice.
Wang Xian looked at all the members of the Dragon Palace and said in a low voice,
It's the Dragon King.
Prime Minister Gui and the other leaders nodded their heads heavily and began to arrange their troops.
The battle tomorrow would be a real battle.
The Phoenix Empire and the 10,000 Demons Empire had a total of 600,000 to 700,000 experts. Among them, there were 70,000 to 80,000 insightful Void Realm experts.
The two empires had sent out 70,000 to 80,000 insightful Void Realm experts. This was definitely an extremely terrifying number.
At the same time, this was almost the entire strength of the two empires.
In terms of the number of insightful Emptiness Realm experts, the two empires had completely crushed the Dragon and Phoenix Empire.
Even with the addition of the Dragon Palace, the number was undoubtedly overwhelming. However, Wang Xian was not afraid at all. Currently, there were 20,000 insightful Emptiness Realm experts from the Dragon Palace and around 15,000 insightful Emptiness Realm experts from the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. The reason why the Dragon Phoenix Empire had so many experts was mainly due to the arrival of the Fire Lark tribe. When the two forces were added together, there were a total of 35,000 insightful Emptiness Realm experts.
In terms of numbers, it was still more than double the difference between the two empires.
However, there was still the Nine-God Empire. Mo Sha had brought over 10,000 insightful Emptiness Realm experts. Furthermore, all of them were the elites of the Nine-God Empire and were experts above level 3 of the insightful Emptiness Realm. Including them, there were about 45,000 insightful Emptiness Realm experts. Although they were still lagging behind, they were much stronger than the two empires in terms of strength.
One had to know that the lowest level of the Dragon Palace, level 3 of the insightful Emptiness Realm, could fight against level 4 of the insightful Emptiness Realm.
The Phoenix Empire and the 10,000 Fey Empire had 80% of the experts from level 1 to level 3 of the insightful Emptiness Realm. In terms of overall strength, they had the upper hand. Even though the current analysis showed that they had the upper hand, Wang Xian still could not afford to slack off. In order to avoid any losses, Wang Xian instructed all the members of the Dragon Palace to be 100% prepared. The long-range attacks, close-range attacks, and the supporting Dolphin clan. All the members of the Dragon Palace started to practice and prepare for the upcoming battle.
Time slowly passed, and the day of the establishment of the Dragon Phoenix Empire soon arrived.
Early in the morning, the entire imperial city was bustling with activity. Everyone walked towards the front of the imperial city. In the ruins of the former Divine Kingdom, in front of the statue of the Master of the Divine Kingdom, there was a huge field.
That field was not crowded even when tens of millions of people gathered together. The statue had been removed and replaced with a statue that was covered by objects. There were many luxurious platforms set up in front of them. The Dragon and Phoenix Empire's army had gathered in the empty space in front of them.
Many soldiers stood there neatly. There were more than a dozen viewing platforms on both sides. It was also the place where the various empires and factions observed the ceremony. As for the people at the front, they were standing one by one. Since a long time ago, tens of millions of people had crowded over here.
If Feng Wan and the others didn't forbid too many people from coming, there would have been hundreds of millions of people.
There's still an hour before our empire is established. It's really exciting. The sixth great empire of the transcendent continent, the second empire established by a great empress in history. After today, our Dragon Phoenix Empire will truly stand at the top of the continent. Haha, this is the establishment of an empire. It's not something the Wuxia Empire could compare to. It's simply too spectacular. In the future, we will also be citizens of the empire. Long live the Dragon Phoenix Empress. An incomparably lively voice came from the front. The citizens stood there waiting with excited faces.
Cheers could be heard from time to time.
Tens of millions of people. With a glance, all of them were densely packed with heads. If it weren't for the powerhouses maintaining order, even if every one of them wasn't weak, they would still be squeezed to death by so many people. They're here, they're here. The people from the major forces are here. Half an hour later, the other forces from the continent entered one by one.
Each faction had at least 1,000 people, and many of them were led by longevity experts.
This was especially so for the 5 great empires, which had all brought experts at the profound void realm.
Following the arrival of the spectating groups of the various major factions, the ministers of the Dragon Phoenix Empire and the city lords of the various cities also walked in and stood at the front.
Their eyes were filled with excitement and excitement.
Oh,
that's the 9-God Emperor Lord?
The newly born Emperor Lord of the 9-God Empire. Why is he here personally? That's true, and the 9-God Empire actually sent over 10,000 people this time. All of them are top-notch experts.
Why are there so many people here? After the various large factions that came to observe the ceremony took their seats, they saw the experts of the 9-God Empire who were located near the center, and their faces revealed shock. Especially when they saw the 9-God Emperor come personally. Their hearts were filled with disbelief. It seemed like it was impossible to invite the emperor of another empire to the grand ceremony of one empire. However, although they were puzzled, they could not find any answers.
As everyone slowly entered the venue, the time for the establishment of the Dragon Phoenix Empire was getting closer and closer.
Chirp, 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 chirp.
Not long after, a crisp chirping sound rang out from behind the grand ceremony stage.
The sound was filled with joy and nobility. When the chirping sound rang out, everyone looked towards the sky in unison.
Everyone immediately shut their mouths and looked over excitedly.
The grand ceremony for the establishment of the empire was about to begin. That is,
the fire lark. When the factions that came to watch the ceremony saw the fire lark in the sky, they were all shocked.
Following that, a familiar figure appeared.
A row of fiery red battle armor, each battle armor having a fiery red wing. A red feather was stuck on the heads of the soldiers wearing battle armor. The 5,000 people were divided into 2 groups and slowly walked onto the stage. Each of their eyes were filled with excitement and tears.
The Fire Cloud Guards appeared.
Fire Cloud Personal Guard, that's the Fire Cloud Personal Guard. My God, why would the Fire Cloud personal guard appear here?
Fire Cloud Sparrow clan? How did they appear? Could it be that the Fire Cloud Sparrow has joined the Dragon Phoenix Empire?
The Fire Cloud personal guard, who once accompanied the Empress throughout her life and was once the strongest army of the Phoenix Empire, actually appeared in the Dragon Phoenix Empire. The familiar figure, the familiar attire, and the slowly condensing fire clouds in the sky.
The flying Fire Cloud Sparrow demonic beast circled in the sky, causing all the factions that came to watch the ceremony to be able to confirm that this was the Fire Cloud personal guards, the most powerful personal guards of the Phoenix Empire. The left and right hands of the Empress. Seeing their appearance, all the factions that came to watch the ceremony couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. They had never expected that the famous Fire Cloud Sparrow clan would reappear, and that the Fire Cloud personal guards would reappear. What are the Fire Cloud personal guards?
Hiss, when did our Dragon Phoenix Empire have so many experts?
Fire Cloud personal guards, what are they? A total of 5,000 top-notch experts. Oh my God!
The spectators were not the only ones who were shocked. Even some of the ministers and city lords of the Dragon Phoenix Empire were looking at the group of personal guards who were walking over in shock.
They did not know when the Dragon Phoenix Empire had such an army. As for the commoners, they were even more unaware.
The Fire Cloud personal guards were once the personal guards of the eternal Great Empress. They once followed the Great Empress to establish the Phoenix Empire.
They are the Great Empress's most loyal subordinates. I don't know why they joined our Dragon Phoenix Empire. A few knowledgeable people who knew about the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan said to the people around them.
What? The Eternal Empress's personal guard? Hearing this name, everyone was slightly shocked.
Eternal Empress. Just these two words. Everyone knew what it meant. When everyone from the Phoenix dynasty saw the Fire Cloud personal guard, their expressions were somewhat awkward. Chirp, chirp.
Chirp, chirp.
At this moment, the Fire Cloud Sparrow chirped again. The 5,000 Fire Cloud guards lined up in 2 rows, leaving a path in the middle. At the end of the path, figures slowly appeared.
The first to appear in front of everyone was Feng Yuan, who was wearing a veil. Beside her, Feng Yun respectfully stretched out his hand to support her arm. Feng Yuan was dressed in a fiery red dragon and phoenix robe. Her noble crown made her seem like a goddess who stood high up in the sky. Feng Yun was dressed like the leader of the Fire Cloud personal guards. He dutifully followed at the side.
Behind them were a group of girls dressed in all kinds of beautiful and noble clothes.
Including Xiaoyu, there were 9 girls. Every girl was like a fairy in the sky.
Behind the 9 girls were the 5 longevity experts of the Dragon Phoenix Empire.
The group slowly walked toward the stage where the ceremony was held.
At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Feng Yuan and the others. Why does this scene look familiar? I remember that when the Phoenix dynasty was founded, I went to watch the ceremony as well. The Fire Cloud Sparrow ancestor, Feng Yun, accompanied the Empress. It's so familiar. It's very similar to the time when the Phoenix dynasty was founded. It seems that the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan has completely submitted to the Dragon Phoenix Empire. They have once again established the Fire Cloud personal guard. They are also an empress. When the factions that came to attend the ceremony saw this scene, they whispered among themselves. Our empress is out. Behind the empress is our Dragon Phoenix Empire's Council of Elders. Wow! The elders of our Council of Elders are all goddesses. Haha! I think that our empire calling it the Goddess Empire is pretty good. Seeing Feng Yuan and the others slowly walking over, all the citizens of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire revealed heated expressions in their eyes. They stared at their Emperor Lord and Elder Council, their eyes filled with reverence. All the citizens of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire knew that their empire only took 8 years to establish. To establish an empire so quickly, one could imagine how powerful their empress was. Feng Yuan slowly walked over and walked to the ceremony stage. A group of female students and all the experts of the Dragon Phoenix Empire stood behind her. On the stage, Feng Yuan's gaze swept across the citizens of the Dragon Phoenix Empire and everyone who came to watch the ceremony. Today, I thank all the major forces on the continent for participating in the founding ceremony of our Dragon Phoenix Empire.
8 years ago, the Dragon Phoenix Empire established a dynasty in a small city. 8 years later, the Dragon Phoenix Empire announced the establishment of the sixth largest empire on the continent.
A clear voice came out of Feng Luan's mouth and entered everyone's ears.
As she spoke, she slowly took 2 steps forward.
Upon hearing Feng Luan's words, the pupils of some of the forces that were not very clear contracted slightly, and disbelief appeared on their faces.
8 years?
How was this possible?
The former number 1 empress of the Eternal Era used more than 1,000 years to build an empire.
As expected of the Empress, Sacred Flame Ancestor and Emperor Master looked at each other. From their eyes, they saw the other party's fear and a trace of profound coldness.
For more than 1,000 years, I have experienced frost and snow.
Suddenly, under everyone's incredulous expressions, Feng Luan slightly raised her head, and an imposing aura emitted from her body. Her words caused everyone's faces to reveal a puzzled expression.
She had experienced frost and snow for more than 1,000 years. What did she mean by this?
An eternal empress has once again descended upon the transcendent continent. In the next moment, an ice-cold voice resounded throughout the entire sky. In the sky above Feng Luan, an incomparably huge fire phoenix slowly condensed.
Chirp, chirp, chirp. The incomparably huge fire phoenix looked up into the sky and let out a phoenix cry.
A phoenix cry from the 9 heavens.
Buzz.
The veil on Feng Luan's face slowly disappeared. A face that was once familiar to everyone appeared in everyone's sight. It was an exquisite and beautiful face that did not seem to belong to the mortal world. There was an exquisite flaming phoenix dancing between her brows. Her brows were raised high. At this moment, everyone's faces revealed shock.
Today, I, Feng Luan, announced the establishment of the 6th great empire of the extraordinary continent, the Dragon Phoenix Empire.
Today, I, Feng Luan, announce to the world that the old me has returned. The old empress has returned. A cold and noble voice entered everyone's ears.
The familiar face and the cold words caused everyone around to reveal shocked expressions. Even the Wanshou experts from the Dragonman Empire and the Ao Shan Empire who had come to observe the ceremony revealed shocked expressions when they saw this face and heard the declaration. An eternal empress, Feng Luan. How is this possible? Hasn't she already fallen?
What's going on? The empress of the Dragon Phoenix Empire is actually the former empress. Heavens! Exclamations sounded from the mouths of the various large factions who had come to observe the ceremony. They stood up in shock and stared at Feng Luan on the stage. Why had the fallen empress suddenly appeared here? Everyone was dumbfounded.
What? Our Dragon Phoenix Empress was the first empress of all time.
Oh my God! How is this possible? According to the rumors, didn't the Phoenix Dynasty's empress fall more than 1,800 years ago? The first empress of all time is actually our Dragon Phoenix Empress. This is simply too shocking.
No way, our empress is actually the number 1 empress of all time. Then, doesn't that mean that our empress is the only powerful existence on the continent who has successively established 2 great empires?
The people who came to watch the ceremony had faces full of shock. All the ministers, soldiers, and people of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire also had faces full of shock.
Their empress was actually the number 1 empress of the continent in history. She was the only strange woman on the continent thousands of years ago.
Chirp, chirp, chirp. At this moment, the fire phoenix that was dozens of kilometers in circumference condensed in the sky above Feng Luan. The lifelike fire phoenix let out a phoenix cry.
Phoenix cries into the 9 heavens. I, Feng Luan, announced the establishment of the Dragon Phoenix Empire. Feng Luan's dignified gaze swept across everyone in front of her. Her voice transmitted into the minds of the tens of millions of people in front of her. Officials of the Dragon Phoenix Empire pay their respects to the great empress.
At the very front, the officials of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire widened their eyes. They immediately knelt on the ground and shouted loudly. Even the officials of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire only knew of Feng Luan's identity now.
After learning of the true identity of their Dragon and Phoenix Empress, everyone was shocked and excited at the same time.
No wonder their empress had great talent and great plans. No wonder their empress was able to manage the dynasty in an orderly manner. No wonder their empress was able to make a dynasty become an empire so quickly. It turned out that her empress was the legendary #1 empress on the continent. This made the respect and reverence in their hearts even deeper.
All of them knelt on the ground and shouted loudly with faces full of excitement.
All the soldiers of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire pay their respects to the Empress. All the soldiers of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire immediately knelt on the ground and shouted excitedly, "Walala!
Pay our respects to the Empress."
Behind them, the citizens also knelt on the ground with burning eyes and earth-shattering voices sounded. The voices of tens of millions of people reverberated within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers.
Ministers, soldiers, citizens,
rise! Feng Luan's robes were light as a vast power swept towards the citizens of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. A powerful force made them stand up. All the citizens stood up and stared at the Empress on the stage in awe. The Dragon and Phoenix Empire was established as the sixth great empire of the extraordinary continent, and it was also the second empire that I, Feng Luan, founded.
Feng Luan's lips parted slightly as she slowly explained when she saw everyone stand up. 1,800 years ago, I was almost killed by a crafty person. Later, for revenge, I built the Dragon and Phoenix Empire step by step. Her voice continued to ring out.
When she finished speaking, everyone had shocked expressions on their faces, and their eyes were shining. It turns out that the #1 Empress of the Eternal World did not fall by accident during cultivation, but was killed by someone.
The eyes of the various factions that came to observe the ceremony flashed with a bright light as they swept their gazes over the Phoenix dynasty. The patriarch of the Phoenix dynasty's sacred fire clan and the emperor's teacher of the Phoenix dynasty stood there. They looked at the empress with gloomy expressions. At this moment, everyone knew that there was a problem with the Phoenix dynasty. This caused the experts from the various factions to look pensive.
No one would have thought that the Empress of the Dragon Phoenix Empire was actually the founder of the Phoenix dynasty, the #1 Empress of all time. Now that the Empress had returned for revenge, she would definitely engage in a battle with the Phoenix dynasty.
It was hard to say who would win or lose. However, for the #1 Empress of all time to be able to establish another empire in such a short period of time, one could imagine how terrifying she was. During this period of time, I would like to thank the soldiers who fought with me, the loyalty of the Fire Cloud personal guards, and all the citizens of the Dragon Phoenix Empire.
Feng Luan's voice continued to ring out. Tens of millions of people stared blankly.
As Feng Luan spoke, her gaze swept across the area below. She was slightly puzzled when she realized that there was no sign of Wuxia.
The empire has been established. The Firecloud Sparrow clan is now named the Firecloud Personal Guards. They are now. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Feng Luan continued speaking. The empire had been established, so naturally, it was necessary to confer titles upon them. However, at this moment, a signal flare suddenly appeared in the sky dozens of kilometers away. The signal flare flew into the sky, leaving behind a very eye-catching mark that lingered in the sky for a long time.
Everyone in the Dragon and Phoenix Empire was slightly startled and their faces revealed curious expressions.
When Feng Luan saw the signal flare, she also slightly raised her brows and her eyes flickered.
However, she ignored it and continued with the establishment of the Dragon Phoenix Empire.
Below, the Sacred Flame Ancestor and the Emperor's Master saw that the signal had already been sent out, and their eyes flickered with a cold luster.
Next, I really want to know, Sacred Flame, Emperor 1, my former subordinates, do you have anything you want to say to me? One by one, the positions were conferred. Feng Luan suddenly changed the topic and looked in the direction of the Feng dynasty and asked indifferently.
They're here.
The Feng dynasty was created by our empress. All the experts in the empire were promoted by the empress. Just now, when the two longevity experts of the Feng dynasty saw our empress, they were not excited at all. It seems that they betrayed the empress.
This bunch of ingrates. Without our empress, the Phoenix Empire wouldn't be where it is today. They actually betrayed us. When everyone saw the empress turn her words to the Phoenix Empire, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. All the ministers, soldiers, and citizens of the Dragon Phoenix Empire stared coldly at the people of the Phoenix Empire. The anger and killing intent of tens of millions of people caused the expressions of everyone in the Phoenix Empire to change drastically. Empress, Sacred Flame Patriarch, and the Emperor of the Feng Dynasty, D1, had a slight change in expression. Their eyes flickered as they shouted, "Congratulations on establishing the Dragon Phoenix Empire, Empress. However, the Emperor of our Feng Dynasty is now Emperor Feng. We are loyal to Emperor Feng. One emperor and one courtier. We have no choice," the Emperor's master said expressionlessly.
No choice?
After learning of the news of the Empress' death, not only did you not take revenge for the Empress, you even acted as accomplices for the tiger.
Look at the current Feng Dynasty. In the hands of that crafty person, the people are living in misery. On the other hand, the 17 founding generals' families are thriving.
As soon as the Emperor's master finished speaking, Feng Yun, who was standing behind Feng Luan, shouted angrily,
"The current emperor of the Feng Dynasty is Emperor Feng. No one else has the right to judge. I wonder what the Dragon and Phoenix Empress wants?
To become enemies with our Feng Dynasty,"
the Emperor Master said indifferently with a dark expression. Haha, how about it? What belongs to me, I will naturally take it back. Those who hurt me and my family will naturally have to pay the price. Feng Yuan's gaze swept over Patriarch Sacred Flame and the Emperor Master, and a powerful killing intent shot out from her eyes. She didn't conceal it at all.
All the surrounding forces that came to watch the ceremony watched this scene with flickering eyes. Next, there may be a good show to play out.